that right? Yes. Let me say that it is a huge pleasure to be here to welcome our distinguished guests, our partners, our alumni, and our students. This is a wonderful occasion, and I can't tell you how happy I am to be here. We are here after 5 years, and that's wonderful that we have reconvened this conference. Now, my interest in this conference predates my spell as interim dean, because about 6 or 7 years ago, I actually addressed the conference at the gala event at Queen's College. So I am very keen that this conference continues. Now, some weeks ago, some of the organizers, student organizers who are here, approached me in the common room and said they would like to restart the conference. From their faces, I could tell they were not sure what my reaction was going to be. I think they were somewhat taken aback when I said, yes, I would like to have this at Dutch Business School, because my response was immediate. And why was it immediate? Well, first of all, I've been at the school for many, many years, and I've had the pleasure of teaching many outstanding students from Africa over the years. They are second to none in terms of capability and intelligence. And they also bring some warmth and vibrancy to the classroom, which is all part of African culture as well. So I have enjoyed those relationships, and many of those students have become my friends since. And my colleague Jaideep would also say the same. So that's one reason why I really like the idea of restarting the conference. Then second, in Africa, we have seen remarkable success stories in terms of entrepreneurship and business. And these success stories can inspire the current generation of students as well. And entrepreneurship is one of the possible solutions to Africa's many challenges. Right? Entrepreneurship, especially if it encompasses all communities in Africa, can be a great solution. And I would like Dutch Business School to be a part of that journey. Thirdly, there is enormous scope for collaboration within Africa, because Africa is not just one country. Some people in the West think of Africa as just one monolithic country. It's not. It's many countries, and even within each country, there are many subgroups and tribes. So we have to recognize that there is diversity within Africa as well, but there is huge scope for collaboration within and with Africa. And again, I would like Dutch Business School to be a part of that. This conference also fits very well with the school's desire to improve diversity and inclusion. Now, those of you who are students here will know that as soon as I became interim dean, one of the first announcements I made was that we were going to apply for Athena Swan accreditation. The business school didn't have that accreditation. And so I said in July last year, we're going to apply, and we're going to apply by March 2024. And we did. And we are awaiting the outcome. Now, to me and to many of my colleagues, getting Athena Swan accreditation is not just a badge or an accreditation. It is a way through which we can improve our diversity and inclusion and also performance. Because I believe when you hear different voices and different perceptions, you can actually improve your decision making. So it is something very important. So again, the conference is very important. Now, what is my dream? My dream is that through this conference and the continuation of it, we can eventually encourage some of the successful entrepreneurs and business people in Africa and elsewhere to help create an endowment which could fund some scholarships for African students in the future and also help sustain this conference. That's what I really dream for. So those of you who in the future may go on to great and wonderful things, please do bear in mind that that is a worthy mission, because there are outstanding people in Africa who may not have the means to come here, and we must enable them to come here in the future. So I did some research and found that the first African graduate to get a degree from Cambridge was George Gurney Nichol, and that was in 1879. So he was an African. I'm not talking about the first black graduate, the first graduate from Africa, and he was from Sierra Leone, and he was a corpse. Not automaton, Lord Woolley. But anyway, in the future, I hope we have very, very many more. Because given the size of the population of Africa, Cambridge and the Dutch Business School should be having very many more students. So on that vision, I wish this conference great success. Thank you for inviting me to talk to you. Good luck.
Before you get off stage, come back with me. You're just not going to get away too far. Come back with me. I wanted us to just use social media, guys. You know, we're on Instagram, Cambridge Africa Business, and there's a hashtag, CABC24, and we're going to start it off. Dina's going to start us off. We're going to take a selfie with everyone. Right. You're going to take it. And then, so we're going to take a selfie with everyone. So if you could just smile on the photo, and then we'll start off the hashtag, and of course you guys will carry it on, right? Correct.
You have great confidence in myself.
I believe in you. Maybe we can stand. Yeah.
Yeah? Can we do that? Yeah.
See everyone? Okay.
I get lots of black spaces here. If I move over here,
yeah,
it's probably.
Okay, let me move here also. If you could do
that way?
Yeah. Yeah. Wonderful. Wonderful. You passed. So again, if you're on any social media platform, that's CABC24, that's the hashtag for today. Please use it so guys can continue with the conversation online as well. As we move on to our next keynote, we're going to be having Lord Simon Woolley join us. And just a brief intro, Lord Simon Woolley is the current principal of Homerton College, one of the constituent colleges of University of Cambridge. Prior to this position, he had a distinguished career in racial equality, advocacy, and leadership. He founded Operation Black Vote, the internationally renowned campaigning NGO, and in 1996, served as its director until 2021. He served as the Equality and Human Rights Commissioner from 2009 to 2012, and in 2018 he was appointed by Prime Minister Theresa May to create and lead the UK government's pioneering Race Disparity Unit. Lord Woolley has a track record of addressing representational imbalances, transforming institutions, and nurturing individuals. His cross-party and cross-sector work with Operation Black Vote has seen the number of MPs from black and minority ethnic backgrounds rise from 4 to 65 over the past 2 decades. That's amazing, isn't it? And he was appointed to the House of Lords as a crossbench life peer in 2020, taking the title Baron Woolley of Woodford. Karibu sana.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I feel, can you hear me at the back? Yeah. I feel that after such a wonderful introduction and getting such a round of applause, I ought to leave. I am honoured, I'm truly honoured to be with you this morning on many, many levels. But before I make some remarks, I want to thank the Judge Business School for bringing us together, in a wonderful space. Okay, is that better? Okay. A wonderful space, a wonderful place. And I'm guessing that you brought us here for a reason. A reason today to do something extraordinary. To talk about the challenges. But to unite us in a common purpose. When I walked through the door, I saw the number of graduates, either being graduated or about to be graduated. And let me say, Kujenga, I was so impressed with the diversity of your graduates. Having been in Cambridge for nearly 3 years now, you will not see that diversity in all colleges. It's the truth. And so I take my hat off and applaud you. I see myself as a disciple of Dr. Martin Luther King. I do. As you all know, he had a wonderful dream. You know the dream, right? That we won't be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. But you should also know that King had more than a dream, he had a plan. And his plan to ensure African Americans could stand tall, be respected, have equality, was not to ask for it, but to demand it, to politically demand it through political empowerment, voter registration, and making that cause. And as a kid, when I saw him, and I saw the rabid dogs attacking the freedom marchers, people who looked like me, being traumatized. I didn't know when I was a young kid that I would be so affected that I would want to be like him. And so, given the chance and given the opportunity as a young man, watching black men and women die in police custody, I thought that we in the UK must follow King's footsteps in not asking for fairness or justice, but demanding it with political power. And so a ragtag group of activists with no money and no money anytime soon started Operation Black Vote to change the world. I mean, were we stupid? Were we bonkers? Were we just felt it was our destiny to try. And we positioned ourselves to say, look, how does politics work? How do we get people, how do we force people to listen to us? It's very simple. That in the political space, elections are often won in small margins. And in those small margins, people of African descent, people of color, Africans, Asians, Caribbeans, other minorities, we were in the margins so we could make the demands. And we forced politicians to come and listen to us and to deliver for us. And so, as you said, when we started there were 4, now there are 64. But the job's not done. To my, not shame, but heartbreak, when I see powerful black and brown faces in very high places, throwing our own people under the bus for their own political gain. That was never in the plan. We knew that not everybody would be with us, but we never accounted for people to be against us. You know, when I'm not going to mention any names, Kami Badinok, Suella Braverman, but when I see them denying the legacy of the enslavement of Africans as nothing, when I see them on the White Cliffs of Dover saying, send the most vulnerable people who seek justice to the poorest country, the poorest, one of the poorest countries in the world, Rwanda, on a one-way ticket, breaks my heart that our own people could do that. That's why when Daniel and Ro, the team that brought us together, asked me to come to this conference, I said, clear the diary, I need to be here. Because in many ways, Daniel, that you are following in the footsteps of those giants who you and I revere in being an activist, having an idea, putting it together, and hoping something special will happen. Can I ask all the organizers of this conference to please stand up? Come on, Daniel, where are you? Please stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Give them a round of applause, please. We will try to do this conference justice. We will try to translate the energy and passion that you spent months organizing into something special. I was at a meeting about 2 months ago with the Secretary of State for Levelling Up, Michael Gove. And he was talking about Cambridge. And to my amazement, he said that Cambridge, in his opinion, is perhaps the most important city in the country right now. I mean, that's a bold statement. That's a bold statement to make. And he has some justification in that. In as much as that we know London's a powerhouse, we get all of that. But in terms of the potential of a city to almost become a city-state, with the biomedical center, with the university, with the entrepreneurialism, with all this creativity and energy, I agree with him that the potential of Cambridge is off the leash. Huge potential. So I'm thinking to myself, as head of house at Homerton College, 30 colleges, 31 colleges. I'm saddened but proud to say this guy is the only black guy in those 31 colleges. The first black face was a sister, by the way, Sonita Allen at Jesus. But when I see this emerging city-state, you know what I say to myself right now? Africa needs to be here. Africa, the creativity, the diversity, the entrepreneurialism, the spirituality of Africa needs to be at the epicenter of Cambridge. For Cambridge, but also for the continent of Africa. Those tremendous young minds, if you like diamonds in the rough, need to come to Cambridge to get those diamonds polished, and then go back to Africa to shine in business, in politics, in arts and humanities. I honestly believe that this conference and you today, you need to be at the forefront of realizing that potential. You need to be brilliant. You need to link that brilliance with a golden thread. And we need to make the connections. We need to raise the money so we can bring those young diamonds from Africa to here. And we need to go to Africa too to talk about what we might do together. I'll finish on this trepidation, if you like. It's almost 4 years to the day that George Floyd was murdered right in front of our eyes. 4 years. 25th of May. The world was convulsed by seeing such horror. And the world concluded that it wasn't just the knee of the police officer, it was the system. You know, you heard Reverend now shouting, "Get off my neck, let me breathe," that killed him. There was a lot of breast beating after that. In Cambridge, in the West, about how the West treats black people. It's true. Businesses have to look at themselves and say, we have no black people on our boards. We have no black people in senior managements. We need to do something about it. COVID happened at the same time. So you had these two earthquakes simultaneously. I thought for a moment that from these two earthquakes would rise a reset that would say our structural institutions desperately need to change. And they did for a moment. I was appointed a year or so afterwards. My son said to me, 15-year-old sons, we've got the children the same age, we nurture them to have a voice. My son turned around to me and he said, "Dad, let me be honest with you. You would be honest with yourself." I said, "What's that, son?" He said, "You only got this job because of Black Lives Matter." I looked at him. I said, "Yeah, son, you're right." "No, you're right. You're right. But it's not the whole story." After Black Lives Matter protests and institutions like Cambridge saying, "We've got no black talent. Where's the black talent?" So they pulled their screen down and there was all this black talent. My 25-year backstory was shone upon because of Black Lives Matter. And a few people were given positions of power. Here's the problem. 4 years later, what are we now seeing? I would argue we're seeing a snapback. Not a pushback, a snapback. In which EDI, the realization that we need to have more representation, is now being trashed. Why? I would argue that in that George Floyd moment, we depended upon white liberals to see us, to acknowledge us, to elevate us. And they did in small numbers. But 4 years later, they're tired of it. They're tired of us. So it's business as usual. I ask you but one question. What is our response? I would argue that whether it's Dr. Martin Luther King or Nelson Mandela, our heroes and sheroes, today is down to us to regroup, to sow a golden thread with the African diaspora, with our allies who are with us. We have to be in a position when we are not dependent upon their goodwill, on their favor of saying to us, Today we like you, tomorrow we don't. We can't allow that for our children. What have we got to do? Wait for another George Floyd? Not on my watch. Not on your watch. Today is a very special day. Today is a day when we leave this conference, when we walk out this door. We walk out this door 10 feet tall. Resolute. Empowered about what we have to do. No longer will we be dependent upon the fluctuations of whether people see us as value or as a curse. It's not good enough. Don't be weighed down, please, brothers and sisters, allies. Don't be weighed down by the challenge. Please, be empowered. Be joyous that you're part of something special. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lord Willie. Africa needs to be here. I'm going to go on to our next speaker, Dr. Anne Mohokong. Dr. Anne Mohokong is a pioneering South African business leader and champion of community development. As the executive chairperson and co-founder of the Community Investment Holding, one of the first Black-owned investment companies, she's driven initiatives for inclusive economic growth. Under her leadership, the diversified group has interests across financial services, healthcare, property, and manufacturing. Dr. Mohokong serves on multiple listed company boards and was the first female director of ShopRite Holdings and was recently given a legacy award by the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, South Africa. She's the Chancellor of Northwest University and one of the largest institutions of higher education in South Africa. Welcome. Karibu sana.
It is with great pleasure that I stand before you today at the Cambridge Africa Business Conference, an auspicious gathering where business leaders, entrepreneurs, investors, researchers, students, and many other role players will be unpacking igniting Africa's entrepreneurial spirit. I'm happy that this moment has finally come, as I was looking forward to it. I thank you for graciously inviting me to be part of the conference, a tremendous forum, I believe, for entrepreneurship and engagement on Africa's matters. Your Excellency, Dr. Alex Otti, Governor of Abia State, Nigeria, who I believe will be joining the conference later, I acknowledge you especially as an esteemed African leader. The Interim Dean, Kishan, Lord Woolley. I also acknowledge the speakers who will be participating after me, and in particular my brother Huey. What a coincidence that brother and sister are presenting in the same forum this morning. He's my cousin brother, and his wife who's here, Michelle. I acknowledge you. And also the young leadership that convened this conference. You know, you give us hope, really, at your age, that you are in the forefront of such events. And also females. Oh, that is soothing. I also acknowledge the delegation from the University of Northwest or Northwest University, for which I'm Chancellor. Can they please rise? They are here. There's Ms. Nzigi Kotenkomo, the Chief Strategic Officer, as well as Professor Debu Muroke, the Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences. They seek to forge collaboration and partnerships with their counterparts at the Judge School of Business in Cambridge. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Our African history informs us that Africans have been profound entrepreneurs from centuries ago. This is also recorded in history books, such as the Bible. How entrepreneurship in Africa influenced the migration of people globally, and hence the spread of Christianity and other religions. Africans traded with the rest of the world. In South Africa, during the Mapungubwe era, which is confirmed by historians, based on artifacts which were found, which are archived at the museum at the University of Pretoria in South Africa. This confirms activities in the area of commercial agriculture and wide entrepreneurial activities. Southern Africans traded with the East, or Africans traded with the East. Zanzibar in East Africa was an important trading post in spices. Mansa Musa in Mali impacted on global gold trade. And it is said that there's never been a man who commanded so much wealth, even in today's time, as he did. The Nile River in Egypt, in the northeastern part of Africa, was an important trading element in terms of logistics, moving goods, movement of goods from one area to another. I pause at this point to ask myself, why the London Mineral Exchange is based in England and not in Africa? Why were we so dispositioned in our importance and relevance in global resources trade for us to be where we are today? The amazing Botswana diamonds are traded in Antwerp and in Tel Aviv. The Kalahari Blue diamond was found in Botswana. There's no such diamond in the world as that one. I take it that one cannot address the answers to these questions today, as that's a whole year's debate. I'd rather utilize my allocated time and energy to share with you my entrepreneurship journey, which began from a tender age. When I was growing up in Eswatini, which by the way was a British protectorate, I also did Cambridge O-level, by the way. So I'm back home here at Cambridge. I felt, and I knew it, that entrepreneurship would be the journey I would follow in my life as a career. In primary school, I traded sandwiches for cash, as cash appealed to me. My love for entrepreneurship grew once I was studying medicine at the Medical University of South Africa. As a medical student, I sold handbags to the community there. And you will ask, where did I obtain the capital to start this? By negotiating consignment stock with the manufacturer. I sold myself to him to say, I'm a student, please help me. I need to raise money to pay for my schooling. And he took a leap of faith in me and gave me consignment stock. The business grew, and I began to sell African clothing and curios. And when a shopping center opened in the community, a friend advised me to obtain my own store. And I had reliable staff to run it for me. This was a tough decision, as I had to balance my hectic study schedule with the business aspect of my life. And when I completed my medical degree, I was able to sell the business and utilize the capital to establish a medical center, and invested in the second black-owned private hospital in the country with my peers at that time in 1987. So you see, I've been around the block for a while. I then moved on to establish corporate ventures, initially a pharmaceutical distribution company in Eswatini, as I grew up in Eswatini, as I mentioned. That was in 1992, which was followed by another pharmaceutical distribution in South Africa in 1994, when we became a democratic country. I couldn't have achieved that before because of the discriminatory laws that localized black people to the township economy. In 1995, my partner, Joe Madungendaba, and I established Community Investment Holdings, which is now an industrial conglomerate, which initially invested in healthcare. And I brought along my previous investments, and later we grew the company into other sectors. Currently, our interests span from healthcare, ICT, logistics, power and energy, mining, infrastructure, and property development. And due to my entrepreneurship spirit and leadership in the business sector, I was nominated president of the South African Women Entrepreneurs Network and the International Women's Forum of South Africa. This enabled me to mobilize female and women entrepreneurs to work together and have a collective voice to influence policies and gain support from government and other decision makers. On your own, you can't do it. You have to have a platform that engages. And I remember the International Women's Forum of South Africa commissioned a revealing study which showed that a need for financial stability, along with a low tolerance for risk-taking, among the most significant factors holding back female or women entrepreneurs. We have a lot on our plate. As you know, as females, we are breadwinners. Most of us are breadwinners. And our quest is to be able to send our kids to school. This is what underpins education in Africa. The mothers who aspire to see their children go to school and not live the life they have led, but rather to hope for a better future. And females in business face all kinds of challenges, including poor access to funding, challenge in juggling personal and work responsibilities, and I can tell you this is a very difficult thing to achieve. You are busy running a business which is demanding, and then you have young children who must grow up and be brought up under the mother's watchful eye. However, we have managed now to collectively organize females into different associations, like those in mining or agriculture, so that they can have the necessary support that they require. And this study, which I mentioned, highlighted how critical it is for non-governmental organizations, government policymakers, and other stakeholders to position entrepreneurship as a viable career path for young women and to provide them with mentorship and support as they build their businesses. For me, the credit goes to the late former President Mandela and other post-apartheid leaders who have set a strong foundation for our entrepreneurship journeys. President Mandela's positioning was always that of reconciliation. And even with his firm approach to financial services institutions, negotiations were based on how they would remedy the ills of apartheid, which they had benefited from, to uplift black people and other vulnerable communities through the funding of black-owned businesses and the transformation of their companies. This was penned in policy in South Africa for the lawmakers and the government. In South Africa, every business, let alone government institutions, in procurement must adhere to these policies. This is the catalyst we need to ignite entrepreneurship. Strong government support and a will from the ruling parties to support diversity and inclusion. Multitudes of black companies had opportunities now to invest in several sectors in the mainstream economy. Today, I stand to talk about participation in the mainstream economy, because this is what underpins the growth of the economy and empowerment of people. This is how we can achieve peace and stability. You will never have peace if the majority of the population are not empowered and they are poor. You'll never. This is how companies like ours, Community Investment Holdings, were founded. Those are the principles of it. And that was the role of the democratic government with its dispensations that opened doors to all citizens. State-owned enterprises which render financial support to our companies, including grant funding, should support entrepreneurs. You see, the governments are huge. I mean, their budgets, enormous. But how much of that goes into citizen empowerment? So, state procurement, really, in my view, is what can assist us to get off the ground. Distinguished guests, as I continue, please allow me to pay tribute to the late Dr. Sam Mutsunyane, who was the co-founder of the National African Federated Chamber of Commerce, NAFCOC, in South Africa, and the founder of the African Bank, which opened its first branch in 1975. Initially, this supported the township economy and black industries in the township. He's one of the African business pioneers who opened the doors for many of us, especially in South Africa and the region. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Now, the responsibility to ignite the African entrepreneurship spirit falls upon us and our generation. It's important to have organizations like the likes of Dr. Sam Mutsunyane built to unite us and to enable us to build a formidable force as a region and as a continent. As his organization also promoted the Pan-African approach to trade. Through unity, there is strength as a continent. And we can now have a collective voice as a continent that articulates what needs to be done by us Africans and for ourselves. The Black Industrialist Program by the Department of Trade and Industry in South Africa is one such platform, which has a platform and initiatives that promote industrialist projects that are impactful in job creation and have an element of growing the economy. I'm emphasizing once more that we need strong political will and governments to support entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs. I've mentioned political stability in African nations is critical as it underpins the establishment and well-being of local business to thrive. Warfare, strife, and sadly pandemics are a great destabilizer of progress economically. These are a deterrent to investments and investors. We witnessed this during the COVID-19 pandemic, when many businesses were wiped away. We need peace, stability, collaboration amongst our leaders, amongst the people of the different countries in Africa. Regional collaboration, like we have seen, the European Union, where you mobilize resources in a region. This is what we are in dire need of. Yes, we've got the AU and all that, but now I'm talking about implementation of their dreams, of their goals. This is now a generation of implementation. We also need strong legal systems that respect the laws of contracts the rule of law. When I sign a contract in a country, I must feel safe that if anything goes wrong, I can refer to the legal system. But in some countries, they don't exist. Corporate governance must also be in place. And we must stamp out corruption. The continent is big, and the cake is big. We can all have a slice, enjoy a slice, without stealing from each other. And we have the Northwest University here. We need regional collaboration in research and development. We must share our research and bring about cutting-edge technology and not old-school technology. I was smiling to myself as Lord Woolley was using his IT system to read his speech, and I'm using paper because I wasn't sure whether the IT system here would be firm and strong. So, like we face at home, sometimes it's off. So I had to bring paper to ensure. So we need strong financial systems in the banking world so that we can move funds from one country to another with ease. Investors should be able to repatriate their money and profits, especially as the local currencies in many countries is not strong enough to incentivize long-term profit investments. I know of one company, which I was on the board of, that have $400 million trapped in one country, African country. They can't repatriate their profits. They've invested, they've made profit, but they can't take their money out. So the importance of the financial system. And the issue of aid. Trillions of pounds and dollars of aid are shipped into the continent. What happens to that aid? Sometimes it serves to further corrupt leadership. And I'm saying, I love aid, but let's utilize it carefully, respect it. And what we should be careful of as Africans is relying on aid and not being self-reliant. It creates a dependency syndrome of handouts where you outstretch your hands as Africans. African countries are gifted with natural resources. We are the richest continent in the world by any standard. Population, we have 1 billion people. You can't tell me you can underestimate that number of citizens of Africa as a market to trade with. We have oil and gas in Nigeria, uranium in Niger, gold, platinum. South Africa is the largest producer of platinum for the world. We have gold. Mozambique now has gas. Namibia has gas, as well as fossil fuels. Commercial agriculture can stabilize food security in Africa. Why are we a poor continent? It's unforgivable. I do believe even God sometimes asks, what are we doing about what He has endowed us with? We need to create excellence, centers of excellence. We need to beneficiate these minerals that we have. And we're excited in Africa to learn that one of Nigeria's leading entrepreneurs has established a refinery in Nigeria. Finally, Nigeria can now refine its own products instead of exporting its primary resources. And on the other hand, we look at countries like Japan, look at Dubai. I tell people, Dubai was established in my lifetime. And I've seen what has happened in Dubai. And I'm like, how did this dude get it right? Because you go to Dubai, it's a phenomenon. If you look at development, I traveled to Dubai recently, and I realized most of those buildings were actually, our South African architects actually were part of that. You go to businesses in Dubai, you find South Africans working there. So, what I'm saying is that by creating industries, we're creating an opportunity for entrepreneurs to thrive. So, in that way, let's not rely on handouts. We can flourish. I sometimes think we need a mindset change of confidence, believing in ourselves. And I'm happy to see Africans here in Cambridge because they believed in themselves. That's why they're here. So we need to upscale ourselves and not import skills in Africa. There was a big project in South Africa of building a train infrastructure. 1,000 engineers were imported from France. And when the project was over, they all went back home with no skills transfer. So I come back to government policy, which must insist anyone who's going to build this infrastructure, there must be an exchange of skills so that when they leave, we then have benefited in training. We have the African Union and the African Continental Free Trade Area. This is really the aim, is to create a single continental market for goods and services with free movement of business persons and investments, thus paving the way to accelerate the establishment of the Continental Customs Union. We must embrace collaboration and pursue policies that facilitate business for entrepreneurs by improving their skills, supporting opportunities for entrepreneurship and expanding firms accessing to finance, as I've mentioned. And these borders, which are actually artificial borders, we are Africans. Why should we have these very, very, very complicated systems of travel between us? Some African countries take longer to issue a visa than a visa to London. You can't understand, and these are African countries. So we need to revisit that as well. And it also comes back to the issue of technology. Because if we have a sound technology system, the iris recognition, cards that can just be swiped, I am saying this is what we need for free access. I talked earlier about building reliable infrastructure. Electricity and energy is now a challenge, particularly in my country. And yet we've got plenty of sun in Africa for renewable energy production, which I think we should now really work hard at enforcing that we also comply to the world standards of the environment and taking care of the environment. I know I'm guilty as such because I also own a mine, a coal mine, but South Africa is endowed with coal that produces cheap electricity. But I'm challenging the scientists. There's nothing wrong with coal. Where's the technology to ensure that it captures all the emissions? Where are the scientists? Please come up with an answer. Because why should electricity cost so much? Because of environmental issues. When we have coal, we're endowed with coal and natural gas. So can the engineers and the scientists please come up and do something about this so that we can enjoy cheaper power and be able to be competitive with the world? Because if power is expensive, can you imagine now the output cost of production of goods? We can never be competitive. So the same applies to healthcare, education. I want to harp on the issue of education. Every African child must be literate. Every African child must go to school. Because education, when are you going to be a successful entrepreneur if you can't count money? What's the point? Because education instills a discipline in your mind about how to manage issues. It doesn't matter what education it is. People ask me, why did you do medicine and then you turned out to be a business person? There's a lot I learned and benefited by being a medical doctor. Working in the communities, understanding what the communities need. When I opened my medical practice, I had no patients, zero. But the old ladies who lived around me were my first patients. because they felt they had to support me. And I've never forgotten that lesson. Coming back to the next point of being selfless in your thinking. It's not about you, self. Being the billionaire, dollar billionaire. Are you enjoying life in an island of wealth when outside your door there's poverty? So these are the lessons I learned in my medical practice of caring for your neighbor, caring for your community. And this is what companies need to do when they're successful. You need a budget that will cater for growing and improving and transforming the communities around you. It's not only about you. Being in Forbes' book, oh, the richest, what, and this, no. What have you done? What do you do? An important point was raised about some of the companies must think of Northwest University. You know that we have a program of educating the girl child and at Northwest. And we use a fund that is contributed by corporates to do that. So this is what we need as Africans. And what I'm saying to you is that we have to take ownership of the continent. We have to take ownership and responsibility. In South Africa, yes, we came from an apartheid system. But I can't keep referring to it now. We've moved on. What are we doing to improve our country as South Africans? So what I'm saying, what is your role as an African? Yes, there was colonization. Yes, we can talk about that. But let us move on as a continent. Let us unify Africa. Let's bring unity to Africa. And as I said, let's not forget we're in the digital age now, because that's what's going to rule and control the world. AI and all that. It does amazing things. So, to reignite Africa's entrepreneurial spirit, I'm saying reignite, not to ignite. Because remember, we were there before. So we are not igniting it, we are reigniting it. We must invest in nurturing and supporting young entrepreneurs, embrace business collaborations, and harness the untapped potential of our youth, and skills development programs for new entrants. We look up to Cambridge, a deputy interim dean. We look up to you to have these developmental programs for our students, our people, and we see that they are taking leadership roles. This is really what's impressed me. And if we do that, our continent is poised to carve out a prominent place in the global entrepreneurial landscape, shaping its destiny with ingenuity and determination, joining the global world business leaders, thus igniting or reigniting Africa's entrepreneurial spirit. And I believe Africa is set to enjoy its former glory as a formidable continent and platform for trade as it did centuries ago. And I always say, no to mediocrity. It doesn't mean because you are African, you are a second-class citizen. No. And I just feel there will never ever be a time in Africa, in my country, that there will be a requirement of such spend on building and rebuilding infrastructure. This is now the time. We have to develop the ports. We have to develop freight logistics. There's no point producing goods and there's no outlet to them. Stable electricity. Green energy as well. We have to invest in that going forward. Renewable energy to strengthen our grids. Water and sanitation. These are the areas that will enable us to join the mainstream economy of our country. Because that's where we want to be. This is where this generation should be. I'm not downplaying or undermining certain roles, but I'm just using this as an example. Don't aspire to do the road sweeping. Build the road. Don't aspire to clean the building. Own the building. This is where the African mindset should be. The Americans say, go big or go home. They say, go big or go home. We are either serious or not. And here are the opportunities. I'm talking about South Africa, my country. And the same applies to other regional countries. There will never ever be a time that there is such opportunity in building infrastructure and creating this infrastructure for us to grow and be able to compete with the rest of the world. And be careful also, let's be careful also about some of the agreements we enter into. They are too onerous. And you find some nations come and bring billions under onerous terms. Be careful, because you'll be hamstrung for years. And there must be citizen empowerment. When they come in there with their money, their big money, we should be very careful about how we let them do it. So, as I close, can Africa and Africans take responsibility for their future and for their beloved continent and the environment? We need diligence. People who are prepared to work. Building is hard work. It's not easy. We must have passion. We must love it. And not look down upon it. We must be resilient. It's tough up there. I want to tell also the ladies. And you'll find your husband doesn't actually appreciate the hard hours you put into your business. But guess what? He loves it when you bring the money home. We must be tenacious. To be in the mainstream economy, you play with the big boys. When I say big boys, I mean multinationals. Less pockets. That's where you are playing. And they don't like it sometimes. But you can tame them. Let's do it. Spirit of self, please. Let's not go that route. Let's be selfless in our approach. It's not about you. It's about the people around you, the communities, and let the entrepreneurship spirit reign. Let's do it, Africans. We can do it. We've done it before. Let's go for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to Dr. Anna for that amazing and inspiring talk. We're going to move on to a Q&A with Dr. Anna, so I hope the room has some questions prepared. We've got a mic box, so this yellow box, we're going to throw it around the room, so if you have a question, just let us know and you just speak into the box. Okay, do we have any questions so far? Otherwise, I think I'll just kick us off. Okay, I'll go on to our first question, my question. And I want to touch on your role as the Chancellor at NWU. What do you think the role of higher education institutions can be in fostering and nurturing entrepreneurs specifically, and not necessarily just working professionals?
I believe our mentorship program and programs at the business school are highly empowering. And I do believe that they will prepare our aspiring and budding entrepreneurial students to benefit from that. So I do believe, I think the professor is here to attest to what I'm saying, but I do believe that those programs will really strengthen, the knowledge of our young budding entrepreneurs.
This one will be a little bit more personal.
Yeah.
But in your journey, when you kind of look back on your career, can you identify some pivotal moments that kind of, shaped where you are today?
Yeah, it's a difficult question to answer. I'll give you two extremes. The one was in 1999 when the stock market crashed in South Africa and I was bankrupt. I had a choice either of giving up, going back to my medical career, or to fight and forge ahead, pick up the pieces and forge ahead. And that was a very, very good decision that I made at that time. Because what happened thereafter was only positive, and it gave me some insight about some of the mistakes that one had made and how to remedy it. And I think one was able to get kind of respect, even from the corporate world, about that and how I had handled it. So I think that was one platform that really taught me what business is about, and about resilience and about tenacity. And I would say, I think when I made my first million, it is very difficult to make the first million. It's blood and sweat. It's not easy. But when I achieved that goal, I said, okay, I think God has affirmed my stay here. Let me forge ahead. And last but not least, I think motherhood also gave me pleasure. Having children and seeing them grow, and also getting education and doing what they like to do. I think that also gave me pleasure. So I think it's a balance of issues that have given me, that fulfilling moment in my thoughts.
Do we have any questions?
Thank you. I'm Professor Paul Smith, also from the Northwest University. And to meet was such a pleasure. I've seen Dr. Mokong at all the functions at Potchefstroom, but today to meet you personally for the first time was a real honor. I think something we can touch on and that we can learn, or the rest of the world can learn from Africa, is this whole spirit of Ubuntu. I am what I am because we are. And maybe you can share your ideas how we can use the spirit of Ubuntu in forging entrepreneurship, working together and not just working for yourself.
Yes, I think this endorses what I said earlier about sending our girl child to school and educating them. One of the pleasures I've enjoyed is seeing the program that I started of educating the girl child, particularly in medical health professionals and I think it's yes. So the program of sending the girl child to school, in particularly in medicine and healthcare sciences. I've produced doctors, females, from vulnerable communities. And what gave me such delight and also energy to forge ahead with the program was 2 of them who came from very, very rural backgrounds and families that really didn't have anything to send them to school. 2 of them passed cum laude, their medical degrees. Just to show that if any child who has potential is given an opportunity, they will make the best of it. And there they are, working now as medical doctors. Actually, one of them whom I sent to school in the early 2000s, I think it was 2000, she's now a medical director of a medical director in Africa of one of the multinational companies. And I'd even forgotten about her. And she wrote me a letter to say, oh, Dr. Anna, I'm thinking of you and how you sent me to medical school. I'm now a medical director of one of the leading multinational companies. So these are the stories that pop up from time, in the spirit of Ubuntu. Because, one of my principles is live and let live. Out of every bit I make, part of it must be to make a difference. And I've decided to adopt education as an enabler to exercise my spirit of Ubuntu. Education is the only way we can empower our continent, our nations. So, yes, I agree with you. The spirit of Ubuntu must prevail.
Hi, thank you for your excellent presentation, Dr. My name is Tola. I'm a researcher here at the Bennett Institute. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a researcher here at the Bennett Institute for Public Policy. So my question is really around, doing business across Africa, right? Kind of listening to you speak and reading your profile, right? One could see how you kind of played very big on the continent, not only in South Africa. You've done business in Eswatini, in Nigeria, and all across. And I was wondering how you've been able to navigate that. The trade environment in Africa is not very free, right? So, for example, it's kind of easier to send a container from Lagos to France than it is to send it to Cape Town. How have you been able to navigate that? One of the reasons the AFTA is actually very big now is this kind of restrictions across countries and in different African countries. So what has your experience been and how have you been able to kind of play around that?
Yes, you're correct. The culture of business and doing business in each of the countries is very different. This has been my frustration. And as I mentioned, the absence of a proper legal system, framework, corporate governance, it's really been hard. But however, we survive one way or the other. And that's why we decided to invest in a logistics sector. So we do have actually trucks that transport goods up to the DRC. So we do actually find a way. And we also have, in Richards Bay at the port, we have an allocation for our exports. Like coal, for example, we're able to send it through the railway framework, which also needs to be stabilized and also reinforced. So these are the things I was talking about, that we need to invest in rebuilding and reinforcing our logistics. And one of the reasons why South Africa, for example, doesn't export its potential of goods is because of this issue of how do you get the goods out of the country. So that's where we need to invest. But I must say, having the diplomats in South Africa has helped a lot. We are now able, and they're approachable. I'm able to call any diplomat in my town in Pretoria, they're based in Pretoria, and request a meeting, and we discuss the problems, and in most cases, we're able to find a solution. So that's why I mentioned be resilient, be tenacious, because it's not for the soft-hearted, this job. You have to be able to find a way of engaging. I held an event last Friday. It was a fundraising event, and I had some diplomats there. And it was interesting. After the event, they all came to me to say, Dr. Ada, we need to meet you. Let's talk about what we can do about this. There are opportunities in rebuilding the ports and strengthening your ports. So you have to allocate time to engage with all kinds of people for you to find solutions.
Hello, Dr. Anna. Thank you so much for that presentation. My name is Blossom, and I'm doing my Master's in Public Policy here at Cambridge. You've spoken a lot about political will and governance and how that's important in business environments across Africa. So my question is, from your experience, what are some of the biggest opportunities you think governments need to pay attention to in enabling a conducive business environment in Africa?
I would say missed opportunities. In my instance, I think I'm fortunate because I am a child of the democracy. When I say child, I mean in business.
So I think since we've had our democratic government, which you know about President Mandela, what happened was, as they took over the leadership of the country, they then established these policies. So I must say, for me, I can't really say I've had a missed opportunity because I followed very closely the developments in the country. And yeah, I would say the only missed opportunity would have been, but even then, I don't quite subscribe to that thought, I should have gone to a business school. For me, that was a missed opportunity. Because had I learned more about business, which is what the Northwest University offers in terms of the business school and its programs, I think I would have been a far better business person than I am today. So with me, it was learning and making mistakes and then rectifying them and then moving on and sometimes moving backwards. Like I mentioned that in the early in 2000, my company went bankrupt, was insolvent. At one point, we were 600 million under. But when you look at it, you say, how did it happen? Because had I had the training and knowledge, particularly in corporate governance and understanding the legal framework, I should not have gotten myself into that position. So I would say, yes, these are legacy issues. But I think going forward, one is well set and posed to take advantage of whatever is available now in terms of opportunities. And I'm very clear about what I need to do now because age is catching up as well. I need now to groom. I call them the young cubs. Where is Tukelo? Oh, he's not here. Tukelo and my son Newo, who have studied commerce, I'm now introducing them in the business. Because they are learned and they've learned how business runs, you know. And I've learned from the school, I call it the school of hard knocks. And for me, that was, I don't wish that on anyone.
I think we have time for one more.
Thank you for the talk, fascinating and so encouraging, actually. You talk about bumping into South Africans in your business travels in Dubai and elsewhere. Do you have a message, especially when every now and then we have brain drain quarries, particularly from Nigeria now. Do you have a message to the African diaspora folk? Should they come home?
Yes. That's a good question. I do believe they should come home. But let's ask the next question. Come home to what? Because where they are fulfilled. But they still miss home. So I think the policies that we have, the political will, must attract those people because there's a reason why they've left. They are discouraged. They don't have hope in the future. And this is why they've left. Nobody would like to leave his home. I can't imagine my leaving my home for another country. And I know there could be better countries, but I feel I can survive at home with my family, you know, next to me, with me, giving me the support that I need. So I think at some point they will come home. It's a natural evolution. Because as things change, and as we bring about change, they will see that it's actually worthwhile to come back home. Like those architects. I mean, we're building smart cities now in South Africa. And I'm sure those architects will want to be part of that exciting development. So I do agree they should come home, but come back to what? And I think once the environment becomes conducive, they will come back home.
Okay, I think we're doing a last.
All right, thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Anna. My name is Oremei. I'm Nigerian. I'm an alum of Cambridge Drug Business School as well, so I'm happy to be here. I'd like to ask your perception, your perspective on what's going on with respect to the financial sector in facilitating trade. When you look at what's going on with the BRIC countries, gathering together and saying, hey, we will do better if we're able to take ourselves out of the dollar being in the center. That's also been driven by the African Development Bank, trying to do things with trade between African countries in local currencies. I've seen it work because I'm in the payment space. I've actually seen it work and empower countries. My question, how much of a factor did you see this? How much of a factor do you see this in empowering the entrepreneurial environment, even in encouraging the diaspora to come home? Because how do you think this will open up a lot of opportunities? Do you think it's really a way to go? That's my question.
Yes, certainty. There is power in economies of scale. Profound power. Africa has over 1 billion people who reside in it. Why shouldn't we have our own euro? Whatever you'd call it. And it's because we don't trade with each other. We don't see value in each other. We see value in other countries and other continents. And yet there we are. And hence I mentioned the mindset change of Africans and as Africans. We look down upon each other. And I don't know what kind of psychologists we shall require to work on Africans' minds, to instill confidence. Yes, the financial world and sector is very important. It's key to it, underpins trade. And as I mentioned to you, we have this company, actually in few countries. It's a retailer, and their money is trapped. They cannot repatriate their profits. So this is what discourages trade because of this. And you mentioned the BRICS Association. Yes, it's there, but we have questions about it and around it. And for me, coming from President Mandela's era, I believe in human rights. And we have to ensure whoever we partner with subscribes to human rights. So it's not about what are the financial benefits. I think it's all holistic to me. And the value systems. Our labor system in South Africa is very complex and sometimes discourages investors because they're highly regulated in their rights. And in some countries, they use slave labor kind of practices, and they don't practice human rights in the right way. So yes, we can do trade with them and form these associations, but I just seem to think the African model for me is what would work best for me as an African. So yes, we need the infrastructure, the ICT infrastructure, to be able to utilize paperless transactions, for example. I should be able, when I trade in Nigeria, should be able to get my money back the same time. Whatever trade I'm doing. So what I'm saying is the African way will still be the best, because we are going to be married to people who don't subscribe to our ethics and humanitarian ways of doing things. And you see them also when they come to our country, how they conduct themselves. How do you bring 1,000 engineers from your country and you disregard the fact that that country has engineers that only need upskilling and twinning and partnerships? Now they are gone. We're back to square one. We need to build the infrastructure. We have to recall them again. And where is our funding going? Going back to Europe. So you see how we are perpetually digging deeper and deeper into this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anna. We have a small gift for you. Just a small sign of gratitude for being here with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We could really go on, but I think in the interest of time, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll just get outside, stretch a little, come back with your questions, come back with your energy as well, and we look forward to the rest of the session. Thanks, guys.
What do you church? Bàmú kejì àfihàn.
It's really good to see you again. Absolutely, absolutely. Take my burden.
Àwọn ọmọ tí mo ní wọ́n jọ kúrò jù. Èèyàn fẹ́ kúrò
Joe is my son and his girlfriend, who are both from Cambridge. So special welcome to them. They're also joined by my brother from traveling from Mumbai, and just entering the room is my wife. So this is a family outing. The timing was perfect, and it's a family outing today to Cambridge. Let me start by telling you a story. It's a story about the second once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, which Charlie will remember very well. I'm not like most of you in the room today. I did not grow up in Africa, nor am I part of the culturally rich African diaspora. In fact, until 2007, I had never set foot in sub-Saharan Africa. And dare I say, probably never even flown over Africa. I was working as an investment banker in Moscow and London at Renaissance Capital, a leading emerging markets investment bank. And we had this vision of growing our very successful business, which till then was solely focused on emerging Europe, into a global pan-emerging markets investment bank. Our business had done extremely well from what we saw as our first once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, where we were positioned for the economic transformation of Eastern Europe, when 300 million people, a large resource-rich geography, integrated itself into the world's open market capitalist system. And in the first decade of this millennium, now nearly 20 years ago, we looked for other markets to expand into. We knew that we were too late for China and India. Latin America was too far away. And yes, there were some small pockets in Asia. But on the southern borders of Europe, just across the Mediterranean Sea, we saw the world's second largest continent. It had over 1 billion people, or 14% of the world's population, huge oil and gas reserves, diamonds, gold, iron ore, copper, 78% of the world's platinum, 41% of the world's palladium, 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land, 12 of the world's 20 fastest growing economies, and a consumer market that was expected to grow from 75 million households in 2005 to 128 million by the year 2020. And so, in February 2007, armed with a research report aptly titled Africa 101, I landed in Lagos to seize my second once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, most of you have lived and traveled extensively across Africa. And you would counsel that anyone visiting the continent for the first time from Europe should probably take it gently and start with maybe Casablanca, maybe Cape Town, or even Nairobi. But my first experience of Africa was Mohammed Murtala Airport, Lagos, a city that I've actually grown to love. And as the doors of the Virgin Atlantic flight opened on a February morning, I, along with 300 or so other passengers, were making that beeline for the immigration desk, pushing, jostling to make sure you're the first one there. I formed my first impressions of Africa. I only heard a part of Dr. Anna's speech about igniting or reigniting Africa's entrepreneurial spirit. Because my first impression of Africa was that Lagos certainly did not need any unleashing or igniting of its entrepreneurial spirit. In fact, some leashing would help. from when I got off the plane until I reached the Echo Suites later that morning, it was the only hotel in Lagos at that time, I was offered every manner of service to expedite my progress through the airport. I had hawkers selling me everything from refreshments, toys, nail clippers, etc., etc. How's that for a Nigerian turn of phrase? But it was not lost on me the underinvested infrastructure, the power cuts in the commercial capital of Africa's largest oil producer, and the huge income disparity. So, ladies and gentlemen, how does one unleash Africa's entrepreneurial spirit, develop its trillions of dollars of natural resources, and realize this second once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? And this morning, I will share with you my thoughts on an important key to this opportunity: the mobilization of capital for development. Capital has many forms, and in my 30 years as an investment banker, I've been intimately involved in capital markets and raising of financial capital of every manner, from equity to senior debt to everything in between. But today, I will speak to you about 3 areas of mobilizing capital for development. First, developing Africa's stock exchanges as a means of intermediating capital. Second, harnessing the immense human capital base and entrepreneurship that all of you, or many of you in the room, represent. And last, the institutional capacity that underpins the mobilization of capital for development. So let's start with Africa's stock exchanges. In 2012, there were 25 stock exchanges in Africa with a total capitalization of $820 billion and about 1,400 listed companies. This represents a ratio of about 50% of market capitalization to GDP, and the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the largest exchange in Africa, made up 75% of that total. Today, there are 29 stock exchanges operating in Africa with a combined market capitalization of $1.6 trillion, so roughly doubled since 2012. There are about 2,400 listed companies in Africa and 61% ratio of market capitalization to GDP. The ratio of market capitalization to GDP in Africa is still amongst the lowest globally. So let me give you some perspective on these numbers. If all the companies listed on the African stock exchanges were combined into a single entity, it would make it the 7th largest listed company in the world. That's all the companies all listed in Africa combined. That would make it the 7th largest listed company in the world. This entity would still only have a market capitalization of little more than half that of Apple. The market capitalization to GDP for India is 120%. For the United States, it's nearly 200%. Just compare that to the 61% I referenced for Africa as a whole. The largest and most liquid market in Africa is the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Yesterday, the total traded volume on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange was about $1.4 billion. This equals the volume traded in Apple shares in just 1 hour. Divide that by 100 for a comparison with the Nigerian stock exchange. As a Nigerian or a Zambian citizen, you have a very small handful of companies listed on your local stock market. I think probably, I don't want to venture a number, but it's probably less than the fingers on one hand, that allow you to participate in your country's immense hydrocarbon or copper wealth. So you may rightly ask me, so what? Right? Why am I telling you all of this? What really is the point? Why is any of this particularly important? And my response would be that whether it is unleashing Africa's entrepreneurial spirit, or developing its infrastructure, or exploiting for the common good its trillions of dollars of natural wealth, Africa needs to have the core financial infrastructure for the conversion of domestic savings into productive investment. Foreign capital, no doubt, has its role, but that is not the only source. In 2020, the savings rate in Africa was about 20% of GDP, which is in line with that of Latin America, and not that far below the 25% or so in South Asia. Some countries, like Tanzania, they have a higher savings rate, 30%, while South Africa has a rate of closer to 13%. So there are large country-by-country variations. So Africa's savings rate alone is not the problem. But where do Africa's savings go? And one report that I saw suggested that 80% of the household assets in rural Africa are in non-financial forms like jewelry, livestock. Bank deposits, they yield negative real interest rates, and domestic fixed income markets are really dominated by the sovereign. Africa would greatly benefit from domestic equity capital markets that can channel savings into productive risk capital for the growth of its companies and for the creation of employment. So what are the solutions? What are the solutions? And here are some suggestions from a practitioner. Firstly, a pan-African stock exchanges. The domestic stock exchanges in Africa, as we have established, are too small and illiquid. Yes, there are a number of considerations around it, including currency issues, etc. But nevertheless, a pan-African liquid stock exchange would be something which would be very beneficial in creating this financial infrastructure that we've referenced. The second is the creation of a domestic equity culture. Encourage private pensions, asset managers to offer retail products for individual investors to channel that savings into the equity markets. The third, tax breaks for individuals to invest in shares. The fourth, similar, but for companies to have fiscal and tax benefits to encourage them to list. And last, let's look to the example in Europe. The growth of the equity culture in many of the European countries came from the privatizations and listings of some of the state-owned enterprises. Some of you may recall the Ask Sid campaigns around the listing of BT, or British Telecom. It wasn't very dissimilar when Deutsche Telekom listed in Germany. And ultimately, nothing succeeds like success. If the stock markets generate real returns, there will be an outlet for domestic savings that will encourage companies to list and mobilize the capital which is required for development and the creation of employment. Dr. Anna has already stolen my thunder when it came to talking about education and human capital. But let me turn to human capital. Africa spends below 5% of its GDP on education. Israel spends 7.5% by comparison. This is a bit of a blunt measure because one also needs to factor in the size of the economy, the population in absolute terms, etc. But nevertheless, the point is that in a 21st century context, an untrained workforce is not necessarily a demographic dividend, it can potentially be a drag. Africa also has the challenge of underemployment. I recall the gardener at our office in Harare being a graduate. He wanted to buy one of the computers we were disposing of as part of an IT upgrade for use by his family and for his children, which of course we then distributed all of those computers to the staff. But that was a reflection of the underemployment of skills in Africa. My experience of Russia was that of a country that had a very high quality educational system, particularly when it came to the STEM subjects. That human capital played a particularly important role in dealing with some of the seismic shifts that we saw when the economies of the former Soviet Union went through their own period of transition in the 1990s. And last, I'll turn to institutional capital. That is also essential for development. Well-regulated capital markets and a banking system to intermediate savings and investment. State agencies for building core infrastructure. A judicial system for resolving commercial disputes. All of these are the core institutional frameworks and institutional capital which are essential to the mobilizing of capital for development. With that, ladies and gentlemen, that's a perspective on mobilizing capital for development. A segue into our next panel on, I believe, financing of Africa's growth. If you do have a few minutes, I'd be very happy to hear any comments or answer any questions. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for that awesome speech on mobilizing capital for development. My name is Akemdi, I work for Brighter Bridges, so we actually track kind of early stage innovation and investment into Africa and emerging markets. My question for you, especially when you speak about kind of the public markets and public equities in Africa, being in investment banking, what other exit opportunities do you see for entrepreneurs or startups in Africa, especially as you've kind of noted, there isn't a huge active engagement in the public equities markets.
Thank you. I think your question was exit opportunities for investors given the absence of public equity markets. You see, the point that you make is a very good one. If you look at whether it is entrepreneurs looking for monetization or fresh capital, or for that matter, private equity exits, the proportion of those exits which take place through the public capital markets relative to private sales in Africa is much, much lower than that in the rest of the world. And that's a combination of things. The first is that where you were already alluding to, which is the public capital markets in Africa are very small. So outside of South Africa, a $75 million listing in one of the regional markets would be a large deal. The Johannesburg Stock Exchange as well, across the last 2-3 years, I'm struggling to think of more than a couple of IPOs. So that's first as far as the regional markets in Africa itself. The second is, of course, the option of listing on international markets, whether it is London, the US, other markets. And there also, the experience of African companies has been very mixed. And there are various reasons for it. One is size. It's difficult to find large businesses to list. The second is Africa needs to do a much, much better job of selling itself and selling the opportunity to global investors. It's still something which is deeply understood, if I can use that word. So your observation is very right that this is something which needs to change, and it therefore goes back to the point that if you want to, part of the attraction for entrepreneurship and startups and all the things that you do is that grand moment when you list. And we've already established that getting to that point where you can list is a difficult one in Africa, partly because of the capital markets opportunity around it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I just had a quick question around regulation. So in your opinion, do you think regulation could possibly be one of the things that's stifling flow of capital, for instance? You mentioned about the stock exchanges, for instance, and some companies. We have, in Nigeria, for example, we've got some large companies that aren't listed. Do you think regulation could possibly be one of the things that is deterring them, or do you think it's an opportunity to then attract them?
I don't necessarily believe that it is regulation alone. Yes, much can always be done for regulation to be used to encourage listings. There are some more fundamental problems. Most of the markets, and if you reference Nigeria as an example, the Nigerian market is very illiquid. I hope I get this right, and I stand to be corrected by those who have a better memory than I. When I was my first visits to Africa and to Nigeria used to trade about $250 million a day. Yeah, that was and the expectation was, when we saw the second once in a lifetime opportunity, our expectation was that actually with growth, with everything else happening on the African continent, we would see that that trading volume rise to be, not dissimilar to many other emerging markets. We were expecting that, across 5 or 7 years, it would probably be $1 billion. It went completely the other way. Nigeria trades, $10-15 million a day today. So it's more than regulation. It's around liquidity. It's around attracting investors, creation of domestic pension funds, asset managers, etc., having a larger role and having a larger allocation to equity.
Hi, Hassan.
So just in the interest of time, please keep your questions brief. We just have 1, 2. That'll be it for the session, please. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'll try and keep my answers brief too.
Hi, Hezlin. I'm Khelemoya, and I actually work in ABSA, in TMT coverage in South Africa. I just happened to be here for graduation, and I was lucky enough to be invited to your talk. Just a few quick questions for me. Is that you mentioned the idea of a Pan-African stock exchange. I'd just be interested in terms of how that would work, given the fact that obviously, and particularly, I obviously assume that the focus would be on sub-Saharan Africa because, kind of North Africa would work differently. So how you would see that working given the non-homogeneous nature of each of the individual jurisdictions. And then secondly, obviously in Johannesburg, over the last couple of years, there have been a number of delistings. So the second question for me is just kind of around how entities in Africa, how you see them being able to sustain the listings. Thank you.
So I'll give you I'll try and give you a brief answer to your question. The first part of your question was some of the practicalities of creation of a Pan-African exchange, and the second was delistings in Johannesburg. See, what I would kind of challenge is to say that why do we believe that a stock exchange is a requirement for every country to individually have as some part of nationalism, of economic nationalism? A stock exchange is a trading platform. Most of it is done electronically. Why does there need to be that each country has its own stock exchange? Why can it not be that a stock exchange is just a trading platform that can be housed anywhere in the world? Why should there not be a single African stock exchange where you can have equities from Nigeria, from Kenya, from South Africa, from Egypt, all of those trade on that one platform? You're right, there's a lot of plumbing that needs to be done around currency, settlement, all of those kinds of issues, but I just challenge as to why should economic nationalism prevent the creation of a single African stock exchange? To your second question about delisting, see, delisting is a phenomenon also happening on the London stock market. It's not a unique phenomenon. Delistings happen when the publicly traded value of stocks is far below what would be the true underlying value. Right? As long as that happens, yes, you will have delistings. And actually, what's wrong in that? From a purely economic sense, a stock is undervalued. You as a company believe that my stock is undervalued and therefore I want to buy it back. Or for that matter, if there are private equity players like the two at the last row up from the private equity world, take the company private. And it's good as an investor, right? If someone wants to pay me a premium to take my company private, sure.
Okay, I'd like to ask a question. My name is Daisy, former student here at Cambridge Judge. I really liked the way you introduced your story about how the first time you went to Africa, you could clearly see that there were systemic issues. Because for myself, I came here about 20 months ago, and for me, I could clearly see how being in the UK is very different from Africa in terms of the financial market. And what I noted is that it seems like we try to superimpose what is working in Europe in Africa and trying to make it work. So for example, the question that you're asking about, why do we need to have, why does each country need to have its own stock exchange instead of having one? Do you feel like the fact that we've adopted a financial system, a financial market system that does not necessarily arise from how we see things or how we trade with each other or how we live with each other, do you think that is one of the fundamental problems we have in Africa when it comes to financing and people catching up to how the market works?
So let me see if I understand your question well. I think what you're asking me is that first, has Africa tried to import a Western model when it comes to its financial regulation? See, to some extent, you're right. And even if you look at Europe today, you do have most of the country, or pretty much every country in Europe, has its own stock exchange. Except the size and scope of Europe is slightly different. But by the same token, you have stock exchange platforms like Euronext. The stock exchanges are not have long moved on from a point where they are owned and operated by governments, or for that matter, even mutuals. The London Stock Exchange is a listed company, so also Euronext. So you have already seen that move. So I would submit that that's similar kind of move that one should see in Africa, and of course also create the opportunities. If you truly do believe in intra-African trade, why should you also not? Why should you hold back when it comes to intra-African investment? And why should intra-African investment only be that for large companies to do? If you as an individual wished in Zambia wish to own shares of a listed company in Kenya, that should be made easy for you. Why should we create barriers for that?
I said it was the last question, but the dean has convinced me on this side. So it's only because he took a great selfie earlier. So if you want a question, take a selfie.
Thank you very much. Your case for a pan-African stock exchange is a fair one, but leave that argument to aside. My question is about how useful stock exchanges might really be for the real sector in Africa. So I can understand that in the primary market, when it comes to IPOs, secondary issues, the benefits are very clear. But a lot of activity on stock markets is in the secondary market, where the benefits to real companies might be limited, but the opportunities might be great for investment bankers and market makers. So where do you see that, the primary market versus the secondary market?
Thank you very much, Dean. See, your question goes frankly far beyond Africa itself. And it comes down to the point as to what is the value of secondary trading. And this is my submission to you. And it's a humble submission because I'm in an academic institute. You have access to people who have the ability to analyze and think through these issues in far greater detail. But this is my submission to you. Liquid investments versus illiquid investments. Your house, your home is an illiquid investment. Your ownership of stocks is a liquid investment. Liquidity has a value. The fact that you can sell 10 shares of Apple computers tomorrow, you can't sell 10 shares of your house tomorrow and buy that back in a week's time. Liquidity has a value. And when it comes to the intermediation of capital, firstly, from the standpoint of you as an investor being able to buy 10 shares of Apple either at its IPO or in the secondary market at any time and sell it 2 weeks later, that has value to you as an investor. For me, as a company, yes, you have the ability to always tap markets at any time in a very liquid manner to be able to buy and sell your own securities. I submit to you that drives, that liquidity drives a lower cost of capital and is a means to be able to intermediate savings and investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the questions as well, everyone. So as we move on to our first panel, we are actually going to have a presentation by Charlie. Let me introduce Charlie before we begin. Actually, go on. All right, so Mr. Charlie Charles Robertson is a highly respected economist and strategist known for his expertise in analyzing global macroeconomic trends, especially in emerging and frontier markets. He currently serves as the head of macro strategy at FIM Partners, an investment firm focused on these markets. Previously, Charlie held senior roles like global chief economist at the Renaissance Capital. He's regarded as a thought leader on the intersections of politics, policy, and markets in developing economies. Charlie's book, The Time-Traveling Economist, offers an insightful exploration of how economic ideas and policies have shaped the modern global economy.
I might have over-prepared for this panel because I've written an entire book about it. The reason I did that is because I was here 10 years ago and we were talking about the problems of financing Africa. In fact, every single conference I've been at on Africa has had a panel on the problem of financing. And after about 5 or 10 years of hearing the same things and the same discussions, I really tried to understand what on earth was going on. I have to just put a shout out to Hasnan because he actually hired me to join Renaissance Capital back in 2010. This took 12 years for me to get all the answers. The most important is, we mentioned twice already, literacy. If you do not have education, you will never escape poverty. That is fact. And when it comes to education, we are talking about 70 to 80% adult literacy is what you need to escape poverty. And the clear lesson from that is educating boys is not enough. If you don't educate women, your country will never escape poverty. Countries in grey have 40% adult literacy. 40% means basically none of the women in a country like Niger can read or write 4 words in any language. Farming is hard work. Cannot read or write that in any language, doesn't matter what language. So the grey countries can't escape poverty. They can't even grow sustainably. The great news is the continent's done an incredible job on this. If I showed you that map from 1960, when decolonisation happened, almost every country was below 40%. And now you can see, even within countries like Nigeria, the south, 80% literacy or more in certain states and Lagos. It's a wonderful story. And it really is the most important. Okay, you've got your literate population across most of the continent. What do they need in order to get a job out of subsistence farming, working in an office or a factory? They need power. If you do not have infrastructure, if you do not have electricity, you cannot create jobs. What happens when you've got high literacy but low power? People leave. The Japa movement out of Nigeria. The Ugandans I meet in Dubai. You know it's true. It was also true of my grandmother's generation in Ireland. And for reasons that will become clear in a minute, they used to leave Ireland because they had education, but they didn't have the savings to create jobs. So why are the countries in grey got such a problem with power? And the answer is interest rates. This does not get talked enough about by development economists, because development economists don't care about interest rates. They take money from Western governments and they give it as aid to governments, or they take IMF cash and give it to governments. Interest rates don't come into the equation. If you're a market person like me or Hasnan or you, when you set up your business, you're going to care hugely about interest rates. This is the price of power in a whole host of countries. Doesn't matter which one. 3% interest rates, the cost of power is cheap. 10% interest rates, the cost of power is high. The Danish wind company, Ørsted, share price is collapsing over the last 2 years. Why? Because UK interest rates have gone from 0 to 1 up to kind of around 5. It's a real problem. So, why are interest rates high in Africa? Because this is the problem for infrastructure. Why are interest rates high in Africa but low in Asia? It's a common question. It's not true. Interest rates are low in Africa. If we go to Mauritius, they're lower than China. In Morocco, I can borrow at 3%. The only country in Africa where we don't talk about financing is Morocco. Why not? What's Morocco done right? To give them the low interest rates, that gives them the amazing electricity, the amazing roads, the amazing ports, the amazing infrastructure that means you can buy Renault cars or Peugeot cars now made in Morocco. Why? I asked the chief economist of the central bank that question about 10 years ago, and he said, when the Spanish threw us out in 1492, we took all the money. Turns out that's not actually the reason. The reason is fertility rates. There is no rich country in the world with a fertility rate above 3 kids per woman. Why? Because if you've got 5, 6, or 7 kids, you've got no money. On average, you've got no money at the end of the working week. If you go back to my great-great-grandparents' generation, we took water out of a well in a village in Cornwall, and we lived in poverty, and we had no power. We had 8 kids. My great-great-grandparents had 8 kids, 3 of whom died under the age of 10. And they didn't have any savings. So Britain had the slowest industrial revolution the world has ever seen. The slowest growth, because we were a high fertility country. You do grow, as long as you're literate, you will grow, but you will not be quick. Why is Asia so much quicker than Europe with industrialization? Because they have got their fertility rates down to 2 to 3 kids. 2 to 3 kids, or less. Bank deposits soar. The richest countries in the world have a low fertility rate and extraordinarily high level of bank deposits to GDP. But if you're down here, this is a log scale, if you're down here between 4 and 7 kids, there's no way your banking system is more than 50% of GDP. In fact, there's only 2 countries, Togo and Mozambique. Togo because of ETI, big bank, and Mozambique because of the huge energy investments. Everybody else is under 40% of GDP. So the money just isn't there. And if I do a picture of Africa then based on fertility rates, what I find is Morocco up there in the top left has got a fertility rate of 2 to 3 kids per woman since 1999. So they've got all the savings they need. So does Tunisia, actually, for that matter. And a country like Nigeria or Congo, Angola, we have such high fertility rates, above 5 kids, we've got no money. And if you've got no money, what's the cost of money? It's extremely high. And that's why interest rates are as high as they are in Nigeria. And the second point then is, if the banks have got no money, because people haven't got any cash to put into the bank, they can't lend. So when I started looking at Nigeria in 2008, 9, 10, I was thinking, okay, we're at 25% of GDP, bank lending. That's going to go 50, right? By the time I'm speaking at the Judge Business School in 2024, that's going to be 50 or 75% of GDP. It's not. It's gone down. Tanzania, flat. Zambia, flat. Uganda, flat. There just isn't cash. So there isn't the bank lending. So what do governments do? They go and borrow from abroad because they haven't got any savings at home. And that, unfortunately, takes us to the default story we've seen in Ghana, Ethiopia, Zambia. And then with currencies, we have then currency volatility. If you're an industrializing economy with your own savings, because you've got a low fertility rate, like Asia, your currencies just get stronger every year, on average. And we can do strong currencies in Africa. Egypt does it sometimes, Nigeria does it sometimes, but they can't be sustained because we haven't got the savings to drive that story. So, when do countries take off? They take off when they drop under 3 kids per woman. Botswana, Philippines, Cambodia. What's the most popular emerging market trade right now? Is Indian equities. Everyone loves India. Why? Because we're under 3 kids. The surprise is going to come for people in 10 years' time. In 10 years' time, Kenya is going to join that group. Egypt is going to join that group. Pakistan is going to join that group. Countries that have never taken off in their history are going to take off. And the reason I wrote the book is because on present trends, Angola and Nigeria, among others, aren't going to get there till 2070. Your kids will be at this conference asking the same questions about the lack of finance in Nigeria unless something happens. What can we do? First of all, educate girls. That's the most important thing. If I've not made that very clear, the most important thing. Secondly, stop kids dying. When my great-great-grandparents had 8 kids, 3 of whom died, what did they do as the first one died? They had another one. It's a really sad thing, but we've got 10% of kids under the age of 5 in Nigeria dying. We used to worry about COVID, and it killed 1% before the vaccine. This is a staggeringly terrible thing, and I think it can be dealt with, not that expensive. So this is a way of summing this up really quickly, easily. If you're under the age of 21, you haven't got any money. And the average age for many of the countries that I care about most is unfortunately under 21. The countries that have got cash are people in their 20s. They've got jobs, money's starting to come in. They can save. It's take-off time. Places like India. And then we've got the old countries. I don't care about the old countries, they're all rich. So what about natural resources? Could natural resources be the solution to the savings problem? No, they can't. Because there's too many people. So if we look at exports per person in Nigeria, it's about $200 per person a year. That's not even $1 a day. Why is Dubai so successful? Because in 1980, Dubai's figure was $180,000 per person. 900 times richer per person 45 years ago than Nigeria today. Yeah, we could double the oil price, we could double the copper price. It's still going to be only at 500 to 1,000 per person per year. Botswana, very lucky. Lots of diamonds and no people. I mean, sorry, there are some Botswanans, but you know, not very many. So I, as a macro guy, say the only solution is cheap currencies. Because what I found when I did this incredibly ugly chart, so sorry, is the countries with the highest bank deposits in the world have 0% real interest rates. The cost of borrowing in real terms is nothing. And most countries with small banking systems, less than 40%, have the highest real rates in the world. You're poor, you pay the most on interest. Incredibly unfair, but that's the reality. Unless you run a current account surplus. You run a current account surplus, your real interest rate is 0%. So, that is a fairly tough issue to talk about. I'm saying that if you could sort out education and sort out fertility rates and do it in a good way of saving kids' lives, then in 10 or 20 years, the story's going to get much better. Shorter term central banks can run cheap currency policies. We're seeing that in Egypt, Nigeria, Ghana. We're seeing that now. It's helping. It will help. But I'm hoping that this panel produces a few new ideas that I haven't heard before as to how we can do it perhaps even quicker. So, thank you very much.
All right, so we're going to continue with the panel, and this is on financing Africa's growth. Can our panelists please come to the stage? So joining Charlie, thank you for that presentation as well. We have Dr. Ike Chioke, who's the Group Managing Director, AfriInvest West Africa Limited. We have Kola Aina, the founding partner of Ventures Platform. And we have Daniel Duma, who's a research fellow at Stockholm Environment Institute with a speciality in finance for sustainable development. And of course, our moderator is Toyosi Oni, who's an MBA student.
That's a great presentation. Yeah, we captured a lot of
Africa's role. Africa's role in the future is important, as we've heard multiple times. Global averages in the last decade, there's significant gaps that remain. For example, the World Bank estimates that sub-Saharan Africa needs to invest approximately 7% of GDP each year in infrastructure if it's to meet its SDG goals. However, we're tracking behind, with current rates at 3.5% of GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the finance panel of Cambridge Africa Business Conference, where we are joined by astute investment professionals who need no introduction, but I will go ahead. I'll start with Dr. Ike Chioke, who is the Group Managing Director of AfriInvest West Africa. It's one of the continent's leading investment banks. Next, I'll introduce Mr. Kola Aino. He's the founding partner of Ventures Platform, which is a key index when it comes to venture investing in Africa. Most of the household names you know, he's on their cap table. The next person I'll introduce is Mr. Daniel Duma, who's a research fellow at Stockholm Environment Institute with a specialty in finance for sustainable development. And he's also one of our own as an alumni of the University of Cambridge. Last but not least, certainly not least, I would introduce Mr. Charles Robertson, who's a leading strategist and author of The Time-Traveling Economist. He's also my former boss and mentor, and I'll say shout out to Hasnan, who started this loop. So to start the panel, I think Charlie gave a very interesting presentation, and he highlighted that there are 3 key things to unlocking financial development in Africa. It's low savings, high fertility, and an improvement in electricity. I'm keen to hear the thoughts of the panelists on this. If they agree or disagree, I think maybe we'll start with Dr. Ike and hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. I had a really interesting time listening to Tim's presentation. Taking on your question, in terms of the savings in Nigeria, Nigeria has 20 trillion naira today saved up in the pension industry. But as Hassan alluded in his presentation, much of that is tied up investing in government bonds, probably at least 75%. And how you unlock that savings to go into the equity markets or go into the real sector in infrastructure is really the trick that we haven't unlocked. And so if you think of Nigeria, it's almost the same proverbial challenge we have. We've got oil, but we don't have petrol. At least Dangote has come in now to build a refinery, but even that means that he's probably going to have to export quite a lot of the refined petrol he's doing and not supporting the local market. So in a similar way, we have savings accumulated in Nigeria, but those savings are not actually being invested into the economy. They're essentially just funding the government, who goes on borrowing, and we do have issues about the efficiency of government borrowings in terms of the transparency, the actual areas of focus. So yes, we can actually unlock savings, and there are a few ideas that are being put in together by the current government. I also happen to wear another hat as a non-executive director of MOFI, Ministry of Finance Incorporated. And we now are looking at pushing MOFI to become more like Temasek of Singapore, and leverage on some of the savings we already have in Nigeria to begin to address the issues of growth, particularly investment in infrastructure, which can then allow the banks to support such projects. There are a bit more complex issues around it, because obviously banks are looking for capital to recapitalize. But then even if they got that capital today, and we think the deficit for the banking sector is 4 trillion naira, you still have to figure out what are they going to do with that capital. So unlocking opportunities for investment in the economy is critical. And until you get it right, we're like a discordant opera where everybody's singing different tunes. And someone needs to kind of, like a conductor, harmonize all the tunes and all the voices, and so we can sing a beautiful symphony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ike. I like how you spoke about harmonizing all the different forms of capital. And I guess that moves into my next question, and this is for Kola. I believe when we speak about African capital markets, the first thing we go to are the public markets, the debt markets, the equity markets. However, there's an emerging asset class that I don't think people are paying enough attention to, and that is private markets, and that's venture capitalism and private equity. And so I really would like Kola to please draw on further explain to us that markets are not just public.
Sure. Thank you very much for the question, and I have to say I was thrilled by your presentation. It was a stark presentation of the brutal facts. I think it kind of alludes to what you've asked, that unfortunately, until we deal with some of these fundamental issues like the birth rates, the markets in Africa for private capital are just really small, which is why we advocate for a very specific kind of innovation, because the challenge in Africa, yes, you've got the vast population, but really it's a challenge of non-consumption. People simply can't consume what they need, whether it be education, whether it be healthcare, whether it be food, nutrition. And so I think the best venture capital opportunities today would be really unlocking, converting that non-consumption into consumption opportunities. And the question then is, how do you do that? And I think you do that by really rethinking how you deliver these goods and services for low-income consumers. A case in point, a couple of years ago, I think when Mo Ibrahim and the MTN crew were starting out, everyone laughed and said it would be impossible for these poor Nigerians to consume telecom services. Today, there are over 100 million telco lines in Nigeria. Another example I'll give is a portfolio company in our portfolio who myself and Olumide, who's going to chat later, co-invested in, called PiggyVest in Nigeria, that's enabling millions of young Nigerians gain access to high-yield instruments despite their very low incomes, because you rethink how you sort of organize this high-yield instruments and use different types of innovations to deliver it to low-income earners. So I think this is the only game in town until we kind of face the big elephants in the room, like figuring out how you tell someone in Kano or Zamfara that they should have 2 kids. Good luck with that. It is the unfortunate reality that we have to contend with, but it doesn't sort of remove the fact that even in that converting non-consumption to consumption, there are significant opportunities, as we've seen across the African venture capital landscape in the last few years.
Thank you so much, Kola. My next question is for Daniel. I know maybe not everyone has had the opportunity to read Charlie's book, but Charlie makes a very interesting supposition. He states that if Africa was to industrialize like the rest of the world does, with the current use of fossil fuels, there could be very dire effects for the world. And the question I have for you is, how can we contextualize sustainable finance and its true implications for Africa?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Such a pleasure to be here. Thanks so much for the organizers for inviting me. First of all, maybe just a few words about the organization where I work. So the Stockholm Environment Institute is a research and policy organization based in Stockholm, but with offices all around the world, with some 400 researchers. And we are supported by the Swedish government to promote and to research the subjects of the environment and development as two sides of the same coin. So we never talk about one without the other. At this institute, I lead a program called Finance for Sustainable Development. And with this program, what we're trying to do is to gain insights and to develop an understanding of the drivers of viability of projects in sustainable economic activities, as we call them, and to extract those insights from the microeconomic level, and from developers, from entrepreneurs, from lenders, from everyone involved, and to feed them into the global climate finance discussion that we believe sometimes is so far removed from the realities on the ground. And with what our belief is, and based on the findings from some of our main research projects, is that finance flows to viable projects. It just finds its way. When the drivers of viability are there, capital finds its way. And the main research project, and I'm going to get back to this if I get the opportunity, our main research has been on financing utility-scale renewable energy throughout Africa, and we've done a lot of research on that. And the reason why we chose that subject was that, confusingly, there is a lot of conversations that say there isn't enough capital. We need more capital. We need to negotiate more capital. But when you look, for example, at the cumulative investments in renewables throughout Africa from 2010 to 2020, they are fewer than a single LNG project in Mozambique that was able to attract 20 billion in senior loans from a group of commercial banks. So is it really a problem of attracting capital? This is not our finding, and I'll be very happy to share some of the findings on renewables in Africa and what makes them financeable, and what should be some of our, let's say, our optics towards this subject according to our research.
Thank you so much. That's very interesting. I think, so going on I like what you said, that a viable project will find money, and it made me think of a very key consideration in finance, risk. So how do we manage, Africa has these very interesting idiosyncrasies, whether be it the volatile exchange rates, the interest rates. As people with skin in the game, how do you navigate these risks? I can start with you, Dr. Ike, and hear your views.
Well, risk management is a challenge in Africa. There's a term that's become very common, typically when we are dealing with international companies coming into the country, whether it's in Ghana or Liberia or Nigeria, and that is VUCA, V-U-C-A. Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So when you're dealing in such an environment, ask yourself, how are you going to do the risk management? And even if you get around like saying, okay, I'm going to diversify across West Africa, and I go and choose Ghana, Nigeria, and Senegal, I might actually choose the three countries that are going down at the same time, surprisingly. And if you're saying, okay, Nigeria has a commodity like oil, I can try and find a way to link my business to that. It's again quite challenging when you're immersed in the economy itself, and how do you protect yourself? And I think that for us, it's just trying to manage all the issues and try to establish relationships and linkages with both regulators, your customers, your competition, so you know what is constantly happening. But then there's a big factor you can't manage, and that is politics and leadership. We happen to have a governor from Nigeria here, and he will tell us more eloquently about that, Governor Alex Otti. But my experience of running AfroInvest for 2 decades in Nigeria has seen that despite the fact that the investment banking firm has grown by multiple times from a single brokerage firm to now an investment holding company with 7 operating divisions, the risk of leadership in the political economy of Nigeria has seen the exchange rate shrink, go from $100 to 100 naira to $1, 2002 roughly, to now 1,500 naira to $1. And so you've got a 15 times contraction against you. So you're almost kind of swimming against the tide, and that's a very difficult thing. I remember a slide that Haslam put up in terms of how the Nigerian equity market was trading something like $150 to $250 million a day back in 2005. And that's true. At that time, AfroInvest controlled 10% of that market. So you could imagine the daily average volume we recorded as a brokerage firm. Now we're doing $5 to $10 million equivalent. But that, in real terms, they get compressed by the exchange rate, which is 1,500 to the dollar. So but there's actually 2 factors. The volumes have dropped in naira terms, while the exchange rate has also been devalued in naira terms. So you have a double effect, which is why when you put it all together, the whole of Africa's equity markets today is about 2% of the world equity market. So it's quite small. And how we all sort of get together and, create a reason for risk management. Some of the international investors will say, well, it's really too small. If I'm going to do it, I'll just try and buy 1 or 2 bellwether stocks and just ride along that. Unfortunately, the biggest companies that are in the oil and gas sectors are not listed. So there's work to be done in that area to bring them in. But risk management is going to be a challenge anyhow you look at it. Thank you.
I was going to say that I'm keen to see you.
Thanks. I mean, yours is 2%. All of the venture capital that flows into Africa is less than 1% of global VC. So, finance in general is minuscule on the continent. But I think, when we think about risk management as early stage venture capital investors, there are 3 things that we obsess with. I think most recently, the first has been FX, currency. Our current fund is a $50 million Pan-African early stage fund. And when we signed the dotted line on that fund, it's a 2023 vintage. We did all the raising in 2022. The exchange rate was circa 400 or so. Today we are hovering between 1,200 and 1,400. That creates real problems. But we've taken, a tripartite approach. So on the portfolio level, it's one of the reasons we are Pan-African investors. And so, if you accept the fact that these FX shocks are cyclical, you do your best to time the different markets. And recently we've been investing quite actively in Senegal as a shoehorn into the Francophone region, utilizing something we describe as a lake strategy, where you only want to back companies that can absolutely be dominant number 1, because in a small market like Senegal, you're not going to deliver VC returns with a number 2 or number 3. You could do that in Nigeria if the currency doesn't move against you. The second thing we do, we try to look at very closely is really say, how do you find companies that are delivering goods and services locally but earn FX in US dollars, for instance, in revenue? And you'd be surprised that there are a number of those types of businesses in the technology-enabled startup space, and we have quite a number of that across our portfolio. I think the third, which is really asking someone to do the near impossible, is evaluating companies for their ability to grow beyond the impact of FX devaluation and, unfortunately, in places like Nigeria, inflation as well. What it means is the basket size of opportunities we can invest in becomes narrower and narrower with time. I think that the second sort of risk profile that we obsess with, and I think you alluded to it, is I wouldn't call it political risk, more so regulatory risk, and the way we try to navigate that obviously is ensuring that we engage with the regulators. A number of the companies are now becoming systemic. That I think in the early days, in the early 2000s, we all felt you could build your payment platform in the shadows and no one would come for you. But startups, some of the companies in our portfolio, in the various venture capital portfolios in Nigeria, for instance, account for more than 50% of electronic payments. And so these companies are now becoming systemic. And so actively engaging the regulators, a number of the companies are actually now investing in public affairs functions, such that you can sort of work with the regulators to co-create their regulatory approach, such that it becomes a win-win for the consumers and for the companies themselves. I think the third, which is probably not talked about as much, is really just operational risk. Most startups commit to what we call suicide, basically self-implode, as a function of the either disputes between founders or just poor management or poor governance. I think this then is the only way you mitigate this is really on the basis of your selection, but also the strength of the governance that you put in place at the right stage. And so, look, I think high risk, high reward, it's the name of the game, as long as you have a plan in place.
I think my one's still working. That high risk, high reward is absolutely right. The return on equity for investing in a lot of African countries is about the highest in the world you can get. So if you've got capital, because there's not much capital, it's very valuable, and you can make an awful lot of money with it. And I think management for many of the successful companies is probably the most hard-working and most intelligent management you will find anywhere on the planet. Hard-working because everything's against you. Logistics are against you. Bureaucracy is sometimes against you. Maybe politicians aren't always on your side. The currency is definitely against you a lot of the time. You've got so many challenges. If you can navigate those, which requires a huge amount of work, my God, you're intelligent. So that I find great. And in regard of just two more things just about capital, that issue you talked about PE and venture capital, the difficulty is, in the States, you raise a private equity fund, $1 billion, and you borrow another $3 billion 2 years ago, 1% interest rates. Now you've got a $4 billion fund, and you only have to make 2% a year to pay your debt. Let's try and do that in Sub-Sahara, 10, 15, 20% interest rates. You can't increase your fund in the same rate, so you can't be as big. So again, all the advantages accrue to the countries that already have the savings. So you will be left with, when you set up businesses, relying on your own profits. But if you've been in London Cambridge, so London-centric. If you've been in Cambridge for a few months, you might have noticed shops like Boots and Sainsbury's. And when they were set up in the 1870s and 1880s, they also didn't get cash from the banks, not from the stock market. They did it from their own profits, their own return on equity, and because now, 150 years later, still going strong. So the equity point that Anna was talking about earlier, absolutely right. That's a brilliant way to get money in. What you're doing is fantastic. Best of luck from my perspective.
God's work.
Thank you so much, Charlie. I was going to go back to you on this same question of risk, and because you've looked at so many different markets, are there any specific learnings that you think that African countries can take from the other markets, whether it be Southeast Asia or South Asia or Central and Eastern Europe, in sort of mitigating these risks?
I think I've tried to give as much as I can. The book is not really just about Africa, it's about explaining what happened in Europe 300 years ago. Why Asia has been so quick in the last 50 years, why Latin America not so much. I've tried to capture all of that.
In the book.
Again, by the way, there's probably an illegal version of that. There is super cheap if it's free and illegal. So don't really have to pay the publisher 94% of the price.
Actually, when we go into Q&A, the person with the best version is going to win an autographed copy of the book. So I'm looking forward to engaging on the questions. I guess my final question before we go into Q&A is, I guess I'll point that towards Daniel. From your research, what's the role of government in the policies to drive sustainable finance? I'm keen to hear where there are gaps and where there are good policies in getting the government involved.
Yes, it's not an easy answer to give, but the role of government is absolutely fundamental, and this is one of the findings that we've seen. If you flipping a little bit the conversation, which tended to focus a little bit on the supply side of finance, we looked a lot at the demand side of finance, so the project developer, the one getting to the point of requiring finance. Well, getting to that point is unbelievably hard. Speaking about interest rates and the price of power, what we've seen is financiers, and especially DFIs, development finance institutions, fighting, competing to lend at concessional rates, at very low interest rates, to the few projects that have some prospect of viability, meaning to the few projects that could imagine getting paid, right? Speaking about the role of government, the biggest bottleneck that we're finding is this lack of commercial viability that stems from the fact that many governments are suffering from high levels of debt. They are suffering, let's say, managing utilities that cannot recover their costs, even their prudent and conservative costs. They maybe recover 60, 70%, or even and fewer than that. So, in the absence of strong governments that can manage the public sector in a way that makes it comfortable for an investor to even conceive creating a project that ends, or tries to approach the financiers. Without that, the progress will be limited. Having said that, I really want to emphasize something. I believe, especially on renewables, which is the subject I research the most, I believe progress is happening, and we're not seeing it because we're using the wrong metrics. We're looking at money as the metric, and we're seeing it, the levels of investments being low. But I'll give you just one example. In Malawi, one single project that was built with incredible efforts from so many developers, so many lenders, so many development specialists and partners, the government, everyone worked for 3 or more, 5 years inventing new risk mitigation instruments. They got an 80 megawatt project on the ground with batteries that is functioning right now, that added almost 25% to the existing capacity. If that's not success, I don't know what is. So I think focusing only on these huge numbers, on the millions, the billions, the trillions, may make it seem like nothing is happening, when a lot is actually happening.
That's very encouraging. So open up to the audience for Q&A. Okay, we have a question over there. We have some over there. Oh, wow, okay. Is it because of the book?
Could I preempt one question which comes up a lot? Yes, China's in trouble with an old population. I'm not suggesting anyone doing China. And the West is in trouble too. In longer term, US and UK much less so, but Italy and Hong
Hong and all sorts of countries.
I guess I like your argument that currently the average age for the continent is about 19. We just need to move towards pushing it up to 24, 25, yes. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I'm going to let the mic runners choose who they're going to give the books to.
Thank you. I feel honored. Hi, my name is Taniola. I'm a management consultant with Deloitte, focusing on delivering major programs, especially in the public sector. And I'm also an MSc student studying social innovation here at Judge. I feel to apologize for my question because I'm kind of curious to understand why, especially in this time of JAPA, where everybody wants to move away from Africa, where the prospect of being a teacher assistant in London is so much more promising than being a banker in Lagos. And you talked about the VUCA environment and how difficult it is to convince investors to invest into Africa. I kind of want to ask you personally why you decide, because you're clearly so brightly intelligent, and if you were to, do anything abroad, everybody would probably tell you could become a billionaire. But why you decide to continue investing your time and efforts into Africa?
Oh, wow, that's a tough one. I went to New York recently, and one of my colleagues at Goldman Sachs is running a firm that we started out about the same time, but his is now running at hundreds of millions of dollars of revenues and profits, while the exchange rate has pushed mine down the other way. But I think for me, there's a bit of it that it feels like passion, wanting to give something back. And a long time ago, before I moved back to Nigeria, I could draw the line that if I stayed at Goldman Sachs, I'll make partner within 5 to 6 years, and I'll be very successful, but probably not as happy as I am today. And the firm I've built, AfroInvest, has employed and trained hundreds of people. Today, the head of the Nigerian exchange, Jude Chiamaka, is a former AfroInvest, the former head of number 2 at the SEC, former AfroInvest. But I do have a lot of the alumni of the firm all over the place. And indeed, actually, I have an AfroInvest member of the team here, Dio, standing there. So part of it is impact, and part of it is transformation. And working with many state governors over the years, we've actually managed to make a difference in subnationals where there is focus and commitment. You can make a difference, and it's so very much rewarding when that happens. When you see you raise funding for roads, for bridges, for hospitals, for training of manpower, and that change has happened, and those subnationals take off. So that's the reason why I'm here. I couldn't think of something else to be doing at this time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's quite interesting, and I thought perhaps Charles and maybe Nicola as well to say, it's just the full picture, and I'm asking from the perspective of, okay, what is the impact of globalization in all of this? Because all of a sudden, the job out, like you mentioned, means people are moving elsewhere. So really, the net number of people, population changes, remittances changes things as well. But also from goods and services, you've got businesses that are leveraging low cost of operations in Africa, but focusing on forex or forex income from the rest of the world. So are there is globalization not changing this model? Just the same way we see that even the way you think about inflation, with imported inflation, it's changing the calculations all over the world. That's the question. Thank you.
This is for me, or?
I'm starting with Charles, and I think. Sorry, I've got this now. Yes, the immigration movement is inevitable. You peak at about $5,000 to $10,000 per capita GDP. It's when the highest percentage of your people leave the country. So $1,000 not many people do. They haven't got the skills to leave, or the money actually, but 5 to 10,000 is where most people leave, so it's going to get much bigger, the Japa movement, over the next 10, 20 years. But that will then give a huge flow of remittances back. That's what happened to the Philippines in the 1980s and the 1990s when they were high fertility, but also high education. Same story as Nigeria today, southern Nigeria. So and we saw that help Philippines, but it didn't take off. Philippines didn't really take off until their own fertility rate came down and their interest rates came down, and then they grew at 6% a year for 20 years. So, but the remittances is a problem. So globalization does help. The second problem, though, is that most FDI, foreign direct investment, goes to rich countries. And when it goes to emerging markets, it goes to the emerging markets that have already got fantastic electricity, great ports, great roads. It goes to Vietnam. It used to go to China, still does. It will go to the countries that already have the advantages. So unfortunately, just when every country in Africa becomes self-reliant, and every country will become self-reliant, because the fertility rates will come down, and then your savings will grow. You don't need foreign capital. At that point, foreign capital will say, oh yes, we want to come. That's what happens everywhere. So unfortunately, it's not really going to be as helpful as I'd like it to be right now. It's going to choose India instead, mostly.
If I could just contribute to that. Using Nigeria as an example, I think the biggest risk we face is actually the leadership conundrum. Nigeria has so much capital trapped in the country, but all the capital is sort of afraid and stuck to themselves. For example, in Nigeria, you're allowed to have a US dollar bank account. The cumulative of deposits in Nigerian banks in dollars is about at least $35 billion sitting there. That's separate and distinct from our pension savings, which I mentioned is today about $15 billion sitting there. That's still separate from the investments in the capital markets, in the stock market. Our stock market is valued at about $40 billion. And you see all these pockets of capital, but what is happening because of the leadership that hasn't really organized it away in a disciplined, focused, transparent manner and pulled all the facets of the country together. All these bits of capital are afraid to talk to each other. And they don't want to even go to this side of the equation, private markets. There are just a few people that recognize it. So what we've seen that once you have good projects, once government can focus and say these are the sectors we want and create the right incentives and lower some of the hurdles to come in there, then you can actually channel this capital locally to go in those directions. And once that capital is going there, the internationals can come in. The idea that you can leave Nigeria and go to 20 countries in 6 months and bring foreign capital, I still don't get it when you've not actually focused on building on the sectors you want and particular projects that are critical for the economy to grow, because you already have the capital. Once your capital starts mobilizing in that direction, then you can attract the foreigners. And that would then help us. Even with the Japa syndrome, too, I even forgot to mention, we get remittances above $20 billion a year on top of the other 3 pockets of capital. But most of that comes to, just pay for weddings and funerals and just consumption, Thank you.
If I may as well, I think on the Japa movement and the globalization, I'm not too worried. There's an added benefit of talent recycling that I think we also see. So first off, many folks would migrate, and ultimately in 7 to 10 years, they tend to come back even more experienced, with more capital, more savings. But also we're seeing, if you are a software engineer today, there's a cap to the complexity of projects that you can undertake in Nigeria or Ghana, just because of the scale and complexity of the companies that exist. And so it's actually it's a great opportunity for you to go to Berlin, to go to New York and work for Booking.com or call it whatever you want. And we're now seeing these folks branch out and start AI companies and start all sorts of startups. and we love to invest in them. So look, the world is an oyster. I'd love for more folks to go Japa. The challenge is that, then as our companies scale, they struggle to find the talent that they need. So there's pros and cons to this, I say.
So we have just, I can see a lot of hands up, but please, we just have one more question and then, okay, 2 more questions, and then please, we have to stop this there.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Sophia. So before I ask my question, I want to respond to Mr. Daniel. Finally, China's population has declined from last year. So we are number 2 now. Hopefully it can deduct half of the population in the next 10 years. Okay, my first question is, maybe it is useless, but I still want to hear the response from your perspective. How do you predict the exchange rate for Naira and dollar in remaining of these years? Because it is a disaster from last December up till this moment. Last December, the exchange rate is 950, but to January, February is come up to 1,600. I know a lot of investors that just hesitate to invest, and I also know a lot of foreigners left the Nigeria. What I say is Nigeria market. So for us also do business in Nigeria, it is a very big challenge. So I want to hear about your point from your perspective. Maybe it is very intelligent, just treat it as a reference.
I'd just say it's really not hard to guess where we're going to be in a year or two's time, if you can make a rough guess on inflation. So back in 2017, I would say the Naira was about, I can't remember, 300. I said it's going to 1,000 in 5 years. That looked ridiculous in 2017, especially with the fearless governor. So, but sure enough, it came through in the end, because the inflation differential between countries determines where the exchange rate goes. So Ethiopia, we know, is going to devalue massively in the next 1 to 2 years. 50, 70%, maybe more. Could be within months. Yeah, it's inevitable. It's not a debate about it. It's not actually that complicated. So just roughly assume inflation for any country versus America, and then you know what the exchange rate has to do. That's
What point? 2,000 or...
My fair value for the Naira right now is 950. 950 is where the currency should be. And it's just sold off ridiculously to 1,600 again, 1,500, 1,600, and it's to the dollar. Sorry, I only talk about dollar. Pound. Dollar is what it's about. So I think that Naira is going to come back. I think the Naira is going to get stronger.
For our last question of the panel,
It's me. Yeah. I was asked to speak into the mic. My name is Ibika Amog, and I've been in the banking industry for nearly 40 years. I was starting from Nigeria and then working in the City of London for over 30 years now. But I've been following the trend of exchange rate movements, investments, the up and down of the African markets. My question now goes to the panel. Since we know that politics is a major factor, and we know that there's risk, there's always been a risk, and we know that in Africa, we have this VUCA effect when you're looking at your risk. Question is around creating something from a private side. So could we get something that would checkmate the political impact or the political changes that impact our growth in Africa? Thank you.
I don't see how you can. I was advising one of the leading telcos last year, just before the change of government, on a major transaction. They had to acquire some frequencies that are necessary for them to offer lower cost 5G services. We could have closed the deal before May 29th, which is the handover date for the new president. The elections have been won, so we knew that Bola Ahmed Tinubu was coming in. But then they said, no, we want to be sure that the new government would accept the terms and conditions that the outgoing government had signed into it. And we argued ad infinitum, please close this deal, sign up, pay everybody, and just hold on to it. But they preferred to wait for the new government to come so that there'll be no surprises. Now, the new government came and eventually just introduced one more level or two more layers of tariff that made the deal 3 times more expensive. It was painful. I don't know how you could have de-risked that in any private setting, because we didn't see that coming. But ultimately, the deal closed, and everybody was just exhausted from the effort. So what we've seen time and time again is that government can just stonewall you, and you do all you want, and they just simply not take your calls. But you don't have a transaction, you don't have a company, you don't have a business until you show up and pay whatever terms they've insisted to put on that transaction. On the flip side is when government recognizes that the private sector is the best catalyst they have to growing the economy and making sure people are organized and making sure that the bureaucracy is as minimal as possible and making sure the rules are transparent and people can follow that. It's actually, it changes everything. You find, you can find 10 more investors who want to come to that particular state or country to do the same deal. Yeah, that's my own experience.
Just add a comment. I think my good friend Efosa often says Africa never promised you conducive operating environments, ready consumers, or governments that would stimulate your business. I think if you do business in Africa, invest in Africa, you do it in spite of all these challenges, because Africa is at a certain level in the continuum of development of democracies. I was shocked recently to read about vote buying in England I don't want to say the wrong year, but in very recent history. So I think we have to contextualize all of these discussions within the context of where Africa is in that continuum. Thank you.
I have to say, I'm so sorry. I know there's still so many questions, but please, you would have to catch our panelists during our networking session, our lunch and our break. I'd like to end this panel saying a huge thank you to you all for sharing your insights. They're so invaluable. And from us at Cambridge Judge Business School, we're so grateful that you have honored our invitation. Thank you. Before you leave, we have some presents for each of you.
Tosi, you didn't tell us who won the book. The questions were asked. Yeah.
I have to. I'm going to find the winner and give it to them privately. So.
All right, thank you, everyone. I think we will go on to our fireside chat. I know a lot of you are looking forward to this as well. So please allow me to introduce His Excellency Dr. Alex Otti, who is the Governor of Abia State, Nigeria. And this fireside chat will be moderated by Chizara Lawson, who's an MBA student, and James Oleka, who's an EMBA student. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome. My name is Chizara Lawson. I'm a current MBA student here at George Business School. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to this fireside chat. We are honored to have with us a very special guest, His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, the Executive Governor of Abia State, Nigeria, and my home state. With a distinguished career spanning over 3 decades, in the banking and finance industry, Governor Oti brings a wealth of experience and expertise to his role. His tenure at various reputable institutions, including his leadership as the Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Diamond Bank, has earned him respect and admiration both locally and internationally. Since taking office in May 2023, Governor Oti has implemented ambitious policies and reforms aimed at revitalizing Abia State's economy, improving infrastructure, and enhancing the overall quality of life for its residents. His administration's focus on transparency, accountability, and inclusive development has resonated with the people of Abia State, fostering renewed hope and optimism for the future. As a proud native of Abia State, it is a tremendous honor to welcome His Excellency to George Business School. Today, we have the privilege of engaging with Governor Oti in an open and candid discussion. This fireside chat presents an opportunity to gain insights into his vision, priorities, and strategies for Abia State, for Nigeria, and for the rest of Africa. We encourage you to actively participate, share your thoughts, and ask questions. Please join me in giving His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti a warm welcome to Cambridge Judge. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for being with us today. I would like to dive straight into our conversation. We have a lot to cover, and I'm sure that the audience here would love to ask you some questions and engage with you. So the first question would be, after an illustrious career in banking and finance, you decided to go into public service. What was the driving force for that decision? I would like to know what led you into making that change in career into public service.
All right, let me start by thanking you, Chizara, and James, for having me here. And then, of course, appreciating the George Business School and the University of Cambridge for the great job they are doing in the world of academia. I'm actually honored to be here today. To your question, it's something that I believe was natural. Yes, I was the Group Managing Director and Chief Executive of a fast-growing bank at that time. Joined the bank in 2011. in terms of the metrics for measurement. It was somewhere about number 15, number 16 out of the 21 banks at that time. And in record time of 3 years, my team and I, we are touching number 6, doubling growth in profitability, total deposits, and a lot of other areas. I also doubled down as the chairman of the Committee of Bank CEOs in Nigeria. And so it was a very tough decision to disengage from the bank. I had a lot of pressure even from the then governor of Central Bank because I was the chairman of the Central Bank Committee on Sustainability, Gender and Economic Development. So, but I had thought about it. I come from a state with a lot of potentials to do well, but then have been underperforming. And I saw that all the time the quality of leadership was not at par with what we expected. And the easiest thing to do was to fold my arms and continue to enjoy the comfort of my office at that time. But then you ask yourself, who will bear the cat? And I thought I should make the sacrifice because I strongly believe that you can never make omelets without breaking eggs. So it was a difficult decision. There was pressure from my family. I remember my father-in-law, who was alive then, we lost him in 2020, summoning me. He was very close to me and very cerebral. And after so much argument, he had to give me permission because he thought I needed to go. So the performance of my state was not at par, and I thought I could do something about it. The people themselves were also going down in terms of poverty rate, in terms of unemployment, in terms of quality of education, quality of healthcare, infrastructural decay, particularly Aba, which I'm very passionate about. I was born in Aba, I schooled in Aba, and I knew what Aba used to be in those days. And then I watched in less than 2 decades Aba declining. A lot of industries that operated at that time had voted with their feet because of infrastructural decay, insecurity, and just the general poor standards of governance. So I took that decision, and I'm glad I did, even though it took 10 years for me to get there. But then all that ends well is well. So I believe it was the right decision, and I will encourage more and more people to jump into the public space, because the more people we have there, the more critical mass that we're able to have. Then some of the changes, I was very impressed with the presentation of Charles, and I actually had asked for his contact. Some of the ideas that he threw up here are the ideas that keep me up at night. How can we make life better for our people? How can we improve on the welfare of our people? Our people are very resilient, are very hardworking. They just need government to do a few things. They are not even interested, and that's why it's easy to take them for a ride. Once you put the basic infrastructure in place for them, make the place safe, clean up the entire environment, you leave them. They can fend for themselves and do it very, very well. So I don't know if I've answered your question.
Definitely have. That was an incredible story, incredible journey out there. Would love to hear more on that later.
Thank you, His Excellency, and we are happy to have you here today. Thank you very much. I just wanted to kind of hone back on your career quite a little bit. You talked about the difficulties in making those decisions to transit from your illustrious banking career into launching into politics. And you talked about, it took you about 10 years to make that transition. And you also talked about that you encouraging people to kind of make similar transition. I think my question would probably be is, what are the challenges that you faced in making those decisions to transit into politics? And how did you actually overcome those challenges? And what would be your advice to young people and people sitting in this room that are thinking about transiting from career to actually go into the public life or politics, to be able to do what you are currently doing in Upper State? Thank you.
Thank you, James. Good questions there. Triple barrage. So, you know, it's easier to take a risk when you don't have so much to lose. So, if you were seated in a comfortable office doing well, and so to make that change, some people would find it very difficult, and I understand it, because it was also very difficult for me. The board of the bank 6 months earlier had just renewed my tenure, and so there was nothing that I was running away from. So, but then once you've made up your mind on what you want to do, you should focus on it. That's the first response. So, so one of the challenges that I was struggling with in 2013 was the issue of what happens if anything goes wrong. Because you could jump into the territory that you didn't know very well, and then things go wrong. But I quickly responded to that by saying I could always find my way back to the private sector. I wasn't leaving the private sector because there was anything wrong. It was a decision. So I could make a few sacrifices, but I could always come back to the private sector. The second challenge was the people I was going to work with, because you can't do it alone. So how would I ensure that the people who would work with me shared my vision and were willing to make the required sacrifices? And we are going to be pulling people from the major parties who have been used to certain ways of doing things. People get into politics and they tell you it's all about interest. I'm sure you've heard that. So when people are talking of interest, you have to add something they are not adding, and that is self or selfish. So they are talking about themselves. So, so how are you going to be dealing with the selfish interests of people putting money in the pockets, people who see themselves as politicians and the rest as non-politicians? No problem with that. But then the only difference is that non-politicians are supposed not to understand how politicians do it. But they forget that politics is everything. They also make the environment very unattractive for those who are outside. So you don't even think of coming in. Sometimes they make it very violent, kill people, maim people, and when you look in and you say, no, this place is done for me, it's just the rule of the jungle. But then you must also tell yourself that once you've made up your mind and you are doing the right thing, that's also very important. So once it's the right thing, you should stay there. And that's probably why I was able to, even though I won the election in 2015, but it was stolen at the last mile, I remained there. I did have an offer from one of my former bosses to say, oh, you were so much in a hurry, you needed to come back. I have this offer for you to come and run a major bank in Nigeria. And I asked him, I said, oh, I appreciate this offer, but I don't know how many MDs you want to make out of me. I've been an MD for 4 years, and then I finished with that. So, and I was just moving on. So I stayed the course. So the message for people who are somewhere between making up their minds and not making up their minds, once you make up your mind, then you have to stay there. And then, of course, we can't also speak about all this without talking about God, because anyhow you look at it, power belongs to God. Sometimes you want something, you don't get it. Maybe God is telling you to just wait a little bit. If you do not wait, you may not get it. If you wait, you may also not get it. But sometimes, but when you don't get it, there's something else prepared for you. So, final answer is just stay the course. Take the decision, stay the course. And let's also understand that politics, I believe that it was Charles de Gaulle that said that politics is too important to be left in the hands of politicians. So all of us need to get involved. And don't kid yourself. When you become a senior person in an organization, you're a politician. You may not be politicking with the so-called politicians, but everything is all about politics. So if you say you are not going to jump into the public space to play politics, you are still playing politics in the private sector. So thank you. I don't know if I have answered. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. That was quite insightful. I think the next thing I would want to know is the audience would want to hear more about the projects that you've received enormous praise about since you resumed office. Personally, it's the transformation of Aba from the commissioning of major road projects to setting up a geometric power plant to support the supply of electricity, constant supply of electricity in the state, to declaring a state of emergency on waste management. All of those things are really interesting. So we'd like to know, some of the initiatives that you've taken since you became governor, and some key priorities and strategies for driving economic growth and development in the state.
All right, thank you, Chizara. And I thank you for your generous comments. It's important that we drive the right narrative. The situation is that every state has its own challenges that it's dealing with. So it would not be fair to assume that what we are doing in Abia State has put us on a high pedestal over and above our colleagues in different states. There are 36 states of the Federation. And by the time you get into different states, you find that their needs are different from the needs of the Abia indigenous. My colleague in Enugu, Peter Mba, is doing great things in Enugu. And based on the needs of Enugu people, if roads have been built in Ebonyi, then Governor Wifru will not go and review the routes. They will not focus on other things. The governor of Niger State, Bago, is doing great things with farming. Governor Sheriff in Delta State is also battling with so much and showing strength in leadership. So also Governor Basio too of Cross River State, and my friend and brother Jide Sanwo-Olu in Lagos, the former capital city of Nigeria, with the largest population around the south. So also Alawa in Zamfara. So a lot of people are dealing with different things. So if you come into a place like Abia, luckily I come from there. I was born in Aba, like I told you, schooled in Aba, so I understand the place very well. So some of the things we are doing are what we call the immediate needs of the people. So but I wanted to correct something else. Geometric is an integrated power project that started 20 years ago, so it wasn't us that started it. But I had an encounter with the company when I was an executive director with First Bank, and Professor Batenaji had come into my office for support. And then I was on my way. I documented this in my speech at the commissioning of the project. I was on my way out of First Bank to Diamond Bank, and the facility we approved was not drawn because First Bank felt that the person who packaged and knew about the project was leaving. And I think it was still the right decision at that time. So as I resumed in Diamond Bank, he brought the project to me and we were able to support. But it took so much time up till last year before the project was actually completed. But it's a very good but difficult project. $800 million has gone down, and however you look at it, it's no money that you can return in the shortest possible time. So we are actually even engaging with him to see how we can just support him so that the company will continue to run on a sustainable basis. These are projects that take a lot of time for returns to be made. For me personally, I believe that government is about supporting people and supporting businesses. And even if the government has to weigh in directly, even if the government has to lose money for the right thing. And what is right thing? At full capacity, Geometric would deliver 188 megawatts of power to 9 local governments in the Abari fenced island. The 9 local government doesn't need 188 megawatts of power. So even if you stretch it and they are able to consume 100 megawatts of power, you have another 88 megawatts that can either be wheeled back into the national grid or used for other purposes. So it's something great that Professor Batenaji started, and he needs to be supported. And we actually believe, I haven't been in contact with him before then. I believed that he needed all the support, and I followed him all through the meetings and sat with the federal government and NPC to ensure that the last situation, which was gas availability, became history. And today, at least one turbine is operating at full speed. The second turbine is ready. Third turbine is also ready. Now the next thing is that people, business people, manufacturers, industrialists need power, and you cannot overemphasize it. So even if the tariff is very high, you can never compare it with burning diesel and burning generators and all that. So beyond power, we also feel that access is key. The first part of the access is road. Just have good roads so that people can move around easily. We also felt that environmental sanitation is key. When we came in, there were heaps of refuse everywhere. And we folded our sleeves and said, people and refuse cannot live together. And today, we've literally cleaned up the whole of Aba, and we are doing it on a consistent basis. Security is another major driver. You find that everything that you have done will fail if security was not addressed. So 1 month after we took off, there were several incidents of kidnapping, armed robbery, banditry, herdsmen attacking farmers and farmers retaliating. And we thought that was not going to be in the state that we were building. And we set up an interagency operation. We called it Operation Crush. I personally got involved, bought all the vehicles that they required, set them up in sectors, and engaged the various security agencies, the Army, the Navy, the Police, the DSS, Civil Defense, Immigration, all of them. And I appealed to them that we needed their best hands. So they needed to profile the people they were going to send to us. And they did exactly that. And we set them out to work, gave them all the required communication equipment, and also rewarded them handsomely for the work they were doing. And we are happy to report that about 9 months down the line, we hardly hear of kidnapping. And even when they happen, we have always ensured that within 36 to 48 hours we will get them anywhere they run to. And we have demonstrated that when the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Abia State University was kidnapped a few months ago, and his kidnappers, we caught them outside Abia State, and they are resting their feet in the police stations in Abia. We got another one in River State in Port Harcourt and brought him back to Abia. So we sent the right signals, and people have followed suit. Unfortunately, there was a major breach last night in Aba, where some security men were attacked, but we're also on it. So these things happen far and in between. In terms of healthcare, we also strong believers that the only way people can be comfortable is that they have access to good healthcare facilities. A lot of the hospitals, primary healthcare centers, the general hospitals, and even the state university teaching hospital were in very bad state. The Abia State University Teaching Hospital lost accreditation in 2021 from the regulatory authorities. That loss was renewed in 2022, and by the time we came in, I gave the Honorable Commissioner for Health a target. I needed that by December, when the group will come to reassess the university teaching hospital that we were ready. So I'm happy to report that by December 2023, the accreditation was restored. Thank you. And Abia State University today is not what it used to be. People are now comfortable to go there. We have also retrofitted 3 other general hospitals and the Umuahia Diagnostic Center, and they're all working well today. Dialysis is now being done at the Diagnostic Center in Umuahia for the first time in several years. So it's all a cocktail of activities left, right, and center, just doing simple things, maybe a little bit differently, focusing on what is important for our people and ensuring that we deliver good governance to them. So we are not doing anything esoteric, just the little thing, doing them differently and delivering them on time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We're happy to hear all of the great things that are going on in Abia State for the people of Abia. I also love how you were able to highlight the achievements of some of your colleagues across the country. You did mention a very crucial point about government having a major role to play in providing key infrastructure to sustain or to enable sustainable development. And I think we can all agree to that. I'll let James carry on with the conversation.
Thank you, His Excellency. I must really commend your efforts in trying to transform Abia State. Abia State, since it was formed over the years, has actually been wilderness, and then just within a few months, you have done an amazing job in terms of this transformation. You mentioned about power, and you mentioned about road access. You did mention about healthcare, and you also mentioned about education, and these are kind of the key ingredients for sustainable economic growth in any society or community. And then you started on a really good foot on that, and I really want to say thank you, Governor. And I think that is a good example for not only Abia State, but also for other states across Nigeria and Africa. I think I really want to kind of talk to you about kind of what are kind of the sectors. So when you do all this transformation in infrastructure, enable infrastructure to allow easy access to businesses. So which sectors do you think that will flourish not only in Abia State, but in Nigeria, and then as also in Africa? So what are these sectors that you think, okay, when we have good access to road, we have good access to power, we have good security, or even we don't have enough of those. So what are these sectors that I think are that can really kind of drive more economic growth in your state and Nigeria and across the nation? Sorry, that's probably one of the aspects of that question. And then, so which other areas do you think that in the international community it can collaborate with the international community to actually drive this growth in Africa and then Nigeria, obviously in Abia State? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, James. You know, the answer to the first part of your question is also going to be in phases. Sectors that will drive growth. a journey of 1,000 miles must start with one step. And if you create the objective conditions, like the gentleman spoke in the last session, he says capital will always go to a place where it can make returns. So, and I've always held that view. If you like, relocate to the US or relocate to Europe in search of foreign capital, you will come back with nothing. In fact, foreign capital and capital generally is so sensitive that it has so much information about you, more information about you than you do yourself. And they will sit in their comfort of their offices, and by the time you come in, they will tell you who you are. And so my suggestion has always been that people should sit back at home and do the heavy lifting. You have to do the work to create an enabling environment for capital to flow into your state or your country or your continent. So I'm not a believer in shopping for capital, be they foreign or local. I believe in creating the environment for capital to find me. And once you create the environment, you secure your environment, you make it attractive to capital. Capital will come. Having said that, there are major growth areas, of course, that we, at the moment, for us, we are paying so much attention to. One of them is ICT, Information and Communications Technology. If you followed developments around the world, you'll find that things have changed drastically. You have young people who are in the ICT space. They are hot cake. People are looking for them everywhere. Software engineers, artificial intelligence experts, those that are schooled in robotics, in 3D printing. That's where the world is going. And for us, we have a very young population. For Nigeria, is reputed to have the youngest population in the world today. 70% of our people within the range of 1 and 35, or 0 and 35. That is huge. And then the interesting thing about that population is that it's also a population that is ready to take risks. And if you don't take the risk, you can't have the returns. So for us, ICT is key, and we are doing everything possible in the area of digital economy, innovation hubs. We set up an innovation and industrial park in Owaza, Okwa West, where you have a lot of gas deposit. We already started preliminary works. Other than ICT, another area is agriculture, not subsistence agriculture like we used to have it, but agriculture that deals with the value chain from beginning to the end, which leads to manufacturing. Nigeria is blessed with arable land. More than 50% of the land is uncultivated. Also in my own state, about 55 to 60% of the arable land is also uncultivated. So there's a lot of room for agriculture. And agriculture in its mechanized form with improved seedlings and walking through the value chain of primary products through secondary products to tertiary products. So I don't want to see somebody from my state exporting or selling palm kernel or palm fruits. I don't want to see you selling corn. That corn can be something. I don't want to see somebody selling cocoa beans, because the cocoa beans can become powder, can even become chocolate. So why do you want to sell cocoa beans? So those are the areas that I'm thinking about. Of course, a lot of all these are geared towards reducing poverty, reducing unemployment, creating jobs for our people, and making our people comfortable. And in so doing, whether you like it or not, you're also able to improve on your GDP, you're able to improve on your internally generated revenue. And so the major interest may not be internally generated revenue, but at the end of the day, you will be able to generate revenue to run government. So that's where I will leave that. But of course, you cannot ignore manufacturing. And some of the things we are doing in Aba are actually encouraging manufacturers who had voted with their feet in the last few years to begin to come back. And by the time they come back, they are producing in the state, they are employing our people, they are selling to our people. Somebody talked about consumption. And for us, consumption is key. And that's why our government has made it as a policy that everybody who works for us must receive their pay on the 28th of every month. We even went further to those that had worked and retired, who we are being owed, some of them 10 months pension arrears. We sat down with them and we paid everyone. And we have also, we've also added them to the policy of the 28th of every month. So from April this year, all of our over 12,500 pensioners receive 100% of their pension by the 28th of every month. Now, why are we doing this? We are doing it because we know that if people do not have money in their hands, they cannot participate in the economy. So, and the economy works in a different way. The economy works in a circular fashion. So, the producer or the manufacturer can only produce because he can sell. The person that wants to buy can only buy because he has money. So, you now start with the buyer to say, put money in his hands so that he can make a demand. Demand has to be effective. And when he makes the demand, then the middleman would want to sell. And before the middleman sells, he will have to buy. And then he will buy from the manufacturer. And once that demand has been created at that initial point, it triggers the production and the supply. That's how the economy works. Anytime the chain is cut, then something happens. The manufacturers and the producers would only wait for a while, and they find that demand has gone down. They will reduce supply, and at some point they find that they have reached an equilibrium where they can no longer produce. So what would they do? They will start by laying off workers, and then ultimately they will shut down the production plant. And once that is done, everybody suffers. So it makes more sense for you to put money in the hands of people who will use the money. Of course, when money ends up in the hands of people who will not use it locally, but bank it or transfer it abroad, it's a loss to the economy. I don't know if I've answered all your questions. I have, right? Okay, because it was triple barrel too. All right.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Before we open up the session to questions from the audience, would like to know, Your Excellency, what you think, or what role you'd like to see young people in Africa play in African politics, and what measures do you consider important in promoting youth representation in positions of influence across Africa?
Wow, that's a very good question, Chizora. Thank you. I had talked about the youth population. I mentioned it, that 70% of our population in Nigeria range from 0 to 35. So that means you cannot ignore the youth. I mean, if you extend it to 40, then you'll be talking of more than 75% or 80%. But unfortunately, what had happened and continues to happen is that somehow we have sold the wrong narrative about the demographics, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa. So most of these people that I talked about, this set of people, tend to be excluded when we are talking about politics. So demographics, you talk of age, you talk of gender, then you talk of ethnicity or race. Those are important in the demographics. But once politics is being discussed, particularly in Africa, we forget those three. And we are talking of religion, we are talking of tribe, we are talking of language. So that's the narrative we sell. So, and we have bought them, including the people who should benefit. So somebody says, oh, he's from my neck of the woods. He speaks my language. Muslims will not vote for him because he's a Christian. Christians will not vote for him because he's a Muslim. But you find that what cuts across this 70% of the population is similar. So, and I think we need to begin to change the narrative. In the whole of Africa, there are just three countries whose presidents are 49 and below. The whole of Africa. I'm not talking of military presidents. So when you talk of Senegal, you talk of Ethiopia, and I believe Malawi. That's it. Okay? And I don't have any problem with people my age and above. But then, because I think it was Bill Clinton in 1996 when he was engaged in a debate with the late Senator Bob Dole. And he was asked if Senator Bob Dole was too old. I think he was 73 then, 74, too old to govern. Bill Clinton said that he didn't have any problems with Senator Bob Dole's age, but he questioned the age of his ideas. So I I believe that we've not done very well with giving the youthful population that we have a voice. And the young people themselves have also bought the garbage that what is important is not age, that is religion, is where you come from, race, is the language you speak. And I believe that this is the right time for us to now get more involved, get our young people more involved so that the rest of us can begin to retire and become elder statesmen and advice. So that is my opinion. Of course, it's open for debate, but when you have 70-75% of the people who should be more interested in how they are governed, who should be more interested in tomorrow, because anyhow you look at it, will give way very soon, 30 years, 20 years, 15 years, and then these young people will be there for a very long time. So they need to get interested, and they need to now resist the temptation to follow little change. Some of them, somebody talked about vote buying. I didn't know they do it here too. I thought it was the exclusive preserve of some of us. And then they need to get involved. So whatever it takes, political education, that education is critical. We are lucky in our part of the country that we take education seriously, and it's something that for me, because I got here through education and grace of God. So I've devoted 20% of my budget this year to education. And we are taking it serious as we speak. 173 primary schools and 54 secondary schools are receiving attention. We are rebuilding them because most of them were dilapidated. We are remodeling them. We have an idea. We've agreed it. What you will see in a public school in Abia. Thank you. And that is minimum standard. So when you come into a school, a secondary school, there must be a laboratory, there must be a library. The head teacher or the principal must have quarters. Major teachers must have quarters where they live. There must be hostels that are not expensive or too sophisticated, but at least there must be a computer lab. There must be internet connectivity. These are basic minimum standards. And as we begin, some of them are nearing, in different stages of completion. But by the time we finish them, of course, the other important part is also the quality of teaching, the curricula, and then the skills that the teachers have. And that's why we have so much money devoted to it. So that our people will come out better. You go to school, you come out, you'll be certain to take a few things for granted. So those are some of the things we've done, and we will not stop because the country will be at great risk if we continue to churn out certificated illiterates. That's where I leave it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency. And there has been an incredible insight into some of your initiatives in Abia State, and also how you're also encouraging other states to also do the same. And there's a lot you've mentioned here, and in terms of your development, and then we've kind of, myself and Chisara have kind of taken control of asking them these questions. And I think the audience have been like, I can see they've been looking at us like, come on, I want to talk. So I just want opportunity to give the audience the chance to ask questions and to hear a little bit more from you. And I'm sure most of them will probably delve a little bit deeper into some of the things you've mentioned. And some of them will ask fresh questions as it applies to Abia or Africa as a whole. So, audience, I think this is your chance to shine and to kind of ask our able governor what you think. Thank you. Yes. I think yes. The governor was talking about young people a lot, and so let's see the young people here. Yes. Okay. Can I? Yeah. Let it here. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Your Excellency, thank you for the fantastic time that you spent here. I'm a big fan of yours, followed your career, and really excited to see what you're doing in the great state of Abia. When I have these conversations with folks about talking about all of what you've been doing, I get challenged that, well, the bar is really low because the past governors in the states have not done very much. And I think that's an unfair reaction. Do you get that reaction? Do you hear that? And how does it make you feel? Because there's a view that the citizenry in our country have gotten very cynical, and so cannot even appreciate good leadership when they see it. What's your reaction to that? Thank you.
That's a good question. I'll let the governor answer. I think that.
All right. I think you want to set me up, eh? Quite frankly, it is not for me to assess how my predecessors ran the state, but I have tangentially touched it when I said I wasn't impressed with the quality of leadership, and it didn't translate in terms of outcomes. When you peaked unemployment at that time, dealing with national average then of 33%, and my state being rated at that time at unemployment levels of 51%, and I believe that was 2021. Our people have always been very resilient, so in terms of poverty, you probably not find them at the lower rungs. But then, when you had a multi-dimensional poverty rate of 63%, and then you have an Abia at 30, that was a scorch as far as I was concerned. So when you have a lot of the companies doing business in Aba, Aba Texas Mill, Colgate, Palmolive, Golden Guinea Breweries, which had just come back, Dubik Breweries, and just all of them closing shop and relocating. Some of them going to neighboring states, others heading to Lagos. So it wasn't a good testimonial. So for me, that's where I'll leave it. But then, like I also did in terms of the financial performance of the state and how my predecessors used the monies that were available to them. I'm sure you are aware that I had to set up an audit, at least to give me an idea of where the state was. And of course, some of the things that the audit reviewed were not very good, and we are dealing with those. It's also very true when you say that people had become cynical. Very, very true. And sometimes some of the things we do, you find people criticizing. Some of them don't stay in Nigeria. So they really didn't believe, or that saw things are possible. They think you are playing pranks because they are used to people playing pranks. But what I tell them is that it's not for me to respond. The people will respond. So if you are driving on a good road, and at the last count, we've delivered 73 routes that we fixed. They are existing roads, but in terrible conditions, and we just, through a zero pothole policy, we fixed them. So you're driving around Omaha, Aba, and the environment, you are not going to encounter any potholes. Roads that we have completely rebuilt, rehabilitated, are about 30. We've delivered 10 and commissioned them. There are 5 that are ready for commission, and there are another 15 that are being built at this time. And one of them is one of the very long roads that leads you from Umuahia to Ohafia. It's a 67.44 kilometer road. We are doing a lot of them with reputable contractors. For the zero pothole policy, we are using direct labor. And interesting thing we found out that we had a lot of engineers in the Ministry of Works, well qualified, but they were just busy pushing papers. And a lot of them were excited when we threw them into the field where they belong, and they are happy. In fact, one of the roads out of these 5 that are ready for commission was done by direct labor. And the cost is like 25% of what the contractors will charge you. And of course, the quality of the road, very good, because they are the same people that are actually supervising the contractors. So I'm very happy with what I found in the Ministry of Works. There are a lot of our people that are well qualified. So I've tried to navigate through this your question, but I don't know if you are happy.
Maybe two more questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Excellency, thank you for the work that you're doing in Abia State. My question is, in regards to finance, because you spoke about different sectors in Nigeria, and in regards to finance in Nigeria, especially for MSMEs in Aba, specifically, do you think the central bank's digital currency can create the empowerment, sort of like that indigenous local development?
Can't hear you well.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Can you have the microphone?
Okay.
This person, her voice is very low.
Okay, my question is, you spoke about different sectors in Nigeria, and in regards to finance in Nigeria, especially for MSMEs in Aba specifically, do you think the central bank's digital currency can create the empowerment that the country needs, more like an indigenous or local development for Aba State, or Abia State rather, and in Nigeria in general? And also, how can you build trust in this, in the central bank's digital currency?
Can you take her question? I'll answer the two at once. Yes.
Thank you, Governor.
Actually, Abia is not strange for me. I'm much familiar about it because there is a Chinese industry park in Abia State, 11 kilometers along Abia to Pahakot Expressway. And I always do have business in there. That's why I'm quite interested about you. And according to your wonderful speech, I have much confidence to you. So the reason I ask you a question is, after I finish my MBA, I'm going back to NUS, National University of Singapore, and Hong Kong. So my major target is approach the investor, rich person, just do a bridge between Asian and African, especially Nigeria, to let them know how big potential African market is, to bring the investment to Africa. I'm just like a bridge. So my question is, what do you think you have policy support or you have good plan to attract your investor to come back to Abia State to build more industrial park, not only one industrial park, to let the governor state, Abia State, develop fast, to remove the poverty, give more people the work, and have good education. That is my target too.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Can I be heard? Yes. Okay. All right, so the young lady that asked about MSMEs and digital currency, very good question. We are not waiting for the digital currency, but we will embrace it by the time it becomes popular. Abia is an MSME state, so we're already doing things along that, supporting the MSME in Abia State. Not just Aba, but of course Aba is the major hub. We are working to make available about 10 billion naira for just MSMEs to support very friendly interest rate. We already have disbursed about 1 billion for those who have things that they are doing that are verifiable, that can work. And we set them up in cooperatives. So by the time they return in 6 months or 1 year, the funds that we have lent to them will lend to this next set of people. And I believe on that one, we are not even collecting interest. We're just using it to support the MSME. And that's funding that is different from the 10 billion, which will be interest bearing. But the state also will come in to ensure that the interest rate that Charles spoke about earlier would come down a little bit so that people can do their businesses, make profit, and then live comfortably. Your question on industrial park. Just last week, I flagged off a major road in Aba between Ekapara and Osisioma. That road used to be so strategic and important because virtually all the industries that I mentioned to you that left Abia were located there. So that's one of the ways to attract them back. And interestingly, in 1 week, I've received 2 serious requests by 2 companies that had left between 2000 and 2002 or 2010. It's that wide gap that they are interested in coming back to Abia State. So that just speaks to what we are doing. We may not call them all industrial park, but they are industrial layouts. There's another one we are also working on very close to Omeka Junction. That's from the Imo Airport. We already mapped out the space, and we'll put all the infrastructure and make the place very attractive. Because, again, what does a manufacturer or an industrialist need? He needs to ensure that his profit margin is high enough, okay, to take care of all his costs. He needs affordable electricity. He needs good access road. He needs to ensure that anytime his workers are sick, that there are good hospitals for them to go. And those that are still bearing children, that the children have good schools to go to. Of course, most importantly, he needs to be sure that the place is secure. So all those are things we are doing to promote or support reindustrialization of Aba and Abia State in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. That's all the questions we have time for. Would like to thank you all so much for your attention and engagement. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for joining us today. Please help me thank His Excellency. As a token of our appreciation, I'd like to give you a small gift. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Shizara. Thank you, James, as well, for moderating. Your Excellency, there were many questions that have not come your way, so I don't know if you'll join us for lunch, but I'm sure there's a lot of people who are timing you, who are timing you at the door. And on that note, they say no good conversation can be had on an empty stomach. That's what I heard yesterday. So we can go for lunch, and then we'll come back in about half an hour. And then, we'll continue with the sessions. In the foyer. Just follow this way, yeah.
stomach, but then they can also sleep. But thankfully, we had only sandwiches, not amala and pounded yam. My name is Olumide Shoyombo. I wrote a book called Vantage, and then today I'll be sharing my journey building and investing in Africa. I thought we'd set some ground rules. Today I'll be evangelizing about coming back to Africa to people who I want to come back to Africa and investing in Africa. There will be no perspire to aspire, motivational rubbish. We'll tell each other the truth because most times we all don't know what we are doing. We won't lie to ourselves. And the best help you get will be practical, so I'll leave my email, right? You know, sometimes with conferences, what you seem to find is there's the right thing to say at the conference, and then there's the right thing to do. Two different things. I can give the right answers, but then when it comes to implementing, you didn't implement that same thing and you're giving me the right answer. So I'll tell you my story, and I guess from my story we can learn a few things, and I want to hear from you also. So a little about me. Angel investor, husband, father, and now author. But this has been my journey. The first journey was 2008 when I started Blue Chip Technologies. I noticed I didn't have a belly then. But I started Blue Chip Technologies when I was 24 as a systems integrator firm to build out data warehouse and BI solutions for corporates across Africa. And that's where my vantage point started from. I was privileged that I had a father who could invest in my business. So my father invested what would be $40,000 at the time for 50% in my business. So my own father took 50% in my own company. So nowadays I'm taking 5% in companies. People are wondering why. But we had a share buyback agreement to say, I'll give you back your shares at the price we'll determine, but then you have to pay him back by 5 million back. And interestingly, about 11 months after, we paid him back his 5 million naira, and he took that money and gave my other brother and took 50% of his business. But we built Blue Chip Technologies as a systems integrator firm, and then in 2014, I started thinking about, seeing what was happening in Yaba and the ecosystem, about investing in new technologies and new firms and B2C type firms. And that's when LeadPath was born as an accelerator. So we just copied the Y Combinator model to invest 25K to 50K, then you could take 15% in companies in 2014. Put them in an accelerator for 3 months and then put them in front of bigger investors. The interesting part though was in 2014 in Africa, there was no bigger investor to put them in front of, so you had to invest again. But then so much changed in 2021 when we started to have some of the exit stories, the Paystack story. Shout out to Kola, shout out to Khadija also in the room from Paystack. The Paystack story sort of gave everybody lift off. The Flutterwave story, Piggyverse story, people started thinking, hey, venture as an asset class is interesting. And people started saying, hey, Olumide, you get to see all the companies. I want to invest anytime you're investing. And draggingly forced me to start a fund. And that was where Voltron Capital was born. And then I chronicled all those stories in Vantage. So pre-Voltron, I had the privilege of backing Paystack, Piggyverse, about 33 odd companies as an angel. Post-Voltron or post-angel investing, I've had the privilege of backing over 57 companies. So today I want to chronicle my lessons from building and then chronicle lessons from investing and what we should do, okay? I think the first lesson is co-founding a startup and who to start with. I've already even had conversations in this room with people who say, I'm looking for a technical co-founder, right? And many VCs and many tech players know that the first thing every business person does ask you is, I'm looking for a technical co-founder, how can I find one? And it's almost like saying, I'm looking for a wife or a husband, how can I find one? Because co-founding a startup is actually like getting married. Many lines and many lessons from co-founding a startup you find also apply in marriage. So from trust, from defining roles and responsibilities, so who's in charge of what, money, right? Does this one want to spend or does this one want to invest? What kind of people do you invest with? I've had the privilege of starting Blue Chip Technologies with Kazim, and then also Voltron Capital with Abe Choi. And I really like the saying from Warren Buffett about partnership. It's not a legal contract between two equal individuals. It's an emotional alliance between two people who are committed to each other's success. Like we say in Nigeria, we die here together, right? And lesson 2 is that you should throw away that business plan. I know I'm in a business school and I shouldn't be talking about throwing away your business plan. But the greatest work of fiction is in Excel sheets and business plans. Because in Nigeria and in Africa, those things don't work. I mean, I was walking through the airports, the new airports to Nigeria. I don't know if people have been to Lagos quite recently, but there was a new terminal that was built in the Lagos airport. And at the point of launching the terminal, so restaurants were built, businesses set up shop there. They only found out that because of the runway size, certain airplanes could not land in that terminal after the terminal was commissioned. And there was this restaurant that saying, I think it was called, is it Wimpy? A very interesting restaurant, nicely done restaurant. And I can imagine when that business plan for that restaurant was being done, new terminal opening would have 30,000 passengers coming in every month. If only 2% stop in my store, I can make and spend 5,000 naira, I can make X million in a month. And then terminal shut down and what Excel sheet do you want to model that on? So throw away that business plan because you need to be more nimble than that. And how do you respond, right? So do I start selling things from other stores or do I start packaging other goods to sell? You need to be more nimble and doing business in Africa. You have to create markets, right? That there's a gap in the market doesn't mean that there's a market in that gap. Because many times people say very, very interesting things. So there's a gap in the market doesn't mean there's a market in the gap. I mean, some people will say, hey, I want to start selling singlets to males. There are 200 million Nigerians, 100 million males. If I can sell one singlet to each of them, and then you find out that the Nigerians don't like wearing singlets. So because there's a market doesn't mean there's a gap. Because there's a gap in the market doesn't mean that there's a market in that gap. And there's also reasons why certain markets are untapped. So leave it alone. You are not the savior, right? You are not going to save the world. People have seen that same market and left it alone. Why do you think it's you that's going to solve it? But there's a way to solving those problems, and that's what I think Kola also spoke about it briefly, about funding market creating innovation and solving for non-consumption. That is the way that we think we can build sustainably in Africa. And I always tell the story of Paystack. Many, and I think someone on the panel from InterSwitch is in here. Many people seem to forget, but 7-8 years ago, you had to pay 150,000 naira. That was equivalent of maybe about $100 then. And you'd wait for about 2-3 weeks before you could connect your e-commerce store online. Many developers who started developing 6 years ago don't know what that looks like, right? So Paystack changed that with a few lines of code. You can start receiving payments online. They created local entrepreneurs. So many businesses in Nigeria and in Africa today will probably not exist in their current form without the infrastructure that a company like Paystack provides, even if you take a company like Piggyvest, right? So creating markets, innovation, and funding non-consumption creates new markets that you can thrive in. And that's really what we encourage and we try to fund. You create ecosystem support, you develop disruptive solutions. I identify underserved segments. One of our friends is a partner in a global venture firm that has billions of dollars under management. And they flew into Nigeria. So it's a US firm and a European firm, flew into Nigeria, a VC firm. And he said, in their markets, when they listen to problems, right, and listen to entrepreneurs pitch them, that the struggle that they have is to find out, is this a real problem, right? That's the first thing they ask, is this a real problem? Does someone really care about a holiday home for their dogs, right? Those are the kind of problems they pitch. But when they come to Africa, the problems they see are real. The problems are palpable, right? You can feel the problems even right from the airport. And is it healthcare, logistics, financial services, the problems are palpable. I have a friend who says that the average Nigerian solves more problems at 9 a.m. before even stepping out of their house. So if your pumping machine is bad, the light has gone off, you have to iron the day before, problems that you shouldn't really be thinking of, but those are opportunities to build from. I think mentorship played a huge role. That's me and my dad, by the way, as my first investor. And thank you. I don't think you'll be clapping after the next slide, though, but let's see. Daisy knows why. But I think the kind of person I've been and the kind of entrepreneur I've gone on to become would have not been possible without my dad and the mentorship role that he played. And you need guidance, right, in building in Africa. One of my mentors, or someone I respect a whole lot, Wale Tinubu, says, building in Africa, you never confuse a clear line of sight with a straight path for execution. So you can see it, but that doesn't mean you're going to get it. And so you need a lot of guidance from what we say the OGs to help you. And so I found myself being mentored and now mentoring other people. And so I'm going to call Daisy to read a line from Vantage on my dad setting me straight in one of the instances where I was going astray, and tells you the role of mentorship. Daisy.
All right, so I'm Daisy, and I'm going to be moderating the panel with him, and I'm going to read a page from his book Vantage, where his father is correcting him about spending money. So the story goes, another of his most memorable emails came on the 11th of February 2013, when Kaz and I splurged on 2 Mercedes-Benz E-Class cars, mine being a Coupe E350. Again, he quickly got the congratulations out of the way with one sentence and immediately went all in on us. Hold your breath. The email packed a punch, the sort that I especially needed at that time. So the email reads, Kazim and Olumide, first, let me congratulate you both on the level you've been able to build your business within a relatively short period. While this is good, it also throws in the challenge to grow. There are many, even with more attractive dreams, that one has mentored and continue to mentor. Some have failed and some are still struggling. That is to be expected. Let me also congratulate you on your new cars. Coming from a different school of thought, I have my reservations. But then if that is what will motivate you for higher achievement, so be it. It is also important to note that one of the reasons I supported this risk was that I believe Kazim is from a more conservative background and no doubt older and more experienced. And so will guide what may be youthful exuberance in Olumide, while he, Olumide, will put in the dynamism that is required. I do not think that these cars will help you secure more business. It is not the car to take to clients' offices for meeting. Going further to secure a private plate number, SHO, in whatever form and no matter, the explanation makes matters worse. This is because of the conservativeness of your industry. So I guess you will enjoy it on weekends with your wives and girlfriends. While it is not my style to interfere in your day-to-day business, I believe I still have a mentoring role, some of which this mail is serving. Please let me also start receiving your quarterly management account. Meanwhile, and as a first step, please send me immediately your last audited and management accounts. This is not an indictment or interference, but like I said, a responsibility. And in any case, if there is reason to indict, I will. Once more, I congratulate you both and more grease to your elbows. I await the documents.
So that was the role of mentorship of my dad setting me straight. So interestingly, the next part Daisy is going to read almost sounds like my dad writing the same email, from this time from me to the founders of PiggyVest, one of the biggest fintech founders, and one of the biggest fintech companies who had run out of money at the time where I put a syndicate for them. Daisy?
So, yeah. So this is the email that he wrote to the company that he invested in. Dears, I received the breakdown on spending of the last $50,000. I agree that some of the spending was necessary and required, so no hassles there. However, I have a big issue with the wage bill and the lack of future sacrifice or delayed gratification. The funds came in at the end of June and you guys went on still to pay yourselves for June. What would have happened if we didn't get funds to you till mid-July? Would you have died? I don't get how you guys go ahead and spend to zero when sacrifices could have been made till you have a buffer. For example, why couldn't every founder take 50% of their salary till the extra funds are raised? Instead, you went ahead to still pay yourselves for June and fully for July, and now you're to zero without any working capital. This is very irresponsible and gives me concerns that some more financial discipline will be required going forward. So for example, how do you guys now fund the test ads that you want to do on LinkedIn for your new approach to employment, or even promotion for push CV mock interviews? If you hadn't paid yourselves fully, you would have had money to do that. So maybe each founder should now refund 50% of salaries to the company to fund these initiatives before other funds come in. This is the sacrifice expected of founders. You don't see that you're approaching a zero balance and continue business as usual. You just don't. I think you guys have had it quite easy and feel once you need funds, funds will come. I am disappointed. Best regards, Olumide.
Thank you, Daisy. I guess I told them best regards, right? My dad didn't give me best regards. Thank you, Daisy. I think that really tells you the role of mentorship and how important it is in building. I think the panel before now did tell us some stark truths about investing in Africa. But as I tell people, and as an evangelist for investing in Africa, to invest in Africa of today, you have to forget Africa, right? If you think of the Africa of today, there's no reason to invest in Africa. In fact, there should be no reason for this conference, right? We should just go away. Because if you think of the exchange rate, 1,560 or 1,600 tomorrow, there are many reasons not to invest in Africa, if you think of today. But what I want to preach to you and bring the gospel to you, even though I'm not collecting tithes and offerings after this, is that there is a bull case for investing in Africa. And Africa will define the future. Some quick economic context: 3.8% GDP growth in 2024 for most African countries. Africa already has over 700 companies with revenues of over $500 million. Still small, but growing. And Africa is home to 11 of the world's 20 fastest growing economies. I think there's some key figures to pick out from here. And depending on, I wish Charlie was still in the room so we could have a debate on this population as a driver for growth or as a scorning or as a thorn in our flesh. But then in 2050, Nigeria will be the fourth most populous country in the world, right? With that young population who will be digital first. Who would build for those people, right? And those are the people that we are trying to. If you think about someone who was born, 20 years ago in Nigeria, that person was born into the internet. I was lucky, and I was one of the lucky few. I'm 40 years old today, but I used the internet for the first time when I was 13. A bank MD in Nigeria used the internet for the first time when he was 35, right? But today, someone who's 21 building out was born with the internet. What are they going to build now that they have earning power? If you go outside a bank's office in Nigeria, or you go outside a Paystack office or a PiggyVest office, count the number of delivery bikes you see in each of those locations, and it tells you where the future is going. So they are going to have digital-first natives living in cities. Those guys are not going to walk into a bank to open a bank account. Those guys are going to be digital-first, and that tells you that certain companies need to be built in our market. You can draw a straight line from Paytm to MoneyPoint, from Flipkart to a billion-dollar e-commerce company that will still have to exist in Africa. So certain companies still need to growth. It makes people believe in venture as an asset class. And interestingly, full circle moment, I invested in Paystack as one of their first investors. Shola exited the company and then became an investor in my fund, right? And then founders and employees in that company also became investors in other companies. And that's how ecosystems are built and Africa thrives. So what I'm saying in essence is returns are possible if you understand the name of the game, and I'll tell you the name of the game shortly. And getting involved with building with an African startup or even building one could be very rewarding. I won't talk about the failures though. But you see, 82% of startups still report difficulty accessing funding. That's where you come in. But the first key question is to ask before you build, right? So that's where you come in the sense of you building and you funding. The first key question I ask anyone that's trying to build in Africa or trying to invest in Africa is, are you sure you want to do this? Actually trying to build is very lonely, it's tough. There are many reasons not to build, but it could be very, very rewarding if you can find your why. And why do I want to build this, or why do I want to invest in these companies? You can't make a bad investment if you don't invest at all, but that's not why we're here. But the problem with investing is that people start counting returns before they make it. I had a friend who invested alongside me in a very interesting, what we thought was a very interesting company on paper. And I think we put about 100 million naira in the company. And obviously, it went belly up due to market timing and so on. And I was one of those people that preached to him to invest in startups. And the company obviously went belly up, and as we say, money loss. And the guy now said, so Lumide, what will happen now? I mean, what do you mean what will happen now? The money is gone and there's no what will happen now. We're back to the drawing board. But what an investor looking for, I don't know who you would back here is Skepta, Mr. Portable. But investors, and what we are asking you to do is to bet on the founder. As a founder yourself, you need to ask yourself, what risk have I taken? What an investor is doing is investing in you, right? I'm taking a risk on you. So why should I take a risk on you if you have not taken a risk on yourself? So I see some startups pitch to me and say, I'm still working in the bank, but when I get 20,000 customers, I will leave. But you want me to fund you now? When you get those 20,000 customers, come back, I'll fund you. So the key question is, what risk are founders taking in themselves? And that risk could also be involved scaling yourself and investing in yourself. I had a very nice saying, I think 2 weeks ago at a conference. And the key question now that I now ask founders is that you yourself, will you invest in you if you have my money? And when you ask that question yourself, it changes the framing of that. So investors are backing the right founder because it's that founder that's going to take into market and that's going to build new things. And investors are looking at the product, right? I'm sure it's still an Apple Watch, isn't it? It's an Apple and a watch. But most times, the product that you end up with, right, even looking at founders, and that's why I put the founder first before the product, is because many of the things that people start out with is not what they end up with. One of the biggest returns and biggest returns I've seen in venture was on the previous slide. I won't tell you which one, so I'm not going back to it. Was the PiggyVest story, but it started out as push CV, right? Working in a market where pre-screening candidates before they placed them, which was not what was done in the market at the time. But they were in a unique position, or e-recruitment is a very interesting one, because in most industries, when you solve a customer's problem, what do? They come back, right? But in recruitment, when I solve your problem, you leave. But then they started thinking, hey, now you're working, hopefully you're earning some money, you need to save, and then they had this New Year Twitter thing that broke the internet, and then they started the story of PiggyVest. But if I stop with the product as it were, and back then because of that product alone, Push CV is dead. So it starts with the founder, and I say if Shola of Paystack was building anything today, I will still give him money. But no piggy was building anything today. I will still give them money. It starts with the founder. So for folks in the room investing, or for folks that want to build, the founder, then the product. And then the market, right? Is it a niche market? How big can this possibly be if we're going to achieve venture level success? Kola spoke about certain markets you having to be number one. Is that allowed? Oh, okay. You having to be number one, right? So it's understanding how big can this possibly be, and in the total addressable market, how do I create for non-consumption as I fund this kind of company? So Sharon has the large markets, others a niche market, but what can I really build out if I achieve venture level success in these companies? Quick do's and don'ts. I mean, you need to make a list of folks you want to reach out to. So you take Kola's details and you call other founders to ask about certain ventures. You know, I tell people that, people tend to think that when I'm investing in you not just because I don't just like you, I want to make a return. So you're not doing me a favor, right? So you, as a founder, you also need to think about, I have something of value, so I need to make a list of people. So it's a cutting game. And you need to find the right investor product matching. So trying to raise $1 million and you're talking to me, you're not going to raise any money because I don't fund ticket sizes that large. So sometimes the product is right, but there's the wrong investor matching. Sometimes those founders want you to sign an NDA before you start. Most investors would not. But you have to write the right legal representation, not so. Because what you find too is, and I've seen many cap tables that we've had to sit down to restructure the cap table because in desperation, the founder has given 50% to his uncle or 60% to his uncle with no means of clawing back. Thankfully, I had one to claw back from. With no means of clawing back, and we liked the company, but we had to recap. We had to recap the company because it wasn't venture backable that way. And if they had the right legal representation and advice, they probably would have avoided that. I invest in founders that know their business. I always tell founders that once I wake you up, you should be able to tell me unit economics and everything about your business right from your sleep. I'm not like this guy. Not founders that want to splurge. I think this has been, in the funding winter, this has become very, 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 very common. Because now funding has dried up. Investors are now twice as hawkish, and saying, hey, where's the money? I actually call out a founder in my book who he raised a total of about $760K from a couple of investors, took the money. I was staying in Ghana at the Kempinski Hotel for 3 months under the guise of market research and chilling with baddies. That's not the kind of founder you want to back. And then you as an investor, you hear the founder has bought a new Benz, and you're thinking to yourself, is this really my car? Because possibly it's your money that just bought that car. Because what are the odds that I funded you on Monday and on Friday you have a new Benz? But hey, what God cannot do does not exist. But I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince you that moving back to Africa, building in Africa is the place to be. We are at a very, very interesting point wherein we can fund transformational companies that will bring the fourth industrial revolution in the continent. And with your talent and with your money, we can see that happen. Thank you. Daisy?
So I think everybody thinks it's very interesting. Myself, when I was reading this book, because I started reading it in preparation for this session, Vantage, it was very, very interesting. And I'd like for people to understand, first of all, why you named the book Vantage and what that means to you and who gave you Vantage.
Thank you, Dejan. Thank you for reading. I think I alluded to that point in the sense that many times in Africa, right, or in Nigeria, more importantly, many people are afraid to admit privilege, right? You ask people what happened and they say it's God. What did God do? I think I was saying something about people talking about Amazon and how Jeff Bezos got $300,000 from his parents. As if moving $300,000 to over $1 trillion company that it is today is any small feat. So I think for me, Vantage was me saying I had the privilege of having a Vantage start with my dad investing in me, and I implore people or implore readers to find what other leverage they have to use to their advantage, because I use mine to my advantage.
So you're just 40 years old, right? And most people in Africa around that age are still sort of like the career is now taking off, and now that is when you're thinking, oh, maybe I should invest in a business here or there. But you've had the privilege of having your business and then also being an investor and investing in other businesses. In the book, you speak about how your father not only planted the seed of you being an entrepreneur, but he also taught you things. How important do you think it is to have someone like your dad supporting you, like especially when it comes to entrepreneurs?
I think we can have another conversation totally about raising entrepreneurial children, right? Because I think my dad tried to create that scarcity mindset. A friend and I were chatting over a video. We saw a video of Larry Ellison, and they're talking about Larry Ellison actually grew up in South Chicago, and they're talking about how did he make it, and he said he had all the disadvantages required for success. You don't put those two things together most times, right? He had all the disadvantages required for success, and my friend and I were chatting that the children we have today, which disadvantages do they suffer? So in a way, what my dad tried to create for us was, I have it, but it's my money. It doesn't mean you have it. He tried to create that scarcity mindset. I talk about how I was opening, at 13 when I found the internet, I was opening emails for people for 150 naira. Because my dad allowed me to use the computer at home to do that. So, and because of that, he would say, okay, you've made money, so I'm not giving you pocket money anymore. So, creating by example, watching by example, creating the scarcity mindsets in children we are raising, but more importantly, creating by example or leading by example made me want to be the entrepreneur because I saw it in my dad.
Earlier you mentioned about how in Africa there is many different opportunities, right? There is like a lot of market gaps that we have. But just because there is a market gap does not mean that there is a market in that gap. With blue chip technologies, you have offices in different countries in Africa. How do you know which opportunities to go for, and how would an entrepreneur here who's interested in tech in Africa know that this is a good opportunity to go for, especially since you've had offices in West of Africa, East, and also the South and Central?
I think the only way to know is to do many times, right? But for what we found, some of the companies or some of the markets blue chip has gone into have been opportunistic. Some of them have been strategic. So, for example, you're working for a CIO in one of the telcos in Nigeria, and then he then gets moved to Zambia. But then you've done some excellent work and you've maintained very good relationships, and you understand, okay, these people did this work for me and they can do the same work for me in this place. So they become an anchor customer for us. And in some other markets, we've chosen based on strategic decisions, like us moving into Kenya. Large markets, huge IT spend, huge appetite for technology, and the same relationships and skill sets we have, we can deploy there. But more importantly, what we've done in each of those markets is to be local first. I think it's very, very foolhardy many times for you to think you can jump into any market land and expand, right? That wouldn't happen. So in all the countries that we are in, you would find us with local partners and as local first companies and as locally registered entities in that business. So in Kenya today, I have a KRA pin, I have a work permit. I'm involved in that, and you embed yourself in that society and culture.
One thing that I especially like about your story is that to me it seems like you know when to lean into your strength, right? When I think about the blue chip company, you didn't start something that was entirely different from your, let's say, the thing that you were studying, or also the thing that you'd worked in. Most entrepreneurs tend to think, okay, I have this idea, I'm gonna jump into it even though I'm coming from a different industry. Is that something that you think should be encouraged? Or when you invest in founders, the best ones, do you feel like they lean into their strengths, or how do they go about it? Because I think this is an important question to ask, especially people who come here for the MBA, for example. You get all these ideas and you think, oh, I want to be an entrepreneur. How would you advise people to go about starting their entrepreneurship journey?
I think entrepreneurship, right, really is problem solving. And to understand, to solve a problem, right, you must have some unique worldview of how you think this problem should be solved and what the solution looks like, right? That's why you want to solve the problem. And typically to do that, some domain expertise is required, either in that same market or in an adjacent market. And so for me, when I'm listening to founders, the first thing I'm listening for is how are you lecturing me on, or are you teaching me about, or talking to me about this problem? I am too. How are you thinking about this problem based on some subject matter expertise that you have, right? Shola didn't just jump into payments right away. But I say that, but in certain cases, what I'm also looking for is how are you thinking about this problem differently from what's the norm, right? Because you might not have the key domain expertise that is required in that same market, but maybe in an adjacent market or in a similar market, you understand how this could be applied. So what's that thesis that you're building around that problem? And how are you conveying that thesis to investors? And then you can make some leeway there. So for me, it's going through an investment decision is usually understanding the thought process of the founder, my understanding of this founder's teachability. I've found that many of the companies that I've lost money on have been from founders who were not teachable, who believed that they knew everything. And I agree, yes, you're a subject matter expert, that's why you want to build, but at least listen to someone else's view, even though you don't agree with it. Many founders that we've backed, Angola is nodding his head because he knows one of the guys I'm talking about already. It's been from those kind of founders who believe they know it all and are not malleable or teachable.
Speaking of strengths still and people who are teachable, one of the strengths that I think you also lean into is your partner. Not the wife, but the business partner. And you mentioned him, I think he's Kaz. And you mentioned him. And one thing that I liked about it is you said that you let him deal with his own area of expertise and you deal with yours. How important is it for people to find co-founders? And maybe you can also speak, I think, at depth of what it means to have a co-founder or to have partners in business, because building huge businesses like you have requires for you to build a team, to have people that you build with. Could you speak about this?
Like I alluded to, and I think that was the first topic, right? Co-founding a startup is really like getting married. Kazim and I met on a project for Access Bank in 2007. He was a lead on that project, and we worked together for 1 whole year. So for 1 whole year, I watched his approach to work. He watched me also. So I always tell people, I imagine if in that 1 year he had borrowed 1 million naira from him or 500,000 naira from him and not paid back, right? Or he had done the same and not paid back. Most likely we wouldn't have been working together. So approach to money is very important. Understanding the person's key strengths is very important. Understanding what skills does this person have? What do I admire in this person? And I think a key metric to test, right, is would I work for this person, right? If you have a co-founder that you can't see yourself working for in another life, I'm not sure you should want to work with that co-founder because you're going to spend a whole lot of your time together. And then defining roles and responsibilities. So today, even though I have a technical background, Kazim has a superior technical background. So we leaned in on Kazim's technical background, finished with first class computer science from University of Ibadan, was more experienced. So you handle that. And then I'll handle business development and strategy and so on. But what typically happens, right, in many partnerships is one party starts to overplay their importance and their role in that partnership. That's the big crux of when many partnerships fail across the world and even investing in startups. You start to see one partner says, hey, I'm the one doing all the work. And what is this other person doing? But without understanding that building a business is a long marathon, right? There will be times when you are the ones bringing the bacon home, right? And there'll be other times where it's the other party. So I think don't sweat it as long as you understand that this person is putting in the effort. What you also find is that you also have shareholders who are not on your cap table, but they're advising you constantly in the form of spouses, in the form of people who are just bellowing in your ear, right? Saying, hey, what is this person doing? Or how come this person is doing this and you don't have this? So like till today, my partner and I have the same car. Our wives have the same cars. I can tell with a near degree of perfection how much is in his bank account, and he can say the same for me because we don't sweat that stuff, right? We are. That's why I said we're invested in collective prosperity amongst each other, and with that we can build a fledgling partnership.
I know not everyone will read the book. People say, oh, I'm going to read the book, but then they don't read the book. And one thing that I really liked in the book is you said at the beginning when your dad took 50% of the shares, and we're going to speak about this, and then someone had 35 and then the other one had 15. And he said that you're going to share the profits 50-50, and it wasn't based on the shares, and that was like a pivotal moment in your partnership. I know money is a very sensitive thing and it's what breaks marriages or even businesses and all these things. Can you speak about how the approach to money between co-founders is important? Because he did something that made you trust him completely going forward.
Yeah, I think it's a profound state. That was a profound moment in our partnership, and one of my mentors, the late Herbert Wigwe, did allude to it in his foreword and the launch of Vantage. Because at the start of Blue Chip, my dad obviously owned 50%, Kazim had 35%, and I had 15% in the business. But I was a 24-year-old owning 15%. In fact, to have a company then already, I'm already happy, right? So I was already fine with 15%. And as we started and it got to the first profit share moment, Kazim said, hey, Olumide, we're going to share this 50-50. Because obviously my dad wasn't sharing profit with us, so ideally it should have been 70-30. But he said, no, we're going to share this 50-50. Because we are putting this together. I see the dedication you're putting in it. You see the dedication I'm putting in it. And I think that set the tone for our partnership. So interestingly, I've then gone ahead, like, with all the things I'm doing with venture. Kazim has no idea what a startup looks like, but he's carried along 50-50. So some of the outsized returns that we've made, he still carried along 50-50. Because imagine if I'd invested in a company and I'd made out with $30 million. I'm not going to be thinking of what he's doing anymore, right? And he's going to understand So right now he knows, hey, Olumide is in Cambridge. Whatever he's doing, right, is for the betterment of both of us, right? So when you understand that you have that in a partner, it's almost like an extension of yourself, right? Understanding that whatever this person is doing and wherever this person is. So when I say happy birthday to him, and I say many happy returns, I'm saying happy returns to him and me. Because the prayer for him is a prayer for myself, and we see it that way. So that's why I said partnership is more emotional than the piece of contract that it is. It's a joint responsibility that we die here together.
So let's talk about your dad taking 50% of the company at the very beginning. Giving even 5% of a company is a huge deal. What do you think founders should look out for when they're looking for investors? Because with your dad, of course, there was a relationship there that had grown, and so the 50% could be easily given away. And then there was also a buyback clause. But when fresh founders are looking for investments, and also because you invest in pre-seed or seed around stage companies, what kind of investors should they be looking out for, and what are the red flags? What should tell them, okay, go on with this or stop?
I think it's understanding value, right? And as the ecosystem has evolved, I think we've seen some of that kind of predatory behavior stop in our market, right? In the early stages of our market, you had seen some early venture firms taking 40%, 50% in companies. And then word gets out, they don't get to see deals anymore. And they now know they need to retrace their steps. So for founders, is understanding, like I said, the investor is not doing you a favor, right? You have value that you're providing. So for me, it's, and any investor, early stage venture investor that is, because we're speaking about venture capital here, that's taking 25, 30% stake in an early stage company, is not invested in that company's success because it crowds out other investors, it doesn't become venture backable, captable, and so it's even a disservice to that investor in the long term. So for me, for founders, it's how do you manage dilution, but also how do I have investors that would go to war for me, right? It's not just cash. Today, I can invest 50K in a business, but my introduction to that business to MTN for distribution is way more than that $50,000. So it's not just investing in cash. It's not just cash, but what else can I get from this investor? What doors can this investor open for me? There are many times Kola and I have been in Abuja prostrating for regulators on behalf of a company, right? Who's going to knock on those doors for you is what you should also be asking.
All right, so I still have more questions, but I will open up the floor to everybody else here. Whoever has a question, kindly raise your hand and ask.
Good afternoon, Mr. Olumide. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. It was also very, very funny. My question for you is, as an entrepreneur that started so young, how did you navigate the challenges of starting your business young in an environment that says, yes, we believe in the young people, but they're doing everything they can to stifle your ability and your skills? Thank you.
I think for me, the first thing starting at 24 gave me was I could start without fear, right? And I think that's what young people have. You can start without fear, knowing fully well that I have this degree already, I have some of these skill sets and technical know-how. If this thing doesn't work, I'll dust my CV and go and apply to GT Bank, right? So I had that thought in my head that I would try this, I will own my own business, I'll try it. If it doesn't work, there's still a fallback option because I had the skill set. And I mean, it's where partnership also helped. Kazim was 7 years older than I am, so it helped that he already had a head start in the market. But we also had to build above the age of the company. So what we used to do at the time, because you go to customers and they'll ask for references. Now, where have you done this before? Well, how would I have references if you don't give me the job to do it once? So what we used to do was to refer to our own collective experience. So we say the consultants in Blue Chip have worked for the likes of MTN and FCMB and so on. So we leaned on our own experience personally and transferred that to the company. And that helped the company, helped us in opening doors. So for me, I think the biggest advantage you have of starting young is starting without fear, because you know that if you have the right skill sets, you can still build.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. I wanted to ask, so you mentioned throw away your business plan, right? Can you just go a little bit deeper? Because obviously, if you're trying to build anything, you want to have a view of the future, but you also...
Okay, I think, don't throw it away literally. But I mean, you have to think about the many what-if scenarios, right? I talked about some businesses he was investing in. And I think even Adebayo Ogunlese spoke about he knows a new investor or in their team when during their investment decisions that young person on the team is talking about everything that will go right with the investment, and the old head is talking about everything that will go wrong with that investment. Because when you've been in the market, especially investing in Africa, you can tend to understand the many things that you can't solve for, but you still build regardless. So for me, it's the fancy numbers of 20% year-on-year growth and so on paper. The only way to know is to do, right? So once you start, you can then iterate from there, as opposed to building your business on Excel. That's really what I meant.
Thank you so much for the talk. So my name is Victor. I'm a student studying entrepreneurship at Judge. And my question is, what's your approach to deal sourcing in terms of finding these companies? And what advice would you give for somebody who is based in the UK but has an interest in deal sourcing in African companies?
Yeah, I think and I have this phrase of saying the way to see deals is to do deals, right? The way to get invited to more parties is to attend parties and dance very well. Let's invite that guy, he knows how to dance. They'll invite you for the next one. But you find that founders talk to founders. The reason why I get to see almost every interesting deal in Nigeria, especially in Nigeria, is that founders talk to founders. So most of the interesting deal flows that we get come from companies that we've backed before. So it's for someone starting out is to build out those relationships with founders, build out those relationships with operators, because they are the ones who will tell you, hey, I have a colleague who is starting this out, and will you be interested in talking to those people? So it's all about, I think half of the work as a venture capital investor is building relationships. And so relationship with founders, relationship with fellow investors, right? Kola and I talk maybe 5 times every week, and there's no way he's doing a deal that I wouldn't know, and vice versa. And because you share deals, you get to see more deals. So it's about sharing, it's about offering to help those founders or operators and building a relationship, and that's how you get to see deals. But you just have to start. You're not going to find the right perfect deal, so you have to start, and then once you are helpful in one scenario, founders then reach out.
Hey. There's one more question. There's one more question.
Hello. Hello. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a student and I'm just interested in learning more about when you said leverage and how your father helped you to be your first investor and he was like your leverage. What would you say for students who don't have that type of mentor or kind of like financial support? What kind of leverage would they have, or what can they do?
Yeah, we Cambridge MBA. I'll open your email first. That's really my answer, serious.
All right, so if you have any questions, I think they can meet with you afterwards. And really, because I'm also an author, I'd really say this is a very well-written book, and I'd advise all of you to get it. Then you get to know him and you get to know his story. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for sharing your insights.
Wonderful. I think we'll go on to our next panel. And this panel is on driving Africa's technological transformation. Please can I call to stage the following. So, Oromeyi Aka, who's the Chief Customer Success Officer at InterSwitch. Hugh Molotsi, who's the founder and CEO of Buy Nothing. Khadija Abu, Head of Product Expansion at Paystack. Simon Bransfield Garth, CEO of Azuri Technologies. And Ade Famoti, who's a Senior Director and Principal Research PM Incubations, Microsoft Research. And the moderator will be Blessing Abeng. Welcome.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around and looking energetic and participating. My name is Blessing Abeng and I'm a branding and communications professional. And I've done that in so many ways. I've been the CMO and co-founder of a tech business that got acquired by Flutterwave, which is one of the unicorns in Africa. I've also been a co-founder of an edtech nonprofit that trained over 130,000 Africans with tech skills and connected them to jobs as well. So I have played in the ecosystem when it comes to African tech transformation, and that's why I'm really excited to be having this conversation with such great individuals, operators, and founders who are also playing in the ecosystem as well. So our core topic would be around driving Africa's technology transformation. And to quickly introduce that, technological transformation is just simply you expanding the processes, right, and introducing technology in a way that can digitize or bringing technology into the traditional processes that already exist. And I was in Morocco recently speaking to my partner on what was an argument, I would say. And what we were talking about was power. We're trying to figure out how do we solve some of Africa's problems. How are we the most blessed people, as all of the initial speakers have said? How are we so blessed but so stuck? And we kept trying to figure out what the core problem was. It's very tetraheaded. It's like, oh, no, it's security. No, it's this. And one of the ones we came to was power. And we were talking about how we wanted to do sustainable power system, come up with sustainable power systems. And for those who were here earlier with Dr. Anna, she did refer to coal. And we somehow stumbled on nuclear energy. And we're like, okay, nuclear energy could be a solution. But if we were supposed to do that, who would do it for us? Like, would we have Africans who have learned the skills, or would we have to hire Russians or people who have spent time really learning about nuclear energy? Made me really think about how the average African child doesn't just wake up and say, I want to be a neuroscientist, I want to go into robotics engineering, I want to study nuclear energy. Like, those are not things they grow up imagining that they will be, because there isn't even a job placement for them in Africa. Why am I talking about all this, and why does it seem to be talking about problems? Everyone sitting here has unique solutions that give us the hope that there is. Why are you guys laughing? They prove to us, both for the businesses that they founded or the ones they work for, that it's possible. And technological transformation has happened in so many interesting ways, and they're doing it in one way or another. So with this particular panel conversation, we will be exploring where we are now, acknowledge how far we've come, and most importantly, discuss how we can not only get closer to the future, but how we can start to take steps today to make that future happen. And with me on this panel are Ade Famuti, Senior Director and Principal Research PM Incubations at Microsoft Research. We have Khadija Abu, Head of Product Expansion at Daystack. Orimei Aka, Chief Customer Success Officer at InterSwitch. Simon Bransfield Garth, CEO of Zuri Technology. And Hugh Walotse, Founder and CEO of Buy Nothing. I would have asked you to introduce yourselves, but I figured that if we do that, there's no time. Everybody wants to go home. Me too. So we just go right into it, Ade. How would you describe the current state of technology and innovation in Africa, and what are the opportunities that you currently see just based on your role?
Hi, everyone. So I'll start by just small kudos to the organizers of this event. I found the last panel very inspirational as well. As we continue to think about building for Africa within Africa. So in terms of the current, what the technological landscape looks like. So a few years ago, I was living in the US, and I still live in the US, but I've done several what I call homecomings. And at the time, I moved from the US to Nigeria. At the time, I was the first employee of my company to move from corporate, which is headquarters in the US, to Africa. And it was interesting and also fascinating to see the sort of development in Africa. I moved to Nigeria then, but I worked across the region. And I found it so sophisticated, the level of development, the know-how. At the time, it was almost like a banking renaissance, where they were using technology to drive a bit more inclusion in banking, to get a bit more captive audiences and unbanked. That's when internet banking was a big thing across the sub-Saharan market. So I say we've come a long way since then. Africa's come a long way since then. If I look at the African landscape, and in contrast to some of the countries in the West, I will tell you the experience for internet banking, for example, for telecommunication services, for example, it's a lot more, it gives a lot more customer experience than some of the other, parts in the West or in the North. So I would say Africa's come a long way. I would say from a telecommunications standpoint, how we're driving internet penetration. I lived in, after I moved back to Nigeria and Africa, since then I've also lived in Kenya. I lived in Kenya for about 4 years, and it's fascinating to see the level of development in Kenya. About 40+ million people driving, doing phenomenal things like mobile and digital money and wallet through the M-Pesa framework or platform. It was just fascinating to see that sort of sophistication was not in the West. So I would say Africa's got a phenomenal opportunity to continue to do more. We're barely scratching the surface. And and we're looking forward to building more and more, I would say, perhaps going into the future.
And Hugh, as a CEO, we can agree that education and skills development are critical in driving Africa's technological growth. So what improvements do you think we need? And a lot of the questions I want to ask are very almost prescriptive, because we can acknowledge the problems. We know what the problems are, and we know the solutions, and we know some solutions that might be helpful. So the question now is, like, what improvements are needed to the existing infrastructures that we have to help us improve the quality of talent, especially the technology for tech entrepreneurs who are currently building in Africa?
Yeah, thank you, Blessing. You're right, we can obsess a lot about what's missing, what we need, and there's a lot of things that are big gaps. But I always start by saying, there is actually an interesting paradox. Olamide said earlier, this notion of I had all the disadvantages to be successful. I think we have the lack of infrastructure is actually an advantage, and what I mean by that is we are not burdened by technologies from the past, obsolete technologies. We can actually leapfrog them. And so what do I mean by leapfrogging? Well, when you go to the developed countries to the west, you have a well-developed landline infrastructure. But with the development of mobile technologies, of course, that became obsolete. So is actually very inefficient and wasteful, and that we have an opportunity now with sustainable power and microgrids to actually develop better solutions. So of course most of Africa is not electrified, so we can skip, again my cousin Anna won't like me saying this, but we can skip building the expensive coal-fired power plants and start to think about smaller sustainable plants that are closer to where the power is needed. And so starting with just that mindset of, again, lack of infrastructure can actually be an advantage. I actually think what's really needed is how can we empower the people who have the ideas and the passion. So of course education is, I feel like, is just the basic underpinning. We need people to be educated. But another thing that we perhaps don't talk about enough is just access to free and readily accessible internet. I think some countries have been doing a better job than others in making sure it reaches not just the people in the cities, but the people in the villages. In Botswana, they have a program called Smart Bots. They launched in 2022, and the goal is to actually get free hotspots to over 500 villages. Kenya has a similar initiative where they are laying the plan is to lay 100,000 kilometers of fiber. And again, the whole idea here is once you do that, now you have even a kid in a village can have access to the internet. Again, it has to be affordable, and then they can now start to take advantage. Because again, back to this idea of leapfrogging, the internet now has so much information. There are ways now people can educate themselves, so we don't have to think in terms of our deficiencies of lack of teachers, lack of doctors. We now have this great resource that we can use, again, to educate ourselves, but then more importantly to empower these innovators who are actually the ones who are going to develop the solutions.
Thank you so much. And I think that was really helpful that you spoke about leapfrogging and acknowledging how far we've come as the world, and then sort of finding a way to refocus that on Africa and say, what can we learn, what can we pick, and how can we customize this to work for us? So that's super powerful. Khadija, that brings me to you though. We do recognize that even if we come up with all of these ideas, and Paystack is one of those ideas that have come in a way that has leapfrogged how we do payments in Africa. So
adoption was definitely a problem at some point, and probably still is in a different type of way. And I'm thinking, how can we contextualize? We can contextualize that in a PayStack perspective, but what measures can be taken to ensure that technological advancements benefit all segments of population, including rural and underserved communities? And it would be great to pay attention to the fact that the previously banked are now getting unbanked because of very interesting regulations. Just so much is happening that's making people just decide, maybe I should take my money out of the bank, right? So how can we do something that is more accessible, or how can we jump that adoption line to make technological advancement just more accessible in a way that benefits all segments of the population?
Thanks, Blessed. I think it's an interesting question because the perspective is really what determines how to approach it, right? So Paystack is focused on providing businesses in Africa with access to financial payment systems, if you will. So how do you accept money from your customers? How do you pay out people you need to send money to? And of course, like in the developed world, it's a no-brainer. You can set up a business, get the right tools to support your inventory management, payments, etc., etc., and you're done in a few minutes. Now, businesses that start to use Paystack, like fundamentally at the beginning, you have people typing their phone numbers into the field where you're supposed to enter your card number. People are asking you questions like, what is my CVV? Like, what is a PIN? So you're coming from it from a fundamentally different perspective, where you have to first of all explain to people, this is where education comes in, like this is what this means, this is how to use it, this is how it benefits you and the people you're trying to purchase things from. That's number one. The second thing is you're actually trying to build like a high level of trust, because again, nobody really likes change, you know what I mean? I'm used to giving cash to somebody standing right in front of me. If you run away with my money, I know where you live, I know your parents, I can go there and like fight, you know, but now I'm like, oh, so I'll just go online and like money will leave my bank account. Like, what do you mean, you know? So you're trying to like let people know that, no, this is actually a system you can leverage. You should trust this, because if something goes wrong, we'll make sure that you get your money back. So investing a lot in all of those ancillary post-payment services to restore, well, not even restore, to like build up the confidence levels that people will have in those solutions are also really critical. Now, when we talk about, say, the digital divide, like, okay, this is a payment service that's accessible to people in urban areas, for example. These guys have smartphones, they have access to the internet, they know how to go online and pay for things. And you have a whole different segment where it's like, what is an internet, you know? There's so many places in Africa, not just Nigeria now, where there's no power, there are no fiber cables, like there's nothing to layer on. So if you're thinking about the question from the perspective of how do you make these services available, you have to start from like table stakes, like literally from ground zero, right? How are you empowering these people? I think education is like the single biggest asset we can provide to our people today. You need to let people understand what this thing even means. How is it beneficial to them? I always think about how for Africa to be included, we have to really leverage, I like your analogy about leapfrogging, right? We have to leverage the new learnings of today versus the learnings from 5 years ago or 10 years ago. If I make something and I can only sell to the people in my immediate vicinity, my business can never scale because I'm limited to the people standing right in front of me. But if I can create something in my hometown and then somebody halfway across the world in Europe or America can pay me for it, all of a sudden I'm able to compete on a global scale. My grandmother, I'm from Edo State, it's like in the southern parts of Nigeria. She had like a farm that used to, I forget the number now, but there's a fixed set of tubers of yam that she would harvest every year. And this was like her business. Every year we know that this is what I'm going to get. I'm going to sell it to these people and these people and these people, and that's it. I'm going to just wait till the next harvest period. But think about how, like, if she had access to actual suppliers, access to funding, access to technology or mechanized farming services, then she can start to think about scale. I mean, if that's something she wanted, because again, some people just want to chill. But ultimately, I do think like we can continue to scale what we've built in more urban areas with people that are educated and financially included. But there's like a whole different spectrum where people are dealing with different problems. They don't have power, they don't have internet, they don't even have money. So before you talk about financial inclusion, like what finances am I including? So approaching it from that perspective where we're coming down to brass tacks to say where do we start from? Yeah. You're thinking about education, you're thinking about
banks are not connected, there is no way you can transact and transfer money to anybody. It's not going to happen. So something has been, so, AI, I'll come to that, but I'm just trying to say, see, Africa is where you will test your brain. All this hype of I'm sharp. When you get there, you see real problem. Can you solve it? So for example, my mom will send you to the bank and you will spend 5 hours trying to withdraw cash. Today, you spend 2 minutes. A problem has been solved. It's tangible. Because now you can do online payments. So I'm trying to say, for Africa, remove the fluff and get to the core of solving the real problem. And when you get there, you will now find out that sometimes you just need something fairly simple to move someone from point A to point B. Will all this new technology, are they applicable? Definitely they are, and we are applying them. So for example, AI, I'm responsible for customer experience. So even talking from that perspective, of course, we employ a lot of AI tools in dealing with customer service, in making customer service faster, in being able to churn out. So for example, on a monthly basis, we're processing transactions. We're talking of sometimes we're hitting 1 billion transactions. You have to do things like from the back end, settlement, run out reports. So of course, AI tools are helping us service our customers. No problem, that's there. There's also the place of blockchain. You mentioned blockchain for cross-border, and I'll come to that. So the first response, first thing I wanted to establish was Africa has real problems. To solve them, you need to get real, you need to get down, you need to get into the environment, and solving them is not complicated. It's not that complicated if you are genuine about it. We've had speakers today speak about value. Value will always stand out in Africa. It may not show immediately, but it will show up, right? Talking about leapfrogging, it's very valid for our context. So again, when we were trying to mature, I'll use the word, the payment landscape, and I know there's a lot of talk about Nigeria here. This is not a Nigerian conference, Africa, but it's just if you understand where Africa is. You have Southern Africa. South Africa is very developed. You have the northern part of Africa where you have Egypt, Libya, and then the sub-Saharan. Nigeria is the most populated, fastest, and largest economy, etc. So it tends to dominate, and we have one kind of behavior too, so all that. So it's not as if we're trying to dominate or anything, or we're just trying to mention the name a lot. It is, and the truth is, if you can win in Nigeria, you can win anywhere, because you will see a lot of tough things. So back to the issue, when we're trying to mature the landscape of payments in Nigeria, we realized that fraud was going to hit us hard because we didn't have things like insurance, address verification, which you have in the West. So immediately we entered with PIN verification on the web. Today on Amazon, you don't enter your PIN on the web. So it was like, what are you guys doing? Are you mad? How can you do PIN on the web? We said it's not going to fly. So all the technology, when Olumide was talking about his investments, Paystack, and I'm happy. But the core of it, we built when we realized that, listen, you cannot copy and paste solutions into Africa. You can't. It will take Africans to solve African problems because you have the context. So we said if we do not do PIN verification on the web from day one, it's failure on arrival. We knew that cards could not do Mark Stripe. Today, America is still trying to migrate from Mark Stripe to EMV fully. We knew if we started only with Mark Stripe, we were dead on arrival. So we started a system that was EMV. Nigeria was the only country that was able to migrate to EMV in less than 12 months globally. Go and check the stats. And the reason we're able to do that was because we knew our problem. We know there's fraud. We know that the infrastructure, we know insurance is zero. So that forced us into a leapfrog mindset because we know our problems. So back to it, will technology, all this new fancy technology, for sure. We're already talking in Africa now. The African Development Bank has just launched, well, not necessarily just, but recently launched something around Pan-African Payments Settlement Scheme, PAPS, which is, meant to ride on blockchain to a degree, but individual companies I know are building out stuff to ensure that you can take a transaction from Uganda, move it to Malawi, and settlement is done in local currency through blockchain, validation, verification, security, etc. So there's a lot going on there. But I'll say that don't be overwhelmed by those sophisticated technology just yet. The basic ones can still solve a lot of valid problems today. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's so valid, and I like how you put it, because that contextualizing part is something we keep coming back to. We need to always contextualize our solutions. And the reason why blockchain was important to sort of mention was, as you rightly said, if you're trying to send them from Nigeria to Malawi today, it's a nightmare. With all of the solutions that currently exist, with all the fintech apps that are trying to work, it's a nightmare. However, we could send USDT from Nigeria today to Malawi if you are both on, an infrastructure that works. So we see that there is an opportunity there, but then speaking to, I think I was in a conversation with the former Central Bank of Kenya, the former governor of Central Bank of Kenya, and minister, yeah. Anyway, but he was talking about how a lot of these solutions sound nice, but then regulations and regulators often have to step in to protect. And while to innovators it's like, oh, this is a technology, we need to jump on it and get it done, regulators stay there and be slow on it because they need to think about every single thing that could possibly go wrong and how it might negatively impact the people that they're serving. But before I jump into regulators, because that can be a very long conversation, I want to speak to Simon about power one last time, because I know you are in Azuri Technology, and Charles had a whole presentation on how the energy space is bridging, how energy is such a big part of our development. So how can anyone in the energy space bridge the energy gap? And how does it intersect with the broader technological transformation? Of course, you can use Azuri Technology as a case study to just give us more context.
Yeah, so thank you for that. I think I've heard leapfrogging 5 times in the last half hour.
That's the theme of this panel.
And yeah, but I think it's actually quite useful to do a reality check. So in 2010, when we set up Azuri provides distributed solar power. So we put solar power on households in villages and places that don't have access to the grid. And we do that using a pay-as-you-go type mechanism. And the pay-as-you-go industry over the last 10 years has grown to the point where we put solar power, not Azuri, but the industry, has put solar power into about 300 million households in Africa. That sounds great. In 2010, there were 1.2 billion people off-grid, and there were 650 million people in Africa off-grid. Today, there are about 750 million people off-grid, and there are 650 million people off-grid in Africa. So we haven't moved the needle in Africa. And what's happened is that China and India have managed to deploy coherent policies and have managed to nationally roll out that capability. India has gone from something like 30% electrification to 92% electrification. How does that work? But actually, if you go to India, you'll realise that every state is a country in its own right. So there's just as much sort of inhomogeneity, if you like, in India as there is in the African continent. In the African continent, we can't do trading across borders. We can't do many different things across different countries. To give you an example, we had some product that was in Tanzania and we wanted to ship it to Zambia. Because of the taxation, it was cheaper to ship the product back to Malaysia where it was manufactured and then ship it to Zambia than it was to be able to ship it directly. Because otherwise we'd have to pay tax when it went into Kenya and we'd have to pay tax when it went into Zambia. That's madness. Right? Wow. Yeah. So that gives an example of the problem. And I think one of the other things we need to recognize is that Africa as a continent is on a burning platform because of climate change. So over the next 25 years, Africa is going to be very severely affected by climate change. I was speaking to our partner in Zambia yesterday, and she said there is now 12 hours of load shedding in Lusaka. And the reason there is 12 hours of load shedding in Lusaka is because Zambia is dependent on hydropower, and the rains haven't come this year. And there will be 12 hours of load shedding in Lusaka until April, because that's the first time you're going to get any more rains in Zambia. So it's a really significant impact. So How do we do something about it? I'm not trying to be a downer, I'm just trying to be realistic. So how do we do something about it? Well, if we're going to do leapfrogging, we need to be able to jump on something that is going to be able to make a disruptive difference. And the sorts of things that can make a disruptive difference are things like AI, where we can use that technology to be able to do things in a totally different way to the way we've done them in the past. Incremental change is not going to do it. Incremental change means you'll incrementally change from where you are today. But there are ways of doing things in those new technology areas. And to do that, we need to have coherent strategies. We need to have a cross-continental policy for regulation and so on within those technologies. And we absolutely have to find the way of being able to educate people so that we can really take advantage of the single largest asset that Africa has, which is people. And right at the moment, you get a degree in data processing, and the first thing you do is you hop on a plane and go to California. Right? That's not going to work. We've got to find a way of developing talent in Africa, keeping talent in Africa, and then using that in a coherent, cross-continental way, and not just a narrow, individual, statewide or countrywide way to be able to do development.
Thank you, Simon. And I will just pass the mic on to Hugh. Specifically around regulations, but from a different perspective, because reading about Buy Nothing, it was about building resilient community that exists to build resilient communities where true wealth is in the connections forged between neighbors. And I kept thinking about this, and I'm like, okay, if true wealth is forged between neighbors, and we're all complaining that it's not as convenient to do business with our neighbors because of policies that exist. And we understand that regulators are just trying to protect, and that's why they're slow. What is the middle ground? How do we approach regulators? And I don't know if you, in your context, have been in a scenario where you've had to engage with regulators. I've heard regulators say that founders don't approach them right, that we see them as enemies. And so they see, and some regulators rather see founders as people with youthful exuberance trying to scatter everything. And so how do we find that middle point where we can engage and really help each other move the country forward, or the countries forward? How do we speak to them or how do we nurture collaboration as well? Because if there is collaboration, I can hear from this panel and from many other conversations earlier that the countries will thrive. So what do you think about that? How have you done it?
Yeah, sure. Well, let me start by just telling people about Buy Nothing, because probably a lot of you haven't heard of this platform. But what it is, it's, and again, I encourage everybody to check out the app. It's a free app. What it is, it's a platform where nothing is bought or sold. It's all about gifting. So the idea is if you have things at home that you don't use and are just taking up space, you can just offer it up as a gift to your neighbors. And similarly, if you need something, instead of going to the store and buying something, you can just ask your neighbors. Maybe somebody has what you're looking for, and they're not using it, and they can give it to you. And so the whole idea is, it's as a society, we overconsume, we waste a lot. A lot of things end up in landfills. If you want to be shocked, look for Ghana beach waste, and you'll see how a lot of clothing ends up in really tragic places around the globe. So the whole goal of that platform is for us to have more sustainable habits, and we can share what we have. So in the context of Buy Nothing, there hasn't really been regulatory issues. Now, I have worked on another endeavor which is called SOCO. It's a farmers market app. And one of the things we were trying to do was to make it easy for people who are on food assistance to be able to use that money to buy groceries at farmers markets. And for that, we had to work with the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, to get a permit to process those type of transactions in our apps. And that was a very difficult experience because, as you said, from a regulatory perspective, they're always worried about fraud, and they can always imagine the 24 different ways that people will defraud the government. And they're not necessarily have incentives to move quickly. which of course for a startup can be death, as you're waiting to try and make headway, you're trying to be successful. And so of course, as you know, what a lot of startups have done, like Airbnb and Uber when they were small, is they just went ahead and built up their systems, violating regulation. The idea that, okay, we'll ask for forgiveness rather than ask for permission. And then, of course, that leads to later down the road, there's obviously a lot of litigation that you have to deal with. And I don't necessarily recommend that as a path. However, I do also recognize when you're a startup, regulatory approval is not necessarily the top of your list. Product market fit is often much more important. Do people actually even want this product before I have to engage a lot of time and resources with a regulator? So is there a middle ground is kind of your question. I don't know if there is. I mean, I guess I would say to somebody who has this particular problem to look at what other companies have done. As I said with Uber, they decided to just break the rules and then would figure out how to work with regulators down the road, and similarly with Airbnb. And of course that's in the United States, which I know better. I don't know how the best way to work in other jurisdictions.
Okay, Kadi, do you want to go at it? Because I know that fintech is always getting into wahala with regulations. So do you have any insights?
Sure. So my experience is in mostly the fintech space, right? Interestingly, Orome was my first boss while I was at InterSwitch. So yeah. But in Paystack, so my work as expansion was trying to get us into more countries on the continent. So we're now in Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, Rwanda, Cote d'Ivoire, and Egypt. And I always when I encounter a blocker, I just fantasize about doing the same job in, say, like the US, where I can get a license in one state and then port it over to the remaining states, and then I'm good. But with the way Africa is set up, you can cross the border, not go 10 kilometers, you can just take a step. And you're facing a country with a new language, new regulatory framework, new policies, a new currency, and you're starting from scratch. And this is not even talking about the cultural context, understanding the market, setting up a local team, etc., etc. You're literally starting from scratch every time. In my experience, I found the model that worked to be the one where you engage the regulator. Again, this is a fintech space. If you're doing e-commerce or something else, it's probably a lot easier. But engaging feels like it does more good than harm. And again, if you have a bottomless pit of money, you can bake in the fines into your revenue model. But we're not Uber, so we can't really afford to do that. So engaging actually helps. Some of the regulators are stricter than others, to be fair, and quite tedious to deal with. But once you come at it from a perspective of we're trying to do the right thing, more often than not, they're open to engage and they're willing to create some sort of framework that can help you get started quickly. Well, maybe not quickly, but in good time. A couple of governments in Ghana, Nigeria, I think, have also launched a regulatory sandbox, which kind of provides cover for you to then test the market while being on their radar without having to go through the full licensing process. And then I think maybe the final thing I'll say is people just need to engage more. I think as an ecosystem, as founders, as people leading these companies, we need to understand that lobbying is a big part of how you build businesses. You can't maintain a Chinese, you can't just stay away and hope for the best. There are people influencing the policies that we're all being held accountable to, and you need to figure out ways to get into that room or get a seat at that table. Have the conversation. The worst thing that will happen is they'll say no, and you'll be back where you are today anyway. But everything else is on the flip side of going through the process. So we definitely need to engage more. First of all, come together as groups to determine what works best, and then go to the different regulators to pitch, try to understand their concerns, meet them halfway. Half the time, we're educating them about what we do or what the latest technology trends are anyway. You can imagine if somebody that doesn't know is trying to create a policy to go, it would be a disaster, So definitely engage. Be ready for all the fragmentation, which is super frustrating, but totally doable, and hope for the best.
Yes, please add. And I think I also like that thing you said about, what's it called?
don't assume the worst. You didn't actually say it, but you insinuated, like, don't assume the worst. Don't assume that they're your enemies. Don't look down on them. Just spend that extra time, give them grace, and then just come at them with, the willingness to engage. Exactly, that's helpful. But go ahead, Orime.
All right, to add something, like you said, engage. But I want to ask, who are the regulators? So there's this thing about, someone asked here today, I don't know who the person, I can't remember, I don't know if the person is still here, and said, there's not much going on in Africa, so why are they bothering? She asked. And then the MD of AfriInvest said, there's nothing like seeing something you have built. He said it's passion. Africans, a lot of you are in the room. As long as you stay away as light, then you cannot judge darkness. What do I mean? A lot of the regulators, they're doing the best they know. But today you are seeing a lot of young people. The current minister for the digital economy in Nigeria, he's a young man, he just turned 40. Young guy, and he's schooled outside Nigeria, but he had lived in Nigeria for a long time. He has maybe he did an MBA or I don't know, came back. But you can see the intelligence he's bringing in. Africans' problem will be solved when we choose to get our hands dirty. What am I saying? The regulator needs smart minds like a lot of us in this room to play your own part. They recruit from the crop they have. And if they are recruiting someone that is not enlightened, he's going to make policy that's going to affect you. It's going to affect your children. So we need to, as Africans, get ready to get into the game. I'm not saying tomorrow get a ticket and jump back to this. If you want to do that, I will host you. I don't have a problem. But you have to be ready to want to solve your own problems and not say, oh, the regulator doesn't know, the regulator is difficult. If you were the regulator, you will not be difficult because you know, get in. There are a lot of opportunities. So I'm going back to Nigeria on Wednesday because on Thursday, the House of Reps said they don't understand payments. I'm training them, myself and a few of my colleagues. We are giving them free training, the House of Reps, where policies that will be made that will affect my life, our lives, guys. So what I'm saying is, this regulator issue, a lot of us are so enlightened, but we stay away so much from Africa. Africa has a problem. Africa has a problem. Problem is so it can be solved, guys. America built their country. We need to build our own.
I really love that you slot that in, and that was very powerful. But now that you've said it, because this was going to be my next question to you, having come here, studied, and gone back, how do you think that diasporans, foreigners, and people who want to truly come and solve that problem can build the relationships that they need? Because we've all established as well that relationships are how these things get done. So based on your experience, how do you suggest that they can build that relationship? I think that would be helpful to a lot of the people in the room.
So just like 2 points. Yeah, 2 points. I'll just say it's not easy. I know. You're coming from when you wake up in the night and there's no light and you're like, where's the fuel? There's no fuel. There's fuel queue, headache. I know those things are real. But I would say there are different models that can work for different people. Sometimes you can volunteer. What I feel we should never do is cut ourselves up and start to judge from a distance. For example, Governor Oti, he stood. That election, I remember, I voted in that election. In my voting booth, they shot real bullets twice. My husband said, come home. My husband was in America. He said he's not voting. I said, I'm voting. I will vote. I'm here. My children know me. I'm very passionate. So, but when I look at Governor Oti, I'm encouraged. Because if we didn't stand and we let the bullies get us, he wouldn't be governor today. But look at what he's doing in Abia State. Under a year, they have light. Something that people felt is impossible. You have a place in Nigeria that had light consistently for 9 months. It has never happened before. But that is what happens when people say, if not me, then who? So you may not want to jump on the next plane and relocate totally, but there will be opportunities for you to volunteer. Sometimes you have holiday, come over. See how you can teach someone in secondary school and inspire them. I was talking to a sharp guy over there, and I said, I'm getting you on my teenage mentorship class to show them what studying in Nigeria, you made a first class, now you're in Cambridge, but you can add value to you. What am I saying? You may look for a small opportunity to give back. Start with that. Then tomorrow, Google, for example, I remember when I finished my MBA, Google was starting their office in Nigeria and they wanted me to work with them, but I went back to my company. I'm very sold out to the vision. I was really genuine about. I was really passionate about what we were doing. And so, but when Google was, they were looking for people that were ready to go back home. That those opportunities still come today. It may not be a Google, it may not be a big company like that, but there are real opportunities to solve problems. You may not even come for 2 years. I'll do it for 6 months. I'll take up a 1-year opportunity to add value. You don't know what that 1 year will do. You may be Governor Oti really inspires me because he could have been sitting in the boardroom of a big bank, but today he's there. Do you know he has fought thugs to solve those problems? But when he goes to bed at night, he may not have $10,000 in his account, but he will know his life counts. I love the statistics that Charles put up, but you see, success is not only about dollars. And I like to say, we have too many children. Well, they say there was a bit of a bend to his story, because our big families are a support system. And they are, let's be real. Sometimes you call your grandmom is there for you. It's nothing like that. Europe has an issue, we know, today with an aged workforce and loneliness. And nobody's talking, and it's really to real mental health issues. But let's talk another day. Thank you.
So what I hear is find a way to engage. If you can't just move, you could find that, and it could work for an international company locally. You could volunteer, you could donate, you could invest. There's so many avenues. So don't just say that you have exhausted all when you haven't tried any. Okay, Ade, from US to Nigeria and back to all of parts of Africa, actually, yes, parts of Africa, when Microsoft was expanding. What do you think the role of partnership played? I think this is my second to last question, but what do you think the role of partnership played? And how do we choose our partners as we approach technological advancement and transformation?
So I think, no, thanks, Blessing. So partnership is really a sport. And I would say perhaps innovation largely is a team sport as well. And that sport is one that has to be a delicate balance and a delicate play between multinational companies who want to play in Africa and perhaps the government as well. So when I look at the current landscape globally for technology, evolving technologies like IoT, blockchain, we're talking about blockchain, artificial intelligence, that's where the partnership really, perhaps Africa should index. So I see, for example, the early days of electricity. I see lots of parallels between electricity, physics, and perhaps AI today. So when I look at electricity, Africa didn't participate in some of those innovations. We didn't partner, we weren't really in the field. From the days of perhaps people like Michael Faraday all the way to Nikola Tesla to, when we developed AC/DC. That industrialized revolution or industrial revolution really we're not partnering in that. And the opportunity that brings for Africa is with AI, which you could argue is one of the most phenomenal scientific innovations that we're going to see in our lifetimes. It's going to really impact a broad spectrum of things. This is where we really can play, and we can play in the early days of it. So if I think about partnership, I see opportunities for Africa, for example, in synthesizing, using technology to synthesize our own drugs for us, by us. For example, if you look at the coronavirus, the pandemic era, one of the saving factors for the pandemic was vaccines that were accelerated through technology. Right now, the coronavirus is just one situation that we had, one global health crisis. But Africa has a myriad of health issues that today we could use technology, partnering with obviously foreign stakeholders to help solve. So to be more precise, one of the coronavirus vaccines was synthesized using artificial intelligence. I'm not going to mention the name of the company, but it was basically the drug molecule that really led to that vaccine, the mRNA vaccine was synthesized using AI. So that's an opportunity for us. We're in the early days of the technology revolution. I see, for example, also in materials. This is an area we can also partner. What does materials mean? We can synthesize, we can create our own materials. You know, so for people who are familiar with, you know, with the sort of raw blessings of raw materials we have in Africa. Africa is blessed with raw materials, all the way from uranium, which could be, you know, could have several isotopes to create electricity, thorium, uranium, all those things, all the way to like lithium in the Congo, all the way to several resources. But we could even accelerate development of some of those resources using technology as well. And I would say in terms of partnership, education is a huge one for Africa, across Africa. In driving equitable, just driving equity and fixing inequities and driving equitable technology, we need to fix our education in Africa. And one of the way we could fix this is by leveraging technology, using tools and processes, and really ensuring that our teachers are skilled in technology. The students are using technological aids as well. And this is an area of immense opportunity for partnering across sub-Saharan Africa and other parts of Africa as well. So I think the tremendous opportunity. But what I've heard, which is a recurring theme for some of the speakers, and I think Oreme said this, is we don't fix if it's not broken. Let's create bespoke solutions for us in Africa. And I think that's a mental model that we should all have as Africans. Yeah.
So Africans can fix Africa. We don't have to be part of coming up with the development from day one, but we can partner with people who have advanced in many of these fields and get them to contextualize our solutions for us. Yes.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Alrighty. My last question down the room for everyone, and we have to answer this in like 1 minute or less, please. What advice would you give to young entrepreneurs and innovators looking to make a difference in the African tech, like founders who are building already for Africa and for Africans? What advice would you give them, and what can our audience do today or at any time to help contribute or support Africa's technological transformation?
Okay, I'll go because I have the mic. So that's a very nuanced question, but it's a phenomenal question. So in 2006, so I was schooling overseas. I was schooling in the U.S. like several Africans. And in 2006, I made a very bold decision to move back to Africa. At the time, it wasn't very popular, and it's been a fascinating experience since then. Just building, you know, just helping create economy, ecosystem in Africa and across Africa. I traveled, you know, across Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, Cape Verde, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Zambia, just across the Horn of Africa. But here's what I would say, the advice I would give to folks in this room and folks who perhaps are listening is you just have to make that move. When I moved to Africa, it wasn't popular. We didn't know what to expect. The internet was super slow. There was no power. There was still the security problem. So for everyone who's living in the UK thinking, how do I move to Africa? The security, yes, you could still do it. There's tremendous opportunity there for your career and contributing back to Africa. You have to make the leap. The other secondary point I would make is when I was in, and I've done several homecomings. I'm not going to talk about that, but several homecomings, moved back to to the West and moved back to Africa. Olumide, who spoke here a couple of hours ago, was one of the young entrepreneurs that I met when I was in Nigeria. At the time, I was working with Oracle, and Blue Chip Technologies was one of the Oracle partners. They were young, enterprising, and Kazim and Olumide. And when I look at what they've accomplished today, not just with Blue Chip, but with Voltron. When I was in Kenya, they opened up an office in Kenya. And I was like, wow, you're expanding outside of Nigeria. And the lesson and moral in that story is you just have to make the leap. Just do it. Just like Nike, just do it. And the opportunities are there for everyone who's willing to move back. The rewards are, just immense.
Thank you. Kari.
Sure, that's really helpful. I feel like I was about to go start my own business, but I do think like doing it afraid is important. I always used to feel like people had like access to a secret playbook where all the fundamentals were right and there was a certain degree of certainty. But as I started speaking to more business owners, they're just doing it regardless of the fear. And that's what courage does for you. If you have other thoughts, like progress is on the other side of the struggle. You've heard a lot of people talk about how it can be difficult. And like, I think it's important to hear that, but also understand that it can be worth it. It's almost like when you have a gambling addiction, you lose a lot of money, and then hopefully someday you win a lot of money and you feel like it makes it all worth it. Like, it can be an incredibly frustrating journey, but you have to be a reckless optimist to make it work, or insane, but chances are you're more on the optimistic side. And then lastly, I think I've lost my train of thought. But yeah, ultimately, I think just go for it regardless. And worst case, you end up exactly where you are today, and you can just think about it as taking 1 year off to find yourself.
Thank you, Kadi.
I'll say value doesn't hide, may not show immediately, but it will come through if you are genuine. I think there's a place of entrepreneurship, or even being an entrepreneur and being genuine about really wanting to add value in your world. That always opens a way for you. So I'll say for anyone, whether it's come to Africa or wherever you are, be able to connect with your inner self and what is valuable to you. What are your morals? What are your principles? And if you stay on that path, and you will find a solution, a problem for you to solve. It may not be the funkiest or the most elite solution problem, the biggest one that will make you blow, as people say, blown. But if you solve that, another one will come, and another and another. So that's what I'll say for people here, and even for people.
Okay, now that the operators have spoken, time for the founders.
Yeah, so I think I'd agree with all of that. I remember once when I was very young, I was given a mug, and it said, "Don't expect to find a path, break new ground and leave a trail." And it seems to me that's not a bad mantra.
Solid.
Yeah, so this has been, for me, a really inspiring conference, so congratulations for putting it on. And to answer your question, I would just reiterate some of the things that I heard that I found inspiring. I think, hearing the story about the Honorable Governor making a decision to follow their passion. So really, the advice there is, as you think about your life, don't just think about maximizing the money you put in your pocket. Think about following your passion and making a difference. And then if you want to become an entrepreneur, we heard from Kola, I think it was, who was saying, one of the keys when you think about Africa is think about solving for non-consumption. Think about creating a market, and I thought that was very insightful. And then I think the last thing Olamide talked about, which again I think was really great advice, is the best way to start learning is do it, right? Because you can almost guarantee whatever plan you start out with is not how it's going to eventually turn out. And so you can plan and plan and plan, but the reality is you won't really know until you're doing it.
Thank you. And my advice would be, first, we've heard a lot about all of the problems that Africa has and all of that, but we've also heard a lot of solutions and opportunities, and we've told you many times it's the next frontier. So as an African, or as someone who is looking to do business with Africa, do anything, pay attention to the story that you're also telling to the world. We tend to badmouth ourselves more than anyone else, and we destroy our opportunities before they're even set, because we've already downplayed ourselves and talked only about the negatives and not the positives. So reclaim the story. While you talk about the challenges from a factual point of view, don't forget to tell the stories of the things that are working. You've seen so many examples come on stage today. This conference is an example that we're moving forward. So you could take a picture, you could post it, you could talk about it, you could share one insight that you learned today, but be part of telling the positive stories. We have enough bad stories, but be part of telling and making the positive stories. And lastly, the goal of an experiment is not to be right, but to discover, and every scientist knows that. So anything you try to do, don't see failure as you failed because it didn't work out. See life as an experiment that you're just consistently discovering. Nobody has it all figured out. We're all learning together. Share your insights, and don't be scared to experiment. Thank you all so much, and thank you for having us.
Yeah, and the next one. Sorry. I thought that was a break. There's no.
Hi everyone, we are not going to go on a break. No, we're just going to continue, we finish. Thank you. Hi everyone, we're going to just continue. Sorry, thank you.
We're taking it now, right?
Yeah. Hi everyone, so we're going to just continue. There'll be a session to network afterwards, so we're gonna just continue now. Hi guys, hello, no break. So we're gonna just continue. Thank you for your patience, so we can just keep going. You're coming up next. I have a surprise for you. I have a surprise for you. Thank you, thanks, thank Anika. All right, thank you guys for staying. We're going to continue. There's a networking session afterwards, but we have one more fireside chat, and we will get on with that now. We were going to play some music because the theme of it is some music, and our next guest was going to dance for, but I don't think he's looking at me a bit exactly. You can, that's the spirit, that's it, because this is the time. But let me introduce Mr. Godwin Tom. He's the managing director of Sony Music Publishing Nigeria, West Africa. Please come join us on stage. And this fireside chat would be moderated by a PhD student. His name is Nathan Odiase.
It is an incredible privilege to be here. Good afternoon. I really want to thank you all for staying till this part of the conference, the most interesting part of the conference. My supervisor used to say the creative industries, she would tell me, find your tribe in the business school, and it's good to finally sit with somebody who belongs in my tribe. So thank you for that. Thank you for coming. Thank you for gracing our event. Can we please give him a round of applause for being here? So because of the poverty of time, we might delve deeply into getting a deeper appreciation of you. I know that you run an MBA program. More interesting than the MBA program here, you know. But you run an MBA program, and I stumbled on a podcast that called you the Vice Chancellor of Afrobeats, right? Is it the Vice Chancellor they call it? The Vice Chancellor of Afrobeats. And I listened to the podcast, and I think people would learn a lot from getting a deeper appreciation of your story and the impact of your contribution to to the creative industry in Africa? What were your universal ethical principles? Why did you start the MBA? What is the MBA? And why is it more interesting than the MBAs we have here?
First of all, it doesn't compete with what you do. What you guys are doing is amazing. It's called the Music Business Academy for Africa. MBA is just an abbreviation. Why I started it? I think so initially the idea was to hire staff. I was trying to hire people, and everybody I hired, I realized I had to train. So I started an internship program in 2017 to train a few people that I would hire. Ran an experiment, and I identified that the people who had no knowledge of the music industry did better than the guys who had knowledge that were hired around the same time. The reason was because everybody was stabbing in the dark, and the moment there was some sort of structure around how they were supposed to work and operate, they struggled. So it felt needed for us to train. So as I trained my people, I realized my people still had to interact with the industry. So we decided to start training the industry. MBA for Africa really came, I think, in 2019. I was speaking to the Dean of Westminster University because I wanted to do a program there, Music Business Management. And after the conversation, I realized everything I was learning was to work in the UK. And I had no plans of moving to the UK, so I decided to sort of dump that idea, and I went back to Nigeria, and I looked across Africa, over 1,200 universities across Africa, and not one offered music business management as a course. Which made no sense, to be honest, because we have this creative activity and endeavor is enormous coming out of Africa. So it made no sense to me. So I decided to do it. So essentially partnered up with a professor from NYU, developed a curriculum, and adapted that curriculum to the African market. And that's where the MBA for Africa came from. Why did I do it? I honestly do not know, because it's an expensive endeavor, and one of the biggest things, I feel personally, my wife is here today, I feel like if I put the money I put every year into that program, she's probably going to call an intervention. But why I have continued to do it is because every year I think it's not worth it. I traveled to Tanzania to speak in a conference, and next, after my session, are my students. I go to Ghana, I'm trying to find opportunities for businesses, and my students are the people running those businesses. I'm in Lagos, I'm walking into an event, and it's completely planned and executed by my students. So you sit down and you look at that and you say to yourself, why not? And I think that's my driving force.
Thank you very much for that, and you know that's one of the the core foundations of entrepreneurship, that needs analysis, identifying a need, and trying to figure out how to create a solution. But I also see that from your story, you didn't necessarily prioritize the monetization of the solution immediately, and I think that this would lead us to the next part of the conversation. The next theme of the conversation is, I'm doing my PhD in the fashion industry, and I think one of the things that I have learned is there is the creative expression, the creative identity, but there's also the creative management side, the financial side, monetization of creative talent. And so it makes investors see creativity as a risky investment, because many creators have not really learned how to monetize these talents. So I think my question is, how are you helping them build that competence in the monetization of talent, and what do you think can still be done to consolidate in that?
Well, first of all, when people talk about creative talents, they usually expect things that are unreasonable from them. Let me explain. When you hear a song that helps you tell the girl you like what you feel, most of the time, left to you alone, you probably wouldn't have been able to come up with the words. That's because creative people think emotionally. And because they think emotionally, logic is usually, that's why when you interact, we can't understand, most of us here who are business people cannot understand why creative people behave the way they behave. The reality is that emotion that guides them or leads them into this abyss where they're able to float and create something that your emotional mind may not be able to reach. It's a hard place to come back from, right? And that is why they need business people who then protect their interest, their talent, and their abilities. And what we don't want to do is stop creative people from being creative. We want to ensure that they benefit from their creation. So what we're doing is, the program doesn't necessarily focus on, it doesn't focus on artists, although we have artists that register for the program. What we're doing is helping the people that should support the artist. Every time an artist starts a career, experiences, let's say they experience a mild success, they create 3 to 10 jobs. And those jobs could range from assistants to their talent managers to accountants to PR people to lawyers. I could go on. But if those people who are representing them are not trained, which is the reality of Africa, as I said, we do not have any school that teaches music business management. We are going to continue to have situations that we have now, which is our IP and our creative endeavors have traveled the world. The money doesn't come back because the people who are responsible for the business and responsible for how the business is done are not us. They are in markets where systems are already working, and as a market where a system works, it makes no sense for me to build a system that you take advantage of, that I don't benefit from it as much as I can. So what we want to do is build competent leaders who are going to ask questions. So we're going to say, okay, how do things work in the US, in the UK? Great. Do these things work in Africa? There is a reason why, I don't know how many of you know Davido and Wizkid. There's a Davido and Wizkid album, 2 albums called Sounds from the Other Side and Son of Mercy by Wizkid and Davido respectively. Both albums tanked. There's a reason why they didn't work, but there's a reason why Soko by Wizkid and If by Davido were big songs. The reality is there is a process. There is an African or Nigerian or Kenyan or South African process that we are neglecting because we constantly compare our solutions to markets that do not look like ours. So our focus is building ecosystems within our system, within our countries, our continent, that helps the average African benefit from their creative work and protects it as well. So monetizing it comes after you understand how it works. If you don't know how it works, you can't charge for it. It's just like if I buy a service from you and I call customer care and I say, how does this thing work? I just bought your product, but there's no how-to on this document. And you're like, hey man, can you just try? Just put it on. If you put it on, it will work. And hope for the best. And that's what we're doing right now, and it needs to change.
Well, that's really inspiring. Thank you for the work. I'm sure there's so many young emerging artists that will be there to thank you. I wish I can tell the girl I like a nice song with a nice song, you know, but Cambridge is killing me with TCs and dissertation rights, and so I don't think I would ever be able to do that in a song. But I also I'll try. But I think that now brings us to themes around the process of developing a creative identity, because representation of creative identities, even from an African perspective, is incredibly key, and that's why you brought the examples of the albums that tank. And so we see that there is a process around creation, there's a process around distribution, and there's a process around consumption. which of these three phases do you think Africa needs more work in? You know, and which of these phases do you think we have more potential to develop and grow?
That's a very interesting question. Creation, we have no problems with. We're doing that. Distribution, the systems already exist. So when I started my career in the music industry, I think 24 years ago, we basically, like, here's how it used to work. You release a song in Lagos, and then you take like 2-3 months to push and travel around Nigeria to get the song out. And then you take another 3 months to go to East Africa. And then you finish that in East Africa, and South Africa is like the market where all of us wanted to go next. And that's 6 months gone. And then you hope that during Christmas, all your cousins and your friends and people will come into Nigeria for the holiday and take the CDs back home. You know, when they take it back to the UK or back to school or back to work or wherever, whatever they're doing abroad. And when they take it abroad, then America was just by God's grace, right? Because so essentially it would take 1 year for your song to go from release in Lagos to New York. Today, it happens in a day. If your marketing is good and you have the budget to push, you could literally have people in New York listening to your music the same day it's released. So distribution is available. Let's not say, we don't really know if the solution works for Africa, but it's available. Consumption. I think that one of the most important things we've benefited from migration, you know, they call it the Jackpot syndrome, is we've got a lot of Africans in these markets. I don't know how many of you have been here, but there was a time where it wasn't cool to be African in the UK. Yeah. Everyone was Jamaican, right? Everyone was Jamaican. And what has changed now is a lot more Africans have come into the system, and those people are confident knowing, I mean, my first trip to the UK, this is how you greeted Africans. You know, you just walk past each other and, you know, and that's what you do. Because we are happy to see the person, but we're like, let's not get too excited now, right? But now we're in a situation where there are more people coming into the market, and then consumption is easier, not just within our market, because these guys go to work, play their African songs, they're in school, they're in the dorm, they're playing these songs, and people are taking the music they're hearing and transferring it to different people. And just, you know, I'm going to a concert and I'm taking my friends with me, right? And so it's growing and more people are being accepting of the music. So none of these three things you mentioned is the issue. I think where we need to, and we need to understand what is the framework for Africa to succeed financially from the creations that we are able to make. So the first thing is we need a roadmap and a strategy, right? How are we going to get there? What is the approach? I think something that needs to happen on a consistent basis is the development of policies and iterations of those policies. Nigeria just, you know, 2022, there was a Copyright Act that was, you know, put into law. And that's the first Copyright Act since the 70s. So that means before that act, people could say, for example, I could copy your work and you could take me to court and the fine, according to the law, is 150 naira. 150 naira, I don't know how to put that in pounds. Right? It's absolutely nothing, means nothing. So people continue to abuse intellectual property because they can get away with it. Right? So the law has been updated and that has changed. So policy needs to continue to be updated. The legal framework to protect intellectual property has to continue to be updated. What needs to happen after that? We heard the panel before now talk about education in technology. Education generally needs to happen. It makes no sense that there are 1,200 universities in Africa and none of them offer music business management as a course. Makes no sense, right? So that needs to happen quickly from school, primary school, up to university. there has to be some sort of education around the music business that educates people. The second thing that needs to happen is awareness. So up until I started the Women's Fund for the MBA program, I had to go sit with women's parents. And I say this because it was one of the most difficult things I had to do. Sit with parents and explain to them why it was okay for their daughters to participate in the industry. And then you have people say things like, so you're telling me that you have a company where people leave in the morning, they have a bath, go to work in the morning, and sit till 5 or 4 and go home and get paid at the end of the month, and they work in the music industry. And I said yes, and he said music that they play in parties I go to. I said yes. And because people are not aware, they're going to fight these things, right? So there has to be awareness. There has to be more awareness, not just awareness about who wants to work in the industry, but awareness about the people who affect the people who want to work in the industry. I need some sort of reference to show my parents, to say it's okay. The way I did it was my mom said to me, go and work in a bank. And it wasn't a fight, but she was very adamant that this is not going to go anywhere. No reference. So I said to her, where do you want me to work? And she said, in a bank. And I said, all right. So I went back 2 days later and I said, Mom, I know how much a guy in the bank, entry-level staff earns. So this is what they earn. I already earned that. So as I develop, I will keep you updated. So when I started earning a bank manager's salary, I went to her and I said, hey, Mom, I'm a bank manager now, right? And this might sound crazy, but this is the reality, because most times parents in Africa don't really have an issue with what you want to do. They have an issue with if that thing you want to do will feed you, so you don't become a liability to them when they're old, right? So we need to find a way that we're educating people. So beyond just the guys who want to work, then we need to pull out the guys who want to work and engage them and train them for job specification. What careers are available, and how do we train people in management? How do we train accountants for the music industry? How do we train lawyers for the music industry? In Nigeria, there's currently no law school that offers IP. So when you finish law school in Nigeria and go through everything, you still need some sort of training in intellectual property. So we have bigger problems to deal with. And then when you train, you now need incubators. We've learned this from the tech industry. We need to find ways that we're helping businesses grow. Afri-Exim Bank has $1 billion fund that they announce every year. I don't think there's been a year they spent up to 10%. And it's not because they don't want to give the money or invest in businesses, it's because there aren't viable businesses to invest in. And the reason there aren't viable businesses is most people in the creative industry do not know how to run a business. So there has to be incubators teaching young businesses who want to exist in the creative sector how they're supposed to run. What is the value chain? How do you price? If you ask a talent manager who represents an artist, how did you come up to this price that you're charging? 80% cannot tell you. They cannot determine what it actually costs to execute a concert, come down to what they want to charge for the artist. So these are things I think, and then when we fix those, what happens is the job automatically creates itself, because people know what to do, and then it's easy to hire, then investments will come.
Well, that's incredibly fascinating, the way you sort of reframe the conversation, because, as an academic, there's always a tendency for me to create a model, and the model was creation, distribution, and consumption, and to see that there are several other iterations to this model that when we take that to the African setting, we can really update that. It's just that my research is not into music. I would have just downloaded the entire response into my thesis. But it's quite fascinating to see that as Africans, there are still bigger issues, and the core model of creation and distribution isn't really the problem. And so this leads me to my final question before I throw it out to the audience to ask is, it's really around the conversations around creative entrepreneurship, and how are we able to create that balance between not losing our identity, our creative identity, but also ensuring that we are also globally competitive to what the trends on the global scales or what the needs for the global scales are requesting for. So it's like, I can explain it in fashion terms. So it's like a fashion brand wants to get recognition by Vogue and all that, or get recognition by the British Fashion Council. And some people might feel like they need to lose their African identity in the process, or reframe it in a way that can get them the recognition based on institutional legitimate matrices. So as Africans, that I heard that many of these other African artists had to change their sound a bit, maybe reduce the beat per minute, something a bit to get the global world more interested in African music. So is that necessary? Do we have to lose a part of our identity, or is it more around a reframing of how we present our African identity to get the kind of global recognition we deserve?
It's the curse of comparison. So when you walk into a room and let's say for 10, 15 years you've been told that whatever you do is inferior, when you walk into a room filled with the people who you think are superior, you will feel the need to hide. And I think that's something that needs to change as soon as possible. Now, the entire idea of changing who we are is because the people we're going to speak to don't know who we are. I'll give you an example. I walked into a bar in 2018 in London, and someone said to me, "Are you Nigerian?" I'm just trying to drink a bottle of beer by myself, right? And he comes up and he says, "Are you Nigerian?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "I've been looking for a Nigerian to ask this question." And I said, "All right, go ahead." And he said, "Why did Burna Boy copy Kanye West?" And first of all, my head was spinning, right? Confusion, like, first of all, I don't know. I don't have Burna Boy's number, right? But what exactly are you speaking about? And he said, well, Burna Boy released a song called Ye around the time Kanye West released an album called Ye. And I said to him, okay, have a beer with me. And I explained to him, Ye has nothing to do with Kanye West. Any Nigerian in this room knows Ye is the sound you make when you hit your leg on the table. It's an exclamation that signifies pain. And what Burna Boy was doing was talking about how he was unhappy with the government in Nigeria and how he was unhappy with people that were refusing to step up against the government and the way they were doing things. He was crying on the song. That's what Ye was about. It has nothing to do with Kanye West. And it was as if a light bulb lit on this guy's head and he was like, oh, like I was. And the reality is that's what happens with most people. If I don't understand you and you come to me, my first reaction is to be who I am. So everybody else is who they are, and you are afraid of being who you are because you're afraid of the reaction of those people. So what we need to start doing is identifying how we're telling our stories properly. Guys, Afrobeat is not a genre. I repeat, Afrobeat is not a genre. Afrobeats is a music, is a song, is a type of music that Fela made. But Afrobeats, as is being recognized now, is not a genre. It is a combination and a fusion of genres. You have Fuji, you have Juju, you have High Life. You have all these different sounds that are coming together to create what is now known as Afrobeats. So what happens is, if we're not telling the story of what we are and who we are and how what we produce should be consumed, people who are trying to understand it will tell us what they think it is. And if we're not ready to actually argue and explain, we're going to agree. So where we are going now in terms of properly documenting our IP still goes back to education. Still goes back to the fact that people need to know how to do that. So if I say, so I'm sitting in a room now, and I can guarantee you, this is the first time some people in this room have understood what the concept of Ye is. And this conversation needs to happen at a larger scale where there's somebody or some sort of medium where we're communicating what our culture means, who we are. Our culture carries our intellectual property. With it comes our language, the way we dress, the way we are. My wife is wearing a really wonderful African outfit. Right? But the point I'm making is, if we're not proud of these things, and we don't communicate it, and we don't actually document it in ways that people can go and reference, and say, okay, so I just saw this thing that is Nigerian, or that is Malawian, or that is Kenyan, and I want to learn about it. People should be able to find where to discuss it. When a song comes up and people say, oh, I have this new song, this is interesting, oh, what does it mean? You know, I remember when everybody was Shigani Digbo and Shayo. Right? The truth of the matter is, sometimes understanding what someone is saying to you makes it even more interesting, provides more context, but even gives you more opportunities to ask questions. So if we truly want to sell there are no benefits. So one of the things we're doing at Sony is to protect the rights of these legendary writers. We're not buying over their catalog. We're not owning it. We're telling them, if you clean up this catalog, we can go and find who's using your songs. And we're already reaping fruits. There's a legendary writer called Adewale Ayuba, whose song has been sampled uncontrollably. 2 weeks ago, we got a call from Ashake's label. And they're like, we just found out that he signed to you. So we want to sample a part of his song, and then now he knows Ashake is a global superstar in African context. But the moment Ashake copies a song from a legendary writer, which has been happening, by the way, the moment he copies it, what happens is that person begins to earn from the exploitation of that. And this is where global companies need to come into the system. Don't come in to exploit, come in to build. When you build, exploitation is not a bad word, by the way. Right? The context in which you say it. You can exploit, I need you to exploit my music so I can generate publishing. Right? So it's important for us to get to that point where we're not negatively assigning words to things that we need. What we need for a sole company like Sony coming into the system is not a problem. It's an opportunity for us to say, hey, Sony, how many people are you going to hire when you come in? How many people are you going to train when you come in? How many local businesses are you going to support when you come in? But none of that is happening, and we are having to do that ourselves as a business, and more of that needs to happen.
Oh, thank you so much for highlighting that, and I think this is a very significant part of something that is a conversation I've had with my supervisor, especially with my third paper on creative judgment and what are the metrics for legitimacy in creative judgment. And we realized that the creative ecosystems is so fluid and subjective that we've reached a point where the audiences can now become the real judges of creative excellence, and having conversations like that. I mean, I'm not just talking about Twitter reactions. I'm talking about having conversations about telling African stories and narratives can create an ecosystem where our recognition of African excellence can now be the metrics and the standard for recognizing creative excellence in that space. So thank you so much for that. I'm going to take 3 questions, one from here, and one from here. Okay, 2 questions, okay. All right, we'll take from...
Am I allowed to ask a question? I can, right? I mean, it's not really a question, hi everyone. It's more to say, I want to know your opinion when it comes to someone like Tyler, and a lot of people say she's an industry plant, right? And it's if you're taking on the global stage, and for me, what I understand in that, and I don't necessarily agree, but I hear it a lot, especially as a BBC journalist. If there are positions for people who are already placed and curated and they're kind of put for them, is that something that happens? And is that something that can, someone who's starting off as an artist, how do they then encourage themselves to even get close to a similar position, not as a plant, but more as an artist to thrive, if there's already people who stuff is saved for, as it may seem? And then also, when you talk about Afrobeat, Wizkid recently said he doesn't want to be known as Afro anything. So you build your whole career based off, these guys who are supporting you in this industry, and then you make it to a certain level of success, and you turn your back on it. What do you think about that? What's your opinion?
I'll take Tola's question, so you can answer both.
That was like 3 questions in one. I'll try to be quick. So, the first question is industry plant. I can say for a fact that Tyler has been developed over the last 2 years, 2-3 years, before that single. So they've tried a number of ideas that didn't land. Water was the first one that did, right? So, it might be, if her A&R was sitting in here, they would feel insulted that anybody would think that she was planted, because it was a lot of work that was put into that, and it was a lot of trial and error to get that song. And she released some songs after that. It's still not done what that did. So it's not that easy. The idea of an industry plant is a lot more technical. I would say that is just, the theories people have when they are not sure what's happening. But if you work in the music industry, it is extremely hard for you to develop an artist and place them in the market and succeed doing that. There's a high rate of failure on that. The second thing around Wizkid's situation, I can't speak for Wizkid. Although I managed him years ago, I don't know why he would say a thing like that. But what I would say is, different people feel different things as they evolve in their careers. And as I said, you're expecting a logical conversation from creative people. He's sitting there and he's thinking, I don't want to be known as this because maybe we're missing the context that was said. Maybe there was an argument, there was a conversation, it's like, don't refer to me as that. Maybe he's trying to say, I'm doing more than Afrobeats music. And so don't just call me an Afrobeats music. I can't speak for him. So that question I may not be able to answer.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, Tola.
Hi, my name is Tola. I work a lot on artificial intelligence and generative AI and all of that. So my question is about LLMs, large language models, right? Or large multimodal models as we know them now. And you can certainly answer from a personal point of view, from an institutional solid point of view. Not a trap. So my question is really, how, large language models are kind of obviously revolutionizing the creative sector. But some of the risks around IP is often well talked about. I wonder if you could share some of your experience and some strategies being taken to kind of mitigate that. But the less talked about one is obviously the subversion of indigenous knowledge, right? And this is what I mean. A few weeks ago, I was on the street of Marrakesh, and you see like so much art produced by local artists and stuff like that. Now, obviously, you can generate all of this with just a simple prompt on, a Sora or whatever, chat, GPT. But then, what people don't talk about is some of the details that actually go into making that art from a, local indigenous point of view. Now, if you start generating that, obviously, with AI, it can mass produce and it's easier to scale and stuff like that. That brings risk of some of the detailed knowledge that comes from local artists is not going to be factored into what becomes produced or consumed globally. So I wonder what your opinion is in terms of this risk and strategies that are being taken to mitigate.
So, by policy, I'm not allowed to speak on AI for legal reasons. However, I would say this. So, the idea of knockoffs isn't new. When you create something that already exists in its original form, it is a knockoff. So if you create something via a prompt, right, it's nice, but it's not the same. Now, this may not be AI, but I'll say this. So I've traveled across Europe, and I've gone to our different offices. And here's what I've said to my colleagues. When I need a rock song for a sync, I call you. When you need an Afrobeat song, you should be calling me. You shouldn't be trying to create a version of an Afrobeat song on your own, right? So when I look at the writers of those Afrobeat songs, I see a lot of German guys, I see a lot of British guys, I see a lot of Irish guys, and maybe one Nigerian who has never been to Nigeria, right? And the best way to explain this is this. When hip-hop was created, it was created out of a struggle. And that is the reason why many hip-hop heads are angry with the new sounds, because it's just vibes, right? Afrobeats is created from joy. That is why even when Burna Boy is complaining in his song, we're dancing. Because the truth of the matter is there is soul in the music. And if you try to replicate that, it becomes very evident, right? So where we stand as a company, Sony, is, and that's part of the reason why the Nigerian office was created, is create what is original from the market that it exists, right? Now, what we are trying to fight for as Nigerians is let this creation pay, right? So if I create something in America and I create something in Nigeria, if it's sold in America at the price point of America, it'll be the same whether it was made in Nigeria or not. What I'm saying is let that difference come home, right? Let that difference come home and let's benefit from it. So anybody who takes advantage of these situations and tries to create replicas, the law has its place for people who steal intellectual property, right? So if somebody says, oh, but I made a prompt, I didn't, they did this, for example, Drake, right? Drake used AI, right, to create what seemed like he featured Tupac. And what did Tupac's estate do? They threatened to sue. So there are laws that protect these things. Intellectual property exists, and I don't want us to get to the point where, because you have to understand how it goes. There's the composition. Out of the composition, you create the sound recording. And that's what you hear when you're performing. And inside the composition, there are three major rights. There is the synchronization right, which is music on moving pictures. Then there is the performance rights, which is, let's say in this room or in the school, if you start playing music, you have to pay PRS for usage, for exploitation. And then there's the mechanicals, which is the right to copy and create copies of that copy, right? So all these laws exist, and those are the laws we bank on to ensure that the rights of our composers are taken care of. I hope I I
want to express my immense gratitude for this amazing session. You have, they used to say that when you cook a meal, it's towards the end of the meal, the part of the meal that is the most interesting and the most delicious part. And I can say without fear of contradiction that this has been the most interesting part of this conference. This panel has been the most interesting. Without fear or contradiction or doubt. Thank you for your final words, because the team of this conference, with a remarkable, hard-working team from the George Business School, is Kujenga Africa, Forging Global Alliances, and with every of your responses, you have given us a masterclass on how to forge global alliances. We are really privileged and honored to have you, and we hope that we can continue to learn from the wealth of your experience and the impact you make in our community. Thank you so much, our people. Want to take pictures?
I'm not as stylish as he is clearly. Before we look. As you can see, I have one more. Another one.
Hi everyone, I know it's been a long day. But I'll just beg for 10 minutes of your time just to wrap the conference up. So I started my MBA maybe in September 2023, and the first thing I noticed was that there were not a lot of people that looked like me. And the people who looked like me were very, very, very lovely. And we got together to start or restart the Cambridge Africa Business Network, which has brought you this conference today. From the bottom of my heart and from the bottom of the heart of the entire committee, we're so thankful for the sacrifice. I know things are so busy, Saturdays are like gold, but you've sacrificed your Saturday to be here, to learn from us, to discuss from us. And we can't say thank you enough for that. I'd like to thank my committee members. Emmanuel and Zubair, please come on the stage. These two gentlemen, I think it all started on a WhatsApp group, actually. Emmanuel started the WhatsApp group, and I told him, I think this is a great idea. And I joined him, and Zubair quickly said, yes, I'm also interested, and with three of us, we restarted the Cambridge Africa Business Network. We then had this crazy idea in a park in one of the colleges that we could do a conference. A conference hasn't been done at the school, for this theme at this level in 5 years, and we didn't really have a blueprint to work with. And some really, really crazy ladies decided that, you know what, we also believe in it. And for the last 8 weeks, we've worked tirelessly, many, many sleepless nights, calling, begging, in most cases, begging people to come. Our distinguished speakers, I think our lineup was just fantastic. You know, they all came, sponsored themselves because they believed in us. And we're so entirely thankful for them. These ladies that I'm about to call out now, they've been working for the past 2-3 months to put all this together, from logistics to marketing to communications to just entirely planning. 3 of us would like to say a big thank you to Robosa Sopan. Please come up. Please, could you clap for them, please? Chizara Lawson, Sana, come on. Is Rachel in the room? Please come, please come. And certainly last but not the least, the heart of the conference, the one who's done so much work. She looks nothing like us, but she believes so much in us. SJ, please thank you so much for everything you've done. Please, if you would... If you would please give the team a round of applause for this fantastic job. Try and fit in somewhere. And please don't run away. We've hustled for a lot of wine and drinks downstairs for you all to enjoy and unwind after such a hectic, long day. And again, from the bottom of our hearts, we're thankful for you being here. Thank you so, so much. Okay, so drinks downstairs. Thank you so much, guys.